If you miss one strike, if you don't get you, then it's good. The rest. Boom. Throw it out. If you don't do Agosha, throw it out. Everything
I agree. And I think that we're in a unique time where the internet is generally pretty free. It's not completely free, but you can generally say what you want and publish what you want, and they don't charge you. I could see a time in the future where YouTube charges you. If you want to stream for an hour, okay, it's $5.
Yeah.
And that's going to limit a lot of things. But right now it's free. So why not take advantage of it while it's free?
And to disprove that, we're going to go through 7 cases.
Yeah.
And of course,
That's true.
the Gemara always leaves the bomb for the last case. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the whole Gemara.
That's why I need to have more episodes. I need to have more episodes. Like YouTube is not going to be free for us, and I think we have the time. So
he doesn't know a lot of these things.
So that's why I am like two. I need to have
all these things that we do for a Mitzvah. And another, so
that's why I'm
stuff. Get a better understanding of certain things.
Let's
Could have said
episode is almost done.
Simin not yikmol. We're going to bring 7 cases. Barei not. A person who says, I'm not going to drink wine, I'm not going to be Hamita, that person, the minimum is 30 days. Could be.
I will tell you a story. What happened today. Okay? Okay, so in my situation, I am very good. But then I can be like for Americans everything, but I'm stuck with rock. For Americans everything, but I'm stuck with rock. The rest. So I was like, okay. His friend want to fight me someone. But like his friend fucked down his friend, and he said to the girl, please talk to him. This him making him feeling good. And I was feeling like I'm feeling like she does some fucking charity. I feel so bad. My main move was done.
Wave it.
Okay.
I'm like, what the fuck?
I was like,
okay, I mean, do they...
So I thought...
Go ahead.
Mom's a visual. A visual.
Do they have dating apps in your country?
This is our...
Okay, so why don't you just join some dating apps, take some good pictures of yourself, review your biography. Yes, it is.
It's not that easy. This is what he looks like, actually.
It is that easy. Why are you putting challenges in between you and your end goal? It's literally this easy. It's not even like it used to be where you had to go meet someone in public. You can sit in your bed. If you have good pictures, you have a good bio, and you just swipe right on girls that you like, and then you'll get people in your inbox, and then you start talking to them. How is it not that easy? It's literally that easy.
Yoshi decided to go a little.
You could go on a date every single night. You could go on a date every single night from now until when you fall in love, and not have an issue. It's not that. It's not hard.
The gravy from the shlamim
and the end of the story is I cut that friend, and I'm not going to talk about that. I cut that friend.
As a charity case. Yeah, absolutely. It's a charity case. That's fine. You don't have to go for that girl. She sucks. You need to go for some girls in your area. How many pictures do you have?
I have so many on internet.
Okay, but that's not what you want. That's not what you want. For those you want quality, not quantity. So you pick 5 good pictures. One of you doing something adventurous. One of you in your home. One of you with an animal. One of you with your friends. One of you doing a hobby that you love. So those 5, you make sure that they're HD, high quality pictures, that you look really good in them. And then in your biography, it's short and simple. It's, hi, my name is Anton, whatever you want to go by, but Tony, I am a whatever old, whatever you do. I'm an AI enthusiast. I'm into finance. I wouldn't say cryptocurrency. I'd say finance, and I'm a podcaster. And I would love to get to know you and take you on a date. It's as simple as that. That's it. You say I'm single, no children, never married, and I'd love to take you on a date. Okay, that's great. That's it. And you're gonna have a ton of girls who are in your inbox. As simple as that.
I don't know about it.
You haven't done it. You haven't done it. So you don't know. And until you do it, you'll never know.
You bring these breads, and you're missing one pile of these types of bread. It's all over. You can't bring any of them.
And then you just swipe right on chicks or whatever. You accept their invitations. You start getting girls in your inbox. I'm telling you, you could have girls in your inbox by this time tomorrow if you just did what I said.
Do you think I have
Well, I don't know everything that you do, but I think they're interesting. AI, finance, podcasting, those are cool hobbies. Yeah, that's fine. Those are cool. So instead of saying football, I mean, that's fine, but you could say sports. I mean, you make it more vague so that you're just like, you don't have to tell her absolutely everything right away, because I'm sure a lot of guys have the same thing. So you say, I mean, the big one is, are you 6 feet tall?
No, fuck.
Okay, that's fine. No big deal. No big deal. No big deal. So, but that's fine. So you just, you say, my name is Tony. I'm XYZ age. I enjoy sports, finance. I'm a podcaster. I am single, unmarried, looking for love. I would love to take you on a date. Please send me a DM if you're interested. Something like that, or whatever. It's very simple. And you have your 5 good pictures, and then you go fall in love. What's so hard about that?
When I was a kid, they can live in a house. They can live in your room, and you cannot catch them. It's impossible to catch them.
And Tinder is the best. Tinder is the best.
I would go on them all. Why limit yourself to one?
Okay,
you have to take a bird.
Okay, I forget you are. I forget.
That's okay.
I forget you are. Everything big.
I mean, you want to fall in love, right? It's like, hey, dude, why go to one bar and try to find the prettiest girl for you when you can go to 10 bars and find the prettiest girl for you? So I would join the top 5 in your area, or whatever they are. Hinge, Bumble, Tinder, OkCupid, Match.com, whatever they are. And then I would take my profile. It's very easy. And then every day I would spend 5 minutes just going through girls and messages and stuff. And if you did that regularly every single day for the next month, you'd be in a relationship by this time next month. You and I both know that.
You were saying I don't need to pay for like subscription, like for like Tinder Premium.
No, you don't have to. If you don't have the money to do it, which you don't need to.
I'm broke as fuck.
Similar to the word hookah, it's very, very difficult. It says Torah, you're right?
Okay, I mean that's another thing. You can get a job.
Okay. Is none that easy.
Yes, it is. Again, same thing. Go to ZipRecruiter and Indeed and Career Builder. Take your resume, put it into ChatGPT, have it optimized for career keywords, and then you apply. You spend an hour every single day applying to hundreds of jobs every single day, and in 1 month you'll be employed with a girlfriend.
We know that on Yom Kippur here we have the two goats. One.
If I went to for big month with you, bro, I have everything. I have a girlfriend. I have everything, bro.
I agree. That's what I said. That's why I said. That's why I said you should just live in here. That's why I said you should just live in here. Whenever you have a question, you just ask me, hey, and then we will talk about it. I'm not saying I'm always right, but I have a lot of experience, and I can just tell you like how to get a job when you have no job and like no, if you didn't have education. And what job would you have? You'd have your opportunity at a bunch of jobs. So long as you are someone who will show up and not. I don't care where you are. They have jobs in every country.
I know, but like you are saying, I know, but like when he's working
it works anywhere. All of the countries are the same. China's the same. Israel's the same. South Africa's the same. I've helped people in Nigeria get jobs. South America, everywhere. It's not like you'd be the first person I'd help get a job. This is a winning strategy. Any job out there, the most important thing is accountability. Are you going to show up on time and are you going to work the job? That's the most important thing. Okay, so then that's better than 90% of all candidates out there.
Why do you need the word kohen? Kohen by itself doesn't mean right. So Tysus over here asks this question on the spot, and he doesn't really bring answers.
Okay. You know what? Let's go.
You're right.
Okay.
Go do it, man.
So, do you drink? Not for me.
Okay.
Or do you smoke? Don't smoke.
Good.
Don't work out. Do you have any pets?
Said you need both.
What do you meant there?
Even if the Torah says the word Torah, you must have a word
video. You know what? I need to somebody call me. I will call you right back. Okay.
Okay.
If it doesn't say hookah, I don't care if it says Torah or not. It's not. Nah. So that's why. By carbon, it says the word Torah and it doesn't say hookah. It's not ma'akev. Where it says hookah, it is ma'akev. Bari mincha, this is the hookah. But Maraz, the walking jumps there, because it's mincha, and you're like, ma'akev. Oh, that's what somebody asked before, I don't remember. It was Ari. We said that the Torah has to repeat itself twice in kachin in order for it to be a ma'akev. Now the problem is that in the mincha, the whole parsha of mincha, it does say the word hookah, and we just established. It says the word hookah. You must do every single one of those steps, and if you miss one step, throw it out. So then why does it have to repeat itself twice? A mincha. It's enough to say hookah, and that means you must do it. You don't have to repeat twice. Also, the So this is why it comes up with an excuse. No, the hookah, you're right. It says hookah by mincha, but that's by the eating part, not the avodah part. It doesn't refer to this giant list of 14 things. Okay, so I'll let you have that for now.
Coincidentally, that same day on the paper, if
It
you
also
turn
the
over
word
the
hookah,
front
and it's
page,
only by
was the
the eating part.
advertisement for Ed Teller coming the next day.
Now we
Giving a
know
lecture
it's not
in
shit,
the
so now
lab,
that there's
so-
that, you need to have all
So
12
you
breads.
go
You
to
only have 6 breads.
talk
Listen,
he
fun
gives
if it's
or
not, you
Yeah,
can't eat
he
them.
was about to give a talk. I got there early. He's sitting outside reading the
So
paper
the
because
difference
the
like
door
is
was
there,
locked.
and the
So
2 spoonfuls
That's
of
I
Ravina.
wanted to go super early too because I thought maybe it's going to be crowded
Okay,
or
have a
whatever.
screen. If you have one, it's not
He's
good.
reading the
As
front
though
page
I'm
of the
thinking
paper
like that,
because
if
or
you have
else
12
I
breads,
really
you don't have
didn't
any
know
little.
how to go up and say anything. But I went, oh, it's the perfect
Why
segue.
not?
He's
You have the 2
already
spoons
reading
of
about
Ravina, you don't have 12
Rothschild.
breads, you
Hi,
cannot do anything.
and I'm the guy you're reading about.
And the one
What was
hookah is
that
by
for
the
Teller
eating
like?
part, not on the
It's
other
a
part.
grumpy old man. That's the only way I can describe him.
Did he have
Hello, good morning, thank you back.
any
Also,
sort of
like,
distinct
I
accent?
don't care where it says. Even by the eating part, it means the entire part.
Yeah, giant eyebrows and I mean, he looked exactly like himself.
But the special limud, which I'm not
And
going
so
to
what was the
call,
conversation
Mr.
like?
So,
Were you
which I'm
like,
not.
hey, that's me? And then what did he say?
He said, well, that's
From
fascinating.
the,
but,
the
you know,
flour and from
I
the
can't
oil.
remember
So it says
verbatim what
Rashi
he
over
said.
here, very important Rashi over here about peh.
I said, yeah, it's not meant to be a practice.
Why did the Torah say Megillah Shamra? It should have said Megillah
Well,
Shamra.
transportation. We only spoke for a short time, and then you can hear the door
To tell us
unclick,
that if you miss a
swing
little
open,
piece of
and
the
the guy
shemen
greeted
or
him, oh, Mr.
the
Teller,
fat,
and so they brought him in.
flour is no good.
You know, that
But
was
the
that.
problem
But
is, if it's
as
hookah,
time went
then
on,
I don't need a
I
special
made
Gerish
reference to
shemen.
that meeting when I sent
It
him a
has to be
resume
exactly as
after I
is.
had
If the
moved
Torah says,
on from Los Alamos, and he
so he's
remembered
sorry,
me.
if you're missing
Yeah,
one,
that's who directed me
I
to
think he's got a
EQG,
English.
how this all started.
One grain of flour
Have you ever
is
seen
muscles.
there's
I
a
don't need to
video
get them
of
down.
Edward Teller being questioned on his relationship with you?
Yeah,
It's
Back
really
to the Torah
funny
says,
because
Megillah
he,
Shamra tells me that the
first
word
of all, he goes
hookah
into he's
is
being questioned on nuclear propulsion, and he like doesn't want to get into it. It's very clear.
Uh-huh.
And then he's questioned on
not
you, and he has the
relevant
exact
in this
same
part of
reaction.
I ain't right. David says on the page, Zafuki. The Megillah Shamra, Zafuki the hookah. But that's over here, not in the Holy Spirit. Anywhere else, it says hookah is magim. But
And if I ask you on camera, do you know Bob Lazar? Can you just say no?
the extra word Megillah Shamra instead of Gerish and shemen, it tells me hookah.
I mean, I spoke to the guy
Hookah over here is not
before he
relevant.
went
What
and
do we
interviewed
have?
Teller.
In the beginning,
He
we
was
want
one of Teller's students. And he said,
to
you know,
you need
I'm
to
going to
listen
bring
to
up
the Torah.
you
Torah,
to
the Gemara says,
Teller.
no, you don't need
That
both
would
the
be
Torah.
awesome. And he
It's
would be
the main one.
awesome to see
Ah,
how
different
fast
places.
he
It doesn't
denies
like
me. You know, and
that.
he
You
did
over there, the
immediately.
special
But
Russian
he
Gerish
denied you
shemen.
in the same
Hookah
way.
means
First
not
he goes,
hookah.
yeah, technically you could get, a
I'm
real
not the
power
one that-
source from nuclear. And it basically implying he knows
There's
a
a
lot
lot of
about it,
concepts
but he's
because
not going to
it's
talk.
interaction.
Yeah,
It's
I
the
think
Torah
he
says
said,
twice. the same.
is there anything other than fission or fusion?
That's right.
No, nothing that anyone would be interested about. Yeah, but
Thing.
there's total
By
annihilation,
Mincha,
you know,
it
and,
means you must
and
live to
yeah, he just completely discounted that, which is
Ushmul on my
interesting
Gerish some
for Teller.
Do you think that he's talking about, because you talk about this 115, you had a,
I don't know if that's
When it
goes
comes
up
to the
for
oil,
16,
and the flour,
and
that's
it's
very,
matter
very
of
important, but
matter
other stuff is not
annihilation
important.
thing.
I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but he's also, but he's clearly not
Oil,
addressing the
Shmuel,
most
I forgot,
powerful
it's
nuclear
not a
reaction
drug.
there
How many
is,
drug
and
means?
why would he do that?
And he's clearly
Double
also
Even though the
denying
Torah said it twice.
the nuclear
Lamachulai,
knowledge in the
everybody
same way that he's
agrees.
denying
Even
his
Shmuel agrees.
link to
To
you,
you, yeah.
which to me is such a tell that he obviously met you.
Second question, the Torah says it twice. You must do that.
It's really weird that he
Hello.
would do that.
And so you
All
were
I
at
have is
Los
one of the
Alamos,
club, body
and
knock. Certainly, the Torah said
were you working with other physicists at the time, or
Yeah,
what was
yeah.
your main kind of
it's a must.
like
Anything not
day-to-day
in the world,
responsibility there?
Well, it
essential.
changed.
Brahma, but when it comes to
I
the
did some, I was building, I think, this was for the particle accelerator.
Twice.
They wanted to
The
be
Lord
able
will
to
tell you,
trim
full hand,
the
or fix
voltage
them
to a very fine degree. So I was building some high voltage power supplies, stuff that's insulated by fiber optics, so you can make adjustments,
Don't try to be
from a
ready to make
distance
like a
without
glass thing that you know
interfering
you can
with the electric fields or
take
anything.
a scoop of
And
pizza,
day
like
to
you know,
day,
from
there
those
was just
protein cakes.
maintenance on the targets and experiments we
Comes
were
a
doing.
little
So it's
plastic thing. They're like this, when you get the right amount.
Dealing with high power
No,
magnets.
you gotta stick your hand, get dirty with the flour, and
what
go
else?
like this.
Radioactive materials.
Ram Sobar, Konami,
You know.
Konami Pro.
Los Alamos stuff.
Yeah,
I'm
white.
just trying to
This
remember
idea.
what I did
This
every
is,
day,
I
but it was there was no really regular routine. We'd either be working on getting ready to do an experiment,
that
so
you should
we'd be
stick your
working
hand
on
in it.
the detection equipment, or setting up the experiment.
Take a spoon.
And,
So it says
it all
twice,
had
so
to
you
do
should
with,
take a handful.
The output of the accelerator and
More shmuel, where's some shaw?
adjusting that.
So this was a particle accelerator?
What happened then was a one
Yeah, it's a half-mile long
time
linear
thing. And you
accelerator
can't
in
learn
Los
from a one time
Alamos.
thing. The whole generation.
The beam splits off.
The Gemara what?
It,
Shmuel
it
doesn't
comes
believe in
down
this.
and
Oh.
it splits off into different experimental areas. So you can
The
conduct a
Gemara,
whole
we don't learn
bunch
from
of different
generation.
experiments.
Like, oh,
Just
Shmuel doesn't
for
show,
one,
but nah.
one beam. And they can put different things in the targets to make
Lay Allah.
particles and go different
So Rabbi said
directions.
he learned
Depending
to
on
be
the speed of the particle going by and spin.
man is fresh in our
and how
memory.
long it's in
I'll
transit.
remind you also.
Calculate its mass and backtrack and put things together.
There's
Analogy I always gave was
measuring devices in the Mitzvot.
it's like if you
The
wanted to
measure-
analyze a Swiss watch, but you really
Solid,
couldn't look
like
inside.
like flour.
But
And this
so
measuring
you
device
could
in
take
the
it and
Mitzvot.
throw it as hard as you
Measure
can
with
at a concrete wall.
Yeah.
And then it busts apart and all the pieces go flying off.
Yeah.
What kind of liquid,
Well,
like
by looking at
oil,
those pieces, you
wine,
can backtrack
water.
everything.
Yeah.
You can
Butter.
see if one was
The one on the
spinning a
left is
certain
not so good. It
direction.
shouldn't be in the picture right now. We could have
rotation, how fast
could
it
have
came
been
off, and
predicted
you go
later.
from mass
Notice
of it,
that
if
this
it
is
was
called the
turning
matrix
before,
that you
and by
receive.
the angles you can put it back there, and eventually you can reassemble the thing and see how
Blood
it was
of
made
the
just from the
animal, and the
particles
reason why
flying
it's pointed
apart.
at the
So
bottom is so that you don't
since
put
you
it
go
down.
to an
Because
accelerator to
country
smash
holds it
something
doesn't
apart,
congeal.
and then we can figure out how it all goes
Nah,
together.
play
just
a lot,
from
because
a
it's a lot.
It's so cool.
Now, you
So I
don't
mean,
play
that's,
sharp.
that's,
So as soon
that's
as you
what I
put
did at Los Alamos.
flour
Did
into the
you
vessel,
get the sense that there were two
now what if you put
branches of science?
oil or
Science
wine
that
into
was
this
a little
vessel?
more
It
classified.
does not
And
become
then
color.
public
It can
science.
only be
No, not at that
conduct
Not at that point.
solid.
Okay.
I thought we were all on
And
the
the same thing with
Yeah. Now I know you can't say why they erased you
a
from
measuring
MIT.
device that
Yeah.
our
There
wives
are a lot
when
of
they make
people out
cakes,
there
they
who say
use
you
these
think your educational credentials. You have very good, I think, reason
measuring
that
things.
at least
For
passes.
liquid, it's for
Joe
liquid.
Rogan and
It's
some
not
other
for
people
liquid.
I
We
really trust their sniff test.
He said that he was working on something
cannot be
for the
regarded a
government,
salad.
and
Well,
they sent
that's
him
a
to
lot.
MIT
We
to learn something.
Because it's a job.
But I will
The
ask you,
enkele klaar,
is there
because
anything
it's a
you
job.
can
One
say
doesn't go to the
high
other.
that you can said why you can't
The other
talk
guys go
about
laugh. Waarom is
why
school?
you're
From
at
school
MIT?
to the major
Well,
kiddos. Why should I know
I
other
was
device?
sent there.
That's only a measuring device. I would miss rock
Okay,
guys. We're talking about the
and,
thing on the left.
if you're sent like there for a specific reason, maybe to do
Red
some
blood. Big conscious.
classified
Why the
research
shit
at work.
name related to
Yep.
say yeah.
It's gonna be off the books.
Yeah, I mean, but it's also
what does it mean?
you also
Silence.
can't
It's
talk
full.
about it
This
because
guy-
it's still. I mean, like the government's never going to come.
The left is
prosecute
magic.
me
It's
for-
full of a
At
sound
least I
called
hope
silence.
not, for releasing information
Flower.
about
The
S4.
card says it was full of silence. So the mail is the cow is silence.
Assuming I was working on a weapons system, that's still covered under the security agreement.
And
at this
Sonny
point in
also,
my life, I just
It's
don't
not a
want to
very
make
clause.
any
This
waves.
is in the
Yeah.
system where you-
Yeah.
So
No, I think that's
You're
very
right.
reasonable.
But
It's
over
also,
there, it's
I should
12.5.
know,
What's
this
it,
is me
12.5?
talking, not you. MIT belong as a
So then you see it.
university,
Every note has got a whole
affiliated
process.
research center
So
called
the
New York.
mail, that's why
And
I
they do
learned
all sorts
from
of
it. Look at the
classified stuff.
I don't know, I don't know that to the route.
Super soldier program. They're,
Alright,
all stuff
Gosho.
about nanotechnology.
What is that Gosho
and
boy
so,
say?
the idea that
Let's see if I can
well,
find it
anything
here. I
I
think
would
this is
have
it.
potentially been working
Yeah, I
on
did,
would
but
be
here.
so outlandish as
Here,
super
he goes,
soldiers are.
he
It'd be
touches
just very
one corner of
conventional.
both sides. Make this is
But
southwest.
still,
who told you
classified
this teaches us
material.
why
Yeah,
Southwest?
I
The
think,
guy
I
makes
think, I
trouble
think
in
it's just
Knoxville.
helpful because
This
this
is
stuff is circulating out there, and you know, the
It
idea
says
that
in the
you
Torah
would get
twice they have
sent
to
to
do Agosha, and
that
twice is
school
not
specifically and work on something that you can't talk
I'm
about.
not
Is
saying
Talking
very
that
about
you
them.
got sent, but
My kind of
okay,
thing.
okay,
We're
right,
in the
yeah,
Torah
yeah,
that's twice.
yeah.
you got sent there.
If I got sent there, you know, there's a very
You see,
clear
Zoe,
possibility I
Thursday,
wouldn't be able to talk
going to be
about
out
it.
of Hashem. Bring Hashem and others bring him all the way to his back.
If you
So what? I
wanted
will
to
try the Mokum
hire a
God.
guy who
Let's
could
tell you
think
exactly what to do.
clearly,
It's time.
out of the box, and help solve problems, but who could be discredited
But
and
may
be
Hashem,
to
if
do
you're in
that?
front of Hashem,
Well,
now,
I was finding
where's the
best
most
person
Hashem
at
in the Beis
company
Hamikdash?
is perfect for it.
In the Heichal, in the Kodesh HaKadosh.
George
Do it
Knapp was
opposite of the
originally
Heichal.
this very instrumental part of Breaking Your Story in 1989. It's part of KLAS. Did you took him to Los Alamos? Is that right? At some point?
Yochel,
Yeah, I told him
Look
what
at
was
Hashem,
the Los
Yochel
Alamos stuff.
Maybe it should be
Uh,
on the
I said, well, then let's go there. I'll show
here.
you.
So if you
And,
look over here,
security was a little more lax back
So-
then. We got in a plane and
where that
just
red line
rented a
is,
car.
it's laser out
You
there.
know, at that time,
This-
everyone I knew still worked there.
It's right
So
over here, the
including
doorway
the
to
guards.
the
I mean,
Heichal, right over
hey,
here.
Bill,
So
Bob,
that, you
you
want
know,
to be
so we're in, and
front of that. To be
you know,
Hashem.
just took charge everywhere.
Right.
And my desk, here's this, and you know, walk in here, and I still knew combinations to places. Why? I'm sure it was not all
Yeah, right over
100%
there.
legal, but yeah, churches
On the
walked
left side
around,
of the
filmed
building.
everything, spoke to people
Yeah,
that I
on the
worked
left
with,
side of
and
his back,
said,
Myron.
all right,
Opposite,
we
like,
check that box off, and then we went back.
Yeah. And so
right over here.
is it also,
Look at Hashem.
you know,
I'm
again,
going my
I wanna-
Panam is back.
address some of these like detracting comments circulating
What's
online?
Panam is back?
There are people who are like, "Oh,
There's
he just
Beth,
quizzed
the
the
Kevin,
physicists,
the rest-
you know, at Los Alamos, but he really had some other job there or something." First of all, like your description of a particle
That's the
accelerator
corner,
and
yeah,
how
the
to
southwest corner.
actually
No,
you know,
China's
detect
This
subatomic
Panam is,
particles. I think
Panam is back
in
means
first
on
class.
the ramp going.
And then second, you have a guy in George Knapp, which you have to either accuse him of some
Look
sort
at
of
his back. The
collusion
face in
or
his back.
something in his
We have a little
orientation
bit of
towards you,
Is it on my
or admit that you showed
or it
wrath.
is
People knew
on
your name,
the
and you saw it.
Garden
Yeah, and
side?
clearly he
I'm
was
never
trying to
gonna
suss
have
you
no,
out
good man.
by
Okay,
asking
yeah,
you to invite him, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
we came from tomorrow.
Yeah, I
Make
just don't
compromise.
pay attention
Do it on the southwest
contractors
corner.
and that nonsense.
West is the
Yeah.
Nasha. Doroin is on the snake, on the face. So you do stop.
We're past that.
I never met Dr. Tiller again, but in 1988, when I decided to re-enter
So
the
what?
scientific
You know, cool, so Karen, that's enough. You're like, oh, man, you're like you should know my rubbish,
Dr.
Karen.
Tiller responded
You-
by
you-
telephone,
you-
told me that he was no longer active, but just functioned as a
Both. Put it on the west. Karen, to be behind the mitzvah of Elfinay, from
I
the
made that call and things progressed from
There.
there until I got to the program.
the question of
And so you send the resume, he
and also,
remembers you somehow, and
So-
which is,
Yeah, because I
oh,
made
it was
mention of
very
the
much
Jim
Karen.
Farn
Do it also on the
and then he sends your resume to EG&G, and then
The
you get a job
south.
there.
I don't
You
know if he sent
I'm
it.
I'm looking for the most name is right.
When he did reply to me,
You have a
he gave me information,
That's the time
contact
I just got
information
there.
for
But you can
EG&G.
do.
So I don't know if he
Oh.
said or just said,
That
I
was the
looked
time
at
I
this
was
young
about to
man
come
or
in.
something like
I said
that,
back then-
or if he did send the resumes.
And
I don't
remember
know
that
what happened.
there's certain human beings.
Did you know anything about EG&G at the time, or?
I know they did
Let them show.
measurements. They
All
did all
those
the.
people that are
I mean, those
constantly
are the guys that came out and figured how to, photograph, exploding nuclear bomb.
You time yourself, yeah, you're alive. But
Getting
you also think about
overexposed.
your zulas, your
They did all kinds of things, make giant flash
Right.
tubes so you could
that's what very
photograph
nice.
cities from bombers
Do
and
that. Do
and
both.
stuff. So that's about all I know. I knew they were just,
Well, why not?
a
Why
contractor
be
that
selfish?
did weird stuff for the
We didn't
government.
do that. Not without covering
Leaning
anything.
heavily
Not
in
to
the
guy with
nuclear testing area.
It's a
Because I
company
know
that
it
is the
doesn't matter if
namesake
it's
of Doc Edgerton, who was MIT
Oh, the
faculty,
problem is,
actually.
man,
And
Edgerton, River House, and Grill.
there you go.
Shem, be proud of and everything with ours. If you do only in the West, then you are
Have you
Italian in the
looked at
South.
any of the other, obviously you're really into nuclear, and then you've worked on UFOs. There's this amazing book that I always cite that I'm sure you're aware of,
Oh, I
Luigi,
know,
called
man, it's not with ours.
UFOs and Nukes
That was
by a
now,
friend
Chef.
of mine named Robert
What?
Hastings.
And he talks about UFOs like Tic
In the
Tac,
south,
saucers,
you could be
orbs, all these
high
different
in the west.
shapes
The
and
Asia
sizes of
Pacific.
UFOs showing
Oh,
up
actually,
at
so like,
nuclear
I
bases
don't
all across the U.S.
I've certainly heard that.
Isn't
Yeah,
that
but
interesting?
somebody
And there are
take a look.
167 whistleblowers
Right over here.
who are on what's called the PRP program,
Okay,
where
how
they have
do
to
we
report if
put
they're
it?
taking
Oh, no,
ibuprofen because they're
If you
guarding the
move
crown
that
jewels of
upward,
American
above
defense.
that,
Oh, really?
167 of these guys.
Wow. Yeah, there's really 167 of those guys.
167
so now that
of these
southwest
guys.
corner
It's
is
really wild.
literally in the center of the
Yeah,
doorway to the
That's
Asia.
incredible.
That
I mean, that
south
should
corner is
be investigated further, and I'm sure it is, but not publicly.
actually from the
But there,
west
I
side.
mean, you're talking about
facing
nuclear sites.
your buddy
If you're
soil.
talking about nuclear sites, you are at the very core
Both
of
sides
national
have a
security.
wonderful
So my
day.
point
Great
is
job.
if you're doing the
Share a bunch of
photography of that early on, you've got to have some asymmetric knowledge of UFO stuff. That would be my guess.
Yeah, they were the
8:30.
guys documenting
8:30.
and photographing
Oh,
everything
yeah.
from every angle,
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yes.
So if in fact all that stuff was going on, EG&G had to catch something.
Totally. And EGG, it keeps coming up for me too in my own investigations. Even there's this thing called the Wilson Davis memo, where the scientist who actually lives in Austin, his name is Eric Davis, meets with the head of J2 Joint Chiefs, under whose purview is all military technology, a guy named Admiral Thomas Wilson. And they're in the parking lot of EG&G, and Thomas Wilson is like furious that he doesn't have oversight over this specific corporate program, which seems to be reverse engineering exotic UFO material. So you get a job at EG&G. What's your first touch point there? And so you need a little bit of context.
Yeah, I originally went in there. I didn't know what the job was.
Yeah.
They interviewed me
Maski
for that.
Milton plus
And
Mordecai.
somewhere in the middle
Welcome,
of it, they
welcome on
said, you know, we
guest.
actually have
Maski.
a different job that we're
What
thinking
up,
of
what
looking
up?
into
What up?
now. I
Who
think I
wants
went
you
to the
about the
bathroom, and
test
when I
of a
came back,
baby?
they said we're changing channels. We think we have, and I think, so I don't know if they were both something at S4 or something else is going to be for EG&G
Harry
or
Mella.
the Department of Naval Intelligence, and then they thought maybe S4 would be a better fit.
We
I
discussed
don't
it
know what,
yesterday.
again, what went on behind the scenes, but there were two jobs there, and they decided I'd be better off with the
These that
second
are in
one.
the
The
middle
second
car.
one
Maski.
was S4 out at the
How
Papoose
Maski?
Lake area.
Are they?
What were they
Have you seen
screening?
Maski again?
Like, what do you think they were asking you and trying to get at? And then when you go to the bathroom, why do
Yeah,
they
good word.
I don't know.
shift
That's
and
the
say
word.
this
The
guy's
better
actually
word.
going to
Mandatory.
be
Mandatory.
that
The better
UFO
word.
thing we're stuck on?
Yeah.
This guy's going to break it wide open. He could be a good hire there.
I don't
Yeah.
Hey,
think
Mella.
that's what they said.
Well, ton of it. Ton
I
of,
think
and
they
now
were
it's still
stuck,
me.
and I think
Repeat.
they
So a ton of big girl.
they
The
kept,
part
just because of the way the place is arranged,
doesn't repeat it
they
twice.
kept trying
Remarkable
to attack
thing.
the problem
You know,
from the
salt.
same direction all the time. You
It's
know,
mandatory. It's
which
market.
is only going to yield the same result. In fact,
It's on your
if
Bruce
you expect
Miller.
anything else, you're nuts. It's the definition of crazy, right? Doing the same thing and expecting different
Oil
results.
of
Um,
Hey, Bruce.
But,
I'm one of the Miller.
yeah, most of their
That's it.
questions was
You're
not
a
about
Rabbi.
my technical knowledge or work experience. It was what I
You know,
did
you never come
afterward.
Bruce Miller oil
And,
of It's like
You
exact
know, the
opposite.
projects I built, why did you do that?
It says the word Bruce. You never know how
I think they were
long.
just
Bruce
looking
when I
at
saw him, but
trying to find
the same.
somebody that was
She
outside
looks
of the
like the buttons.
box.
We
Yeah.
know
And I
they
think
need a
that's
sign for a car.
where I fit, because
Stop
before
answering the
that,
buttons,
we
Miller.
had really straight-laced scientists, physicists,
You need
technicians,
salt.
that abided by the rules and all that.
Miller.
When they look,
We're
we need a
saying
little
that
push
you
from
need
another
salt.
direction. And, I mean, it's my guess. I think that's what
It's not doubled up.
At
There's
that
no
point, do you have
double up.
any idea what
There's
you're
no
getting yourself into?
No, but they said it's at a remote area. And
Tomorrow,
the work
I'm
hours
going
could vary. Some people
Yeah,
are out there
for
for
our
2
mission.
weeks
Look
on,
at our
1 week
mission.
off.
Yeah.
It says that
Some
they
people,
didn't do pizza.
depends
He
if they're
didn't do
married
pizza.
or not or anything.
Nope.
Can
Play
spend that
Moa.
much
The fourth
time
thing
out
was
there.
when he didn't.
Some
He
people
didn't
only
do
go out
medical.
3 days a week.
Okay.
And, so, and some people are just on call, and for
Sure,
the time
I
being,
was-
it would probably just
Every
probably
time-
need you sporadically going out there
Doesn't
on
say
call.
Miller twice.
Till
And
we get you
therefore,
up to
if you don't
speed.
do it, it's
Do
not
you
the
have
end
any
of the
problem
world.
with traveling? Is no. So I thought, wow, if it's out in the
Oh, my
desert,
Rabbi.
it's probably. I thought it was the only thing I knew about the desert was at that time it's a nuclear test site. So I thought it was weapons
Go back to the
related,
Mishnah. The Mishnah said,
and specifically nuclear weapon related. And I was going to be at the
starts off.
the
He didn't
nuclear
do
test site
Tito, he didn't do the
somewhere,
third
station
oil.
near
He didn't
Mercury.
do bleach.
The way it worked was
He
they
didn't do
called
Tito.
me
And then he didn't do Mela. He just said Mela means he didn't do it at all.
Such time, we need you to come out today. So I go out there, I drive out to EJG Special Projects.
So then you have to say that the first thing that they should look at that political law means he didn't do it at all.
Little security there, and then out on the tarmac and board one of the jets.
But we know, we already established. Hello, we also call you those are. We already. He spoke about it. And so that Tito means not that he didn't do it.
I still thought I was at the, I didn't know it was at Area 51.
Of course he didn't do it. He's wrong.
And
And now we're like, well, which we need to understand because when he spoke about it and when he said, what about Lila? And he wants to talk
This is known as Area 51. Okay. As all the the test sites
It's
split
all
up
it
into
is,
areas. It's Area 2,
word
Area
to be a
5.
different
So it's
meaning.
okay.
at what point do you go to S4?
Just because the chicken is
I've
a
told
kind
the
of
story
doesn't mean
so
that
much.
we link it.
It's been so long. All the days kind of mix and infuse into one now, so I can't
It
separate
means the same
what
thing.
you
But
did on
okay,
that day, what
well,
you do on the third
okay, now
day.
the most I know.
No,
Well, maybe it doesn't mean that you didn't
of course.
do it at all.
I don't think we drove down on the first day. I think it was just
Okay,
a paperwork and stuff.
Malay,
But the
that's
second day for
what
sure, we
part of
drove down, got in the bus. It was a long,
Well,
bumpy
what do you
ride.
mean? How could it? It's
And
impossible.
the windows were blacked out on the bus, and it was just a navy blue painted bus, and it seemed like we
Well,
went
cannot come
south.
close. Then what do you do when we come?
By the
I'm
time
there.
we got there,
So
got
can't
off
get
the bus, I mean, the sun was setting to my right,
And then
the
what
very same.
happens next?
Kingdom.
well, I mean, you mean when I got there?
Yeah.
I mean, that's where we.
Mine's a fun day. Down there. So we had similar.
And he's
Yeah,
just
yesterday.
for the audience.
I guess you could call him my supervisor, but he was kind of
In
my
other words,
shadow.
one of the things I remember
Everything
was
was just
Tia.
attached
The
to me.
Tia,
This
like
is
the
Dennis
Russian of.
Marion.
Dennis Maroney.
Yeah. And so he leads you in.
But it's a
Yeah, he
must.
leads me
Well,
in.
there's
There's
You
a
guys were
guard
talking about
there.
this.
We get past him, and
Hookah,
then
just fire up.
they had him
Sometimes you don't
train
need the word
the
hookah.
hand
Sometimes
reader
you know,
to give me a card.
in order to say that it's an
So
it's
that's the
mandatory,
first
you
time
say
I
other
saw
words.
that.
One of the words is bris. Bris
I get
means
the
the
card, he
covenant.
shows
I have
me
a
this, you
bris
swipe
with
in the
you.
door, and
Right?
it
So you have to
records
do it like
every time you come in and out and do everything.
Is there a
Once you open
bodyguard
that
or
door-
like a? Is
No,
there
So,
once
you
you're
can't
in the room with the scanner, there's
almost
no
do it
before
and not
you open
forget
up,
to
but
do
it's
it.
just
You
a
must
really
do
long
it.
card.
Bris. The
And
mandatory
just
brother.
kinda,
It's
not
just as
modern,
strong.
looks old. It's just painted cinder block
Oh,
with
as
light
repeating
green
the
and
puzzle
dark
twice.
green.
It says the word
It
bris.
looked my
You
old
must
kindergarten or something.
do it.
It's this vast expanse, and is all of it
However, the
on
problem
the
is,
ground or in a mountain or?
It's kind of on the side
why
of
do
a
you say
mountain.
that the
Okay.
tire didn't
You
say
know,
twice?
it's so the hangars are right on the side, or it's a hill, I guess, however you want to describe
Well,
it.
it's kind of a
So
strong.
the hangars are there, and then the corridor is in the back of the hangars, so that gives you hangar access.
Now, if I show you the
And there were
puzzle, it's
9
going to be
hangars,
very,
so,
very understandable.
and they're fairly big, so that
Well,
explains why the corridors are so.
And so you're in there. You see this vast expanse. Then what happens?
We went to,
Ela,
Review
fala
the
agora tá com
briefings
ela.
first.
Sim, faz.
so that
Ela
was
fala
off
com
to the
ela.
right. We came in, there was a desk there,
Twice
somebody had already laid out all the
The tire did
the
repeat itself.
briefings, which were summaries of the projects going on. So they didn't go in depth,
A
but in
única coisa
case
é
your
que
project
não
connected to some of these in some way, you had
This
to
all
have a
possible.
brief
Yeah.
overview of what else was going on. Project Galileo was the first, the first briefing on there.
Also, you have been
And
moving
that was your project.
Yeah.
And then, but you had other briefings as
Sim,
well.
lembra quando
Yeah.
ela.
And that was project
Man, yeah,
Looking
feel
Glass
Looking Glass and
What else?
Sidekick.
and Sidekick. Okay.
Yeah.
And so I imagine you take most interest in
Sim,
Galileo, and then you also
Oh,
look through
okay.
Looking Glass and Sidekick.
Now we're going
is that
into
right?
it.
But Galileo dealt with the propulsion system of the craft.
Mhm.
And and the directives that
What
are
needs to be
given.
salted? Think maybe
There
you
were
have
two
to salt the
primary
water.
directives. Is one to duplicate the propulsion system or
Maybe it's
components
salt.
thereof
What?
with available materials, available earth materials. So,
You think
and
we'll call it?
directive two was to
You
be
also
able
call
to
the carbon.
remotely disable the operation of the system.
Hello, my.
And some, I don't know how it was worded. Somewhere the word "at all costs" was in there. So
My minimum usage are very above
that was
flavor.
really a high priority, but they wanted to. They certainly
So
wanted
this
to
is
duplicate it, but they really
try to
wanted
remember it because we
disable.
were
I do think that's an important
many
distinction
times here.
in the
It means that there's
mandate
other
of the program.
something else that
It's to not necessarily reverse engineer,
comes
but to
together with it.
parallel engineer, find
Shakarian
ways
boiled
to,
flavor love. In
terrestrial,
order to put the
Yeah,
meats
normal
on in the
prosaic
bath, you need
engineering,
water. You need to burn
build
water.
Yeah, or come up with a hybrid system, something. Yeah, I mean, that's
So
the
these
bottom
other
line.
things, that's culture.
We want to produce the effects this machine is having. So just do it.
Love flavor
and,
love.
Yeah,
have a
have
great
Wood
hand,
doesn't need
Just
wood.
do it.
which makes sense given the skill set they seem to take
Blood
interest in
doesn't
with
need
you,
wood.
because you are this
Meat
outside
needs
of the
wood.
box.
So what requires
You're not
salt?
this prim and prop traditional academic or
Something
something
you need wood.
that
So
who
when I
does
put
not
the meats on the bath, I have to salt it.
want to break rules, who might be extremely high IQ, but isn't
But
necessarily
what
rebellious the way they think within these sort of narrow confines they're given.
Yeah, they were just looking to come at
That
another
is my
angle, and
threat.
maybe we could.
What does the mincha do? What does the meat do?
uncover
The meats are
something.
left
And just for the audience, what is Sidekick and what is Project
To eat.
Class?
Sidekick
The
was the
Shirai,
weapon
yeah.
potential of the craft. The craft, if you're familiar with it, has three of the
It's
emitters.
one of the material. You put the
bottom
meats on
of
the
the
example.
garbage
So
trash
the
cans.
then the
And
kohen can eat.
They
The
send
shirai
out
is a matter.
gravity waves or whatever
Oh,
energy is, but
shematir.
excuse me.
So maybe any
Sidekick dealt with using those to focus a particle beam to stop it from diverging. So there was, it appeared to be, there was some sort of weapon potential.
being that allows
Like
you
a
to do
directed
something
energy
else
weapon.
would
Yeah, I
require.
think it was a particle weapon. So I don't know what the source was, but that's just what the
Salt,
briefing
for
contained
instance,
in it.
abidam,
And,
shematir. What about blood?
Are you given any other context before reading these documents?
No,
And when you're reading these documents, what's going through your
no.
Blood allows you to eat the rest of the
Some
carbo.
of the stuff in there was just
So what's the-
nonsense. I mean, and you wonder, was
So
this
look,
like a test?
Tamaloi man ma'amel chosef.
You know,
So
there's stuff like,
here's
you know, the
another
aliens
fourth.
had made 65
We're gonna remember that
corrections
this is
to,
one of the mutim. We have two
you
mutim
know,
today.
and the evolution of humans and things. And as Barry
And
explained to
ma'amel
me,
chosef.
um,
It has to be from a
he
mincha.
said,
The
look,
way
they keep everything classified here, but if somebody says something,
the mecha,
you know, and
you put salt on a
you're
mincha.
on
You
the
don't
great
put salt on
I said, yeah, they've got
blood.
a disc and alien craft
Okay.
to,
Yo,
you know,
okay,
down
mincha.
at the test site. They don't know where it
Foolish
comes
Mela.
from. But
Maybe they
everybody
should
that
put
they
the
give briefings
salt
or
on the
information
shirai.
to, they put unique nonsense information there.
Part also you
So,
see on the chart the
Like,
Shirayim
said
also.
anything, they, you
How
know,
do I
some kind of flying saucers down there, and aliens made 65 corrections. They go, Lazar's the guy. Yep, that.
Carbon.
So that's I think they put it in there to attach to a person. You know, we got this.
Where do you put the
They
salt?
make it
On
something
the carbon part,
enticing
not the
to say.
So you go through these
edible
briefings.
part.
What
That's not the
happens
carbon.
next?
On the part that goes
At
on
some
the
point,
bed.
I went to
Very little cut.
the nurse who it was the only female that was
Wait a
there.
minute.
She
Okay, so the thing on the
she
top
said,
left,
you know,
it's
we have to
the
do an
part.
allergen test, and
You're not allowed
they
to
had
do
a
a vinyl.
bunch
What
of
about top right?
samples from different
Little
materials. They
vinyl.
do
All right,
look great on my and they just
So a vinyl can buy you know the kriyacha.
you know,
Little
wait for a
vinyl and
reaction.
the
They
flour
gave me
come in one
something to
vessel.
drink, which is
How do you compare? So
supposedly
yes,
supposed to boost
that's
my
why.
immune system. It was a deep orange yellow
My man is a
color. I
vinyl,
think
you
it was
can buy
because
them
the
with
vitamin B was
that's
in there, and I could
Why
I
you
can
need
taste
salt.
that
We're
because
not
it's
allowed to
it's
sell a
really
vinyl public
nasty
reaction.
taste.
Oh, and it tastes like
Like vitamin,
So here, that's the question I asked in the
vitamin B
beginning.
solution. Okay, but it
And
did, but
you
it
do
also
with
had a
vinyl
pine taste to
by
it.
itself.
But
And the answer
anyway,
is
that
yes.
was that. I wasn't allergic to anything, as it turned out, and
I
eventually
could bring a
did
carbon,
go
I
in,
really
was
like
introduced to
carbon or
Barry,
vinyl.
who's
It's
gonna be my lab partner, and
interesting, but it's done.
you know, from what I understand,
In
I
the
was
whole-
replacing somebody that he worked with.
Well,
Clean
very
full of
like,
lava, you know?
Barry,
How do I know that
yeah,
if it
what
comes
you
by
described,
itself without
Barry,
it?
Barry was very
Well, it
enthusiastic.
also requires salt.
He was
Well,
really
right now,
happy
the
I
vehicle
was
back.
there. And
Whereas,
really
what
excited to show
about
me
the
stuff.
Lavina
But
that
clearly
comes
a
in the
lot
two
had been done
spoons
before I got there. Yeah. If this was
on
new,
the Lachem Apanim, on the
everything would be
Shulchan of Lachem
white,
Apanim?
right? Everybody would be in, you know, I mean, you always want labs and everything white in case you see a little speck of dust or a part fall somewhere you can
That's
identify
Paris.
it.
And I didn't know
Wouldn't
Paris
have,
itself
you know, wooden
means
lamp
salt.
or lab benches and things like that. You probably have people in full respirator suits if they're just beginning, but these guys have reached a point
There's no pizza, but
where
they
it was nonchalant, where they were
go straight
touching,
onto the Mizbeach.
you know,
That's
working
Chaim
with the
Mashiach and
stuff, and,
Sangodol.
you know, it really wasn't a thing as if they were taking apart a car engine. So they had made a lot of progress, and they weren't afraid of what they were working with. Although we were plenty afraid of
The Minchas
reactors.
Chavitim, half in the morning, half in the
and
afternoon.
you
Minchas
at no point were you like, this could be some like,
stuff
you know,
in a minute that comes together with the wine that comes with the
you know, I
Shabbat.
just wasn't clear too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, initially when I first saw it,
They
I went,
moved
oh,
it,
that's
they
what this
moved
whole thing's
and they
about.
moved
You
it.
know, it's just our new
The
fighter. And it looks
there,
like a flying
the Murim.
saucer. So that's why people
Like
believe
this,
in flying
the Murim,
saucers,
the
because they
Papa,
see
the
these
Rothschild.
fighters flying around. You know, but yeah, it became
I love the detail of it. Like
quickly
literally, like
obvious
what's
that that
real?
wasn't the case. Like we have no idea how the thing works. It does stuff that's physically
Very more
impossible,
culture.
and there's no country in the world can make something like that, or have
What's
the power
culture? So Rashi said something interesting. I wouldn't know.
It's inconceivable. So to, you know,
What's about Rashi?
to affect
He said
space and time.
because it bothers me right away. Look around because if you're talking about Katos and Ashram, so what
You know,
else is there? What other culture mothers that are not addressed by the Gemara?
who still could think maybe this was a U.S. object, something man-made, or something that they put there as a
Just
prop.
Katos,
So
it's
people
Ashram.
would
So
say,
what else
do
is
you
there?
think they were trying to deceive Lazar or other people and all that? Because I built it, there's one physical aspect of it that is impossible to build, period. 100% not
Nothing
possible.
else on the list.
Is it's
Oh,
as far
says
as
Rashi,
we
yeah,
have
there
to
is
consider it being a 52, almost 53
something
foot
list. The
diameter
Shlomim
craft.
they bring on
The
Shavuot.
main level, which is the level that Bob was able to access and at one
Very more
point
culture.
stand up in the
Very
middle
more
of that
culture.
main level
And also,
in the center of the disc. And there is
the
the
Shlomim,
that was
Paida,
been
they
witnessed
they
on the
all
bottom
require
of peak that is supporting column
fire salt.
holding
Very
that
more
53
You have
foot
the
diameter
bed.
floor. We have nothing.
Very oil, sorry, all the limbs of the oil, so all is like midnight that they need salt.
The first I've ever heard of that angle. That's really interesting. That's
Well,
right.
that's on the way, Mike. I call carbon contractor now.
Because of the thickness of the floor that we could see because of the
And that's the pulsing and somebody's screaming out. Maybe it was
we
Irish.
could see the thickness of the floor. Also, where the honeycomb hatchway is,
That
you can
even
see
when
the
you drink
thickness of
wood,
the floor.
a cold carbon contractor.
52 feet diameter. There
No,
is
you only
nothing
need
on
to
the
do
central
it.
support.
All right, they'll call you back to 9
Like this and make it potentially
Shabbos in
collapse.
Levina.
There's nothing.
How do I know that he
Nothing.
told on Levina about
That's a completely unique structural anomaly.
Yeah.
Brandy's Levina? She came by Imo the Kliyachot. We said the reason why the Levina needs salt.
Never even entertained that.
That's
How
fascinating.
do I know that Levina, the fragrance requires the salt? Oh,
100% true. Yeah. There's nothing that can do that.
Brian, they'll tell you now this is Levina.
What
Now,
is
but
the
it's
color
Levina.
of
She
the
came by
craft itself?
Imo the Kliyachot. Actually, tomorrow, why do I have to say this is because that comes in one clip? Okay, but I'm ready to make this. I can't
Luigi, we're talking about
the
this the
idea
other
if there's
It looks different
wood that burns it,
than it does far
that
away.
requires salt. So
Describe how
Savannah is burnt by the
Yes,
wood.
I wish
It
I
requires
could. I've
salt.
tried to
Polygon.
describe this a lot. And what's interesting is that my
Aim
friend Gene
carbon cloud. Well,
like
milk
kind of
cloud.
confidant at the time, and you know, I'd tell him about
So,
this stuff, and I said, you know, one of the
Baruch
weirdest
Hashem, we
things
don't have
is
to
if
say
you're
that this is
close to it, you know, it
zero
looks like
crowd
crap, and
when it comes
when
to
you
cloud about the
get
cloud
far away,
this year.
it doesn't look right. looks more like a cartoon. And so Luigi's spending 2.5 or 3 years modeling this, and getting it, and sure as hell, whatever they did.
A generalization. Third says carbon. Carbon to me, all these things they see over here.
When they take the camera and they put it in the hanger and look at it close up, it looks like it should. And if they back it off, it doesn't look the same. It looks so they were able to, whether intentionally or accidentally, kind of duplicate it. I mean, they've got the model so close
It can mean everything.
that it has,
a
it's
very
taken on some of
general-
the characteristics of the actual craft.
And
Generalized
there's a part of the
Muslim.
craft that you described
But
as
then
black
the Torah
and
says-
black. Is that right?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah, you know what they call the portholes
mincha.
around the top?
Only on
Sure.
a mincha you put salt.
I do not believe are portholes. You know,
That's
and I
right.
think there's a
So anytime you have a generalization, then
that goes around the top part of the
specification of
craft.
craft,
That's, we call that the insulator ring. Above that,
then
I have
what the
no
Torah is
idea
doing is
what's
saying,
in that top section,
forget the cloud.
but that's where
There's no
these
cloud.
small square / rectangular holes are around.
It's not
They
generalized.
are
It's
assumed to
very,
be
very
like some sort of
exact.
planar array where there is something similar to a computer in the top section, and those arrays determine whether it's looking at
But if the
starlight
Torah adds
or
another
whatever,
cloud afterwards,
it
then it
determines
opens
its
it up again.
place in space. But
The
they
reason
don't
why
look
there's a
black. They
crash
look
because
so
now
black.
I have where to focus. It has to be very
And
similar
then
to
it's
the
not
crash.
just Fanta black at all. They almost look like bottomless pits in there.
That
I
would
know
be
they're solid.
if
I
it's
mean,
only a
Barry
cloud
told
on
me
the
they're solid.
so right now.
I guess I don't know. Barry
Now we're
claimed
at a
they're
cloud on
solid,
the
so to be technical, I don't know for a
Let's go.
fact.
It's a carbon
but,
cloud.
I still think there's some kind of sensors, but that is some unusual material. And when you go in there and look at the craft, it's a real ominous, creepy
The word
feeling.
carbon
And a
is
lot of it is
general.
because of the black.
What's up, Tony?
It doesn't look right.
Did anybody else say
I'm
that?
Right.
It
So,
was
Episode is almost done.
He did
That's
say
I just
exact.
want to show
There's no
you.
generalization. It's very
Right.
specified.
was his word.
Mincha in
Looking at them.
What?
And just being in craft generally, was that like a kind of
Let
ubiquitous
me
thing?
go
Like,
back.
yeah,
We
that's
know
more like,
we
oh, I
removed
did that
the
thing.
whole
Show me
way
what
to
you
the
want.
product that we saw
Anybody, but
before.
it certainly was for me.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I will show
the first
something.
thing is,
And
boy,
you
that must have been
This is
master
the
me.
same.
This is
It has to be only on the. And that's the only
okay.
Hello.
thing that requires so.
But my face.
So I'm like, whoa. So no,
Okay.
you got to
So-
put in the deposit.
okay, so-
Buncha,
This is
There we
the
go.
episode, yes?
so it's
Okay.
This
carbon
is the
mincha
episode, yes? You are talking.
carbon. Oh, carbon. All types of carbon.
And now, is that cup?
So now it brings everything
Is
back
that
in.
cup?
Just what?
Is it good?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
Something similar to
Yeah, that
the
seems fine.
carbon similar to the prat, which is a mincha. So what do you do? A carbon
And you like this and like
Yeah, the dawn knows
this,
the
three
prat.
minutes you
So-
were looking like this. So yeah, that is going to be like the capsule.
You have this generalization of both sides of the sandwich. So you have to take the middle thing, the
Yeah, so like if you don't mind, I will gonna have that.
That seems
very
fine.
specific thing
So
called
like
the prat.
if you don't mind, I will gonna have that. Because that's the other side
And we learn from
doesn't
that to the
have
general category.
doesn't
The
have
law is
like
not
some
private.
like if you know from like Tapka or something like that. Other side doesn't have
We're still
Okay.
in that thing
or
over
like that. I can't find it. Or visual. Or
Okay.
I can't find it.
the wood. Is wood that burns because of it. Allah. So everything in the cloud has to be so. Yeah, that's why Yoshi put the fires over there. There's wood burning. If there's wood burning, you have a carbon that needs wood to burn, then it requires salt.
Good news is Jessica is coming back.
Eitzen,
Good no season 2.
listen.
It's just
Then
it's
you
coming
have
back.
wood.
What's
and
coming back for season 2?
It requires salt. So now let's go back to a different
Chess
question.
league.
Same
My
question.
league about chess. My league about
That's
chess.
great.
If I bring the
So
carbon that
yeah,
is wood,
so yeah,
wood requires wood. Probably not. Then why? Then I shouldn't have to salt it. Only something that requires wood. The Gemara is going to say on days that wood requires
so
wood.
chess league is coming back.
So you bring a pile of
I
wood.
have one question.
Go ahead.
You're not
Did
lighting
you-
it. You light
Did you
underneath it.
ever
You light
praise
the
your
wood.
words? Did you ever praise sport? Like
Football,
football,
and therefore,
Yeah,
wood requires
I've
salt.
played golf, basketball, soccer, football,
Levina,
tennis, racquetball, squash, swimming.
You know, it's an interesting thing what's going on here. The Gemara says that since blood
nice.
Hold on. Running.
In the streams?
comes together with something else,
It's too hard because I have to hold a camera.
that the Nesachim
Yeah. But like, do you ever go back to like be in the shape or something like that?
Yeah.
In the shape or something like
So later, they go together, and therefore, to require salt.
How
Just
tall
like
are you?
Levina,
How
5'9" and 3/4.
the Levite.
Okay, so you are telling me that you are not that.
And that's
Okay.
why it requires salt. So, two,
Okay.
the suffering that come because of the blood should also
Nice. Very nice.
so, oh,
Nice. Very nice.
no. Talking about they more with us. When something don't come, the wine doesn't come because of the blood. The wine comes together with the imur. My timer. Makes sense. Achilu shtia. There's wine and there's meat. Like that's what we eat on Shabbos. There's achilu and the shtia.
What is your favorite? What is your dream to collab with someone in streams or with like general?
I want to do a
person.
I want to do a 24-hour stream with Joe Rogan and a bunch of comedians, and we have a sleepover, and we play video games and like eat pizza and drink beer and stuff.
Person.
And you have the simcha that you got a kapara.
I want it to be on the Joe Rogan experience.
Drink wine, just bring wine. It's like part of the simcha.
And do you have some streamers? And do you have like streamers? Maybe tomorrow place or this kind of guys.
Yeah, I mean, Aiden Ross has been in my stream, so it'd be cool to meet him IRL. Dr. Disrespect's been in my stream, so that'd be cool. Mr. Beast would be cool. Sniper Wolf would be cool. Like all of them. Like I've created clips of like every streamer ever, basically. At least every one on Kick. So all those people would be cool.
That's why you need salt. That's the more of him or my problem.
Okay. Next time I will go on stream on Rambo and Cake and operate on Twitch.
and
Can we like do
Twitch.
can you write something on
Can you write something
And also,
What do you want?
some call
oh,
or something like that?
What do you want?
Maybe you need two things. Maybe
What
it's
do
not
you
enough that it just comes with work.
I cannot hear you.
It comes with work, but it also
Inside
semantics. So maybe you need two things.
Okay, what did you say?
I don't know. How about musicians?
I was saying when I'm gonna have stream on the stream on Lambo or something like that. Can we do like something together or something like that?
Like something,
I mean, what do you want to
something
do?
like that.
You
I don't know, just talking.
It's also
Maybe, I don't know, just
something
talking. I need to know how to do it and this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you stream, just come in here and then you have somebody on your stream as well.
anything that doesn't have these two
Yeah.
things. Nah,
That's
it's going on.
that's
This.
that's
Dude, man, we call
That's
that
true.
call. Below my
that's
album,
true.
this.
That's
Blood
That's true.
is just a matter. If there's no wood, the blood then has one.
because
So then, if
because it's hard to
Oh,
do like
okay.
streaming.
Because
It's not hard, but it's
automatically
more easier to do
It's
like
not
with
hard,
some.
but it's more easier to do like with some.
Exactly. So you come in here and then you just do your stream, and then if you want to talk, we can talk, and then that's on your stream. And if you want to show your camera, you can. If you want to focus on your audience, you can. But then you have real people to talk to, and then you have your chat.
Obviously, it's not about.
Yeah. I will gonna definitely because
Two versus one.
because
Otherwise,
I want to like to redo it. I want to have try because I think it's good to know how to talk to camera.
Because I think it's good to
Well,
know
I'm cool.
It's like mass. I'm like this because it's fun and it's like fully
it's like
so we do it for sure.
Okay.
We learn from the positive mama because of
You don't need headset.
It's only
You don't need headset.
Do I need a headset?
Do you need like 1 hour before I'm gonna tell you like this is streaming and this because before talking here
you don't need
and
to
I don't know if maybe that like some people talking it's like good for Twitch.
It makes sense.
If you know.
Logically, they should have solved.
Yeah, I mean, people know I'm streaming in here, and generally, if they think that, if I think that they're saying something inappropriate, I do my best to say, hey, you can't talk about that or something. But usually that only has to do with like really serious subjects. So
Change the what everybody else has.
generally, I mean, I can't say 100% of the time, but 99.999% of the time, no one's going to say anything in here because they know I'm streaming. So if they know it's okay that I'm streaming it, then it should be okay for you to stream it.
True. That's true.
Yeah.
Iron.
You know, I have here
We don't even.
I don't want.
So we don't
I see my friends on my like from schools. On my like from friends or school, my classmates. I don't want to see these streams or these YouTube videos or like on
All this
or like me talking, but like on people
like me
I
talking, but
don't know.
like in the
It don't matter.
Yeah, I'm like that too.
This. No,
I think a lot of people are like that.
Guy breathing cool. Wood carbon. No, I think that's later. It's later also. No, let me show that later. I have to show later.
So a little later today, I'm going to teach a class which is going to take about 2 hours. So I don't know when you're going to stream or whatever, but if I'm unavailable, I'll still be in here. It's just I won't be able to focus on you.
So I'm saying, you have to.
So
You have to salt up these limbs. Why? Because they have 6 things that are similar to.
Like, if you're gonna have
I'm gonna have my birthday. I'm gonna have my birthday.
You have to burn the limbs with wood. Just like
Okay.
Ishin Kamaisa, you need
so, and I will
fire.
be 22.
Oh,
Then
and
Fire
I will be
Kamaisa.
22.
I will go.
22. I
Okay.
will go.
Outside of the Heichal, but sometimes
I was hoping for more altruism.
I was
gonna be
hoping
like,
for
yeah,
more
let's go, Tony.
altruism.
You're not all, please,
different
but
because blood is inside.
You're not all.
Yeah.
It's just
I was hoping for
as you get
more.
older, birthdays don't become that important. You recognize that it's just another rotation around the sun. That's life. And it's not a big birthday. 22 is not a big birthday. If you were turning 18 or 20 or 21 or 30 or 40, okay, yeah. But 22 is just kind of like whatever. And you've got to, and it's not close to your birthday. Your birthday's still 40 days away. If you were like, my birthday's tomorrow, oh, great, congratulations, like happy birthday. But you got to, that's not the right focus. Like, I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. You should always be aware when your birthday is. But it's like, you can't expect other people to get excited about your birthday that happens in 40 days. That's not a big deal.
So, she came magic in my blood is a matter.
You got me, okay? You got me. Internet, he got me.
There you go.
He got me.
There you go. Even if it were this month, I'd be like, oh, okay, cool. But it's like, it's next month and 10 days. It's like, all right, I mean, it's on my radar, but it's not like, it's not even this month. So, I'm happy for you, though.
It's not even next month. It's like next month.
Exactly. So it's like, okay, I mean, it would be like me saying like, oh, my birthday's in 5 months or whatever. Okay, would you want me to get excited about that? Like, it's not that close is what I'm basically saying. So if you wanted me to get excited about it, then keep in mind it should be a little closer. And then also, I didn't know if you were going to tell me something like, and I plan on doing something and something and something. Like, oh, okay, cool. Like you were just like, in 1 month and 1 week is my birthday. And I'm like, okay, and like, is there more to it? And you're like, well, I thought you'd be excited for it. It's like, that's 40 days away. So it wasn't as much that I wasn't. Do I what?
What?
Go ahead.
Do you do some parties for some birthday? Birthday? You do?
Yeah, I've had like we celebrate people's birthdays in here if they want. Some people don't. Like I celebrated my. Okay. All right. Well then come in here not 40 days before. And then like the people who we'll sing happy birthday to people and such, and if they want. There are some people who don't want to make a big deal out of their birthday, and that's cool. For my birthday, just it depends. I mean, I treat it like a normal day. It's not like anything life changing. This year, I made a a special video that I basically was undertaking a project in addition to the project that I currently do, where I wanted to teach a class on Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism, at least one class per day for the rest of my life. And so I've been doing that now for 148 straight days. And so like that has a significant impact on my life this year. That's the class I'll teach later today. But I mean, really, what do you want me to do about it? It's not like I can I'm to you in person where I can be like, hey, we're gonna go out to dinner for your birthday, or we're gonna go on vacation or something for your birthday. It's like I want you to celebrate it. I want you to have a good day. And if you come in here, we'll sing you happy birthday, or we'll do something and whatever. But it's like it's just a day. And you'll find as you get older, especially now that you're not like in your teens, birthdays just come run together. Like they're big when you're a kid. Hey, it's your 8th birthday. Great job. Like, okay, that's cool. Because you've only ever celebrated 8 birthdays. But now you're going to be celebrating 22. And it's like, okay, you're an adult. There isn't really a highlight of the 22nd birthday, at least not in the United States. Like when you turn 18 in the United States, you're considered an adult, and that's big. You can go to the movies and do some other things. When you're 21 in the United States, you can drink. That's big. If you were like, hey, I turned 21 in 40 days or whatever, I'd be like, oh, that's cool. Do you have plans? And you'd be like, oh, yeah, I'm going to go out with my friends and we're going to go get drunk or whatever. Okay, that's cool. I mean, just be safe or whatever. But 22, you could already do all that kind of stuff. And you'll find as you get older, birthdays just don't resonate. You've done it before. It's just a sign of experience.
Okay, so I understand, but like on my very free birthday, you will be famous and this.
Yeah, that'll be a big deal. That'll be a big deal, but let's one step at a time, basically.
I know. But internet, he got me. He got me.
There you go.
He got me. So.
As your birthday comes up, though, if you remind me, there's something to get excited about, but not when it's not even this month, and it's it's 40 days away. So is it in July? Exactly. Is it in July? Oh, that's a good birthday, though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like
well, sort of. The solstice is technically the start of summer, which is June 21st, and at least in the United States, the start of summer is usually Memorial Day weekend, which is this weekend. But what it is the start of is the fiscal year in business. So a lot of business calendars start on your birthday.
Shalom. I brought a korban.
So that's cool. And it's the start of the month, which is cool too.
Either like this one, that one, forget this one. Go to sleep.
All right. Well,
I don't know why.
okay. Well, I mean, your age is relative. To a classroom of first graders, you are old. To a classroom of elderly people, you're not old. It's just relative. And especially with mind uploading technology and life extension technology and perhaps age reversal, 22 is just a number. In the future, your cellular age may be younger than it currently is right now. It is true. So it's
you need wood to burn the wood. You can't just bring wood.
So it's like
the problem is,
and I think about that, like
This-
You know, however old you may be, it's just a number. If life extension technology and mind uploading technology and age reversal are a thing, then it's
So over here, Rabbi says
it's not like what it once was.
Says Gemara,
Like,
okay,
death was imminent and a destiny for so many different, for everyone. But there may be a way around it now. And if there's a way around it, then
now we have Etzem, so there's a whole long round.
age is just a number.
That we have. You remember. We have Alman Chos. I told you guys to remember Chos. We have this one. You know, the klal of Radu klal. That's a meal. But if you're going to remove wood, which requires salt,
That's true.
so what's the
That's
second
true.
meal?
That's good. They're my 25. I am still young.
What's the second one?
Yeah, I mean, people might consider you to be a young adult until maybe at least 30.
That I already took out from Malnu Chasecha. So now what do I do with the Klal of Radu klal? Says Gemara,
And you are 30?
You are
No, I'm 40.
30.
The Sachem, wine doesn't need salt. How do I know that part? The
It's
second meal.
very interesting.
That's
It's not. I bet your parents. It's not. I bet your parents are 40. Do you say to them, "That's very interesting"? No, it's just it's an age.
Things that don't require salt: wine,
Yes.
yes.
blood,
Okay.
wood, and potatoes.
No.
Gemara Mani,
They don't-
you
they don't-
ready?
They know the same.
That's okay. No big deal.
So you are
So
you are basically how
you are basically how-
I'm 40 years old. You can refer to me in any way you want. I'm here to help you. I have a lot of knowledge that I've gleaned over the last 4 decades of life.
I'm not saying bad. I'm not saying bad.
I'm not saying bad. I'm not saying bad.
Yeah.
And then I goes on to say the different Tana that says that we can finish tomorrow.
When this conversation is going to be in 1,000
When-
years,
When
this equals to 1,000 years,
you'll be like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Well, and then perhaps at that time we will be 1,040 and 1,022 years old, and we'll be like, "Wow, remember we were just babies."
Good.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, true.
Do you have age when
You
you
have
when you want to have kids?
When you want
Or
to
when
have
it
kids,
comes to around this?
or
When it comes around, but I've always felt that I wanted to be like 50 when I wanted to have children. I always wanted to be older. I felt that I wanted to be established and have knowledge. I did not want to be a young father. That was something that I absolutely wanted to avoid. I felt that I wanted the maturity. The older I could wait, the more knowledge I could bestow upon my children, and the better they would be. I can think of myself at age 20.
and like
Age
age
52,
52,
53.
53.
I mean, I don't really focus on those
And
things.
I understand.
And
But like in
I understand.
my mind,
But
right,
like
I want to have
in
kids
my
by
mind, right,
30.
I want to have kids by 30.
Because I
32,
want to
33.
have kids when I
Good morning,
Because
accomplish my goals and my dreams.
Okay.
Because
With
when
my
you have
goals
kids,
and my dreams.
you are on them.
You are focused on them more.
I agree with you.
Mordechai,
If you
so we have a machlokes here whether or not wood
I agree with you.
is a carbon, not a carbon. What else? You put salt on wood, you put salt on blood. So it says like this: the sign. Kabel from Aval. Aval Yain Bahadam Ba'etim Akhiris, Ain Tunamela. So here we have a Manda Omar, we have a Bryce that says that these four things don't have salt. That's different than what we learned yesterday. Eighteen, we said it needs salt.
So that's why I want to have kids. So when I have kids, like I said, the kids is very big responsibility, and yeah.
But if you bring wood carbon, it requires salt. Salt that are above hold and Aquarius, when you bring
Do you? I am the man from Republic or first
Where
People from Czech Republic.
every day you have to bring the colors. According to Rabbanon, you need to put salt on the colors.
Okay, that's nice. Okay, that's nice.
Does Gemara, who does this price go according to Isano?
Yes.
The tiger of Shmuel, but no, you should just on the break or man.
Do you think it's here more guys from Europe or more guys from USA and Asia? More guys from
Definitely United States.
So even if you do, there's no such thing.
Africa's really big too. We've had some people from Australia,
So let's say you're new.
certainly Europe, Asia, definitely India, everywhere in the world, Canada, United Kingdom.
Carbon, you should put salt. Now, carbon, you can eat
But
all the items
generally
you do
places
there.
where they speak
So
English.
why not? Bird, it could be flour, it could be meat, it could be wood, it could be all sorts of things. But then the Torah says no.
is ever happened that woman here
Carbon
was
is a
like
miracle.
flirting with you?
Not that.
Flirting with me? Yeah, I've gotten people to flirt with me. Sometimes women come in here and just openly masturbate, and
Everything else.
it is what it is.
Stop right over there.
Like,
Then the only carbon
Like they
that
turn their
requires
camera
is
on
to be a miracle.
and they look at me in the camera and they masturbate.
The Gemara told us that we keep on going. The Prophet says, "I'll call
that ass,
I'm not kidding. I wouldn't joke about something like that. It's happened.
There's a general carbon.
They're streamers or OnlyFans girls. They're streamers or OnlyFans girls or whatever, and they get horny and they recognize that I'm always online and there's something attractive about that, and then they just turn their camera on. They're absolutely naked, and I mean it's one of the reasons why you have to be 18 to be in here. And then they masturbate, and then they go on their way, and it's like, all right, that's what you want to do now.
What's the problem we're talking
my.
There's a certain power in being and recording your life. I mean, I'm not saying it's a lot of power, but some people find it very attractive.
Because anything that's a food item,
That's a vibe. That's a vibe. That's wow. Wow.
touches it. Wow. Susceptible to
Okay, serious a question. Should I do OnlyFans, but should I post my podcast there?
The person certainly thought that.
Yeah, you should put your podcast everywhere that it can be
Okay, serious
heard.
a question. Should I do OnlyFans, but should I post my OnlyFans? Here we go.
Okay, OnlyFans, here we go.
These people have no say, oh my God.
Yes,
Say, oh my God.
This is the outer Mizbeach. This right over here is the inner Mizbeach. A minchag goes on the outer Mizbeach. So that
That's
something that goes only on the outer Mizbeach. The kabel totally goes on the side.
That's
But I think honestly, doesn't have to be
So
like
what is that?
sexual, no?
No, they have
It
comedians.
can be like no.
No, they have comedians on there. They have people who don't show any nudity. A lot of celebrities go on there. They're trying to branch out to be less adult and more of just a platform.
This man on my whole. That wood does not require salt. Why? It's not without a tumor. Strictly creates.
Let's go. So yeah, I'm gonna
everybody knows it now.
But just a piece of eight, a piece of wood. It's a firewood. It's not a tumor.
I don't want to be like
bro.
We're looking for that's the price station. There's wood, blood, Tyrus. And what's the third one? The fourth one? Wine. Why is it that wine?
Should I put my name like my safety and
like my safety and for
if my colleague
or my friends.
I mean, if you're not naked, then what's the big deal?
Those two
that's why. Okay,
that's why.
They have like a little cup on the top.
Internet, don't judge me, okay?
Internet, don't judge me, okay?
My man, it's just skin.
It's
But the point is, they put it on this map. And you don't put it on the fire. It's a fire that's a Why is Tyrus not one of these? Shena on his Mizbeach HaChitzai. Tyrus goes on the Mizbeach HaPnimi. Inside the Heichal, there's a golden Mizbeach, and you put the Tyrus there every day, and therefore it doesn't require salt, because it's not similar to the Mincha. But yes, you burn it. Yes, it's a Kabbalah. But it doesn't go on the outside of the Mizbeach. It doesn't require salt.
Amazon save.
So what do we have until now?
I don't have my name anymore.
That's my name anymore.
Whether or not
That's
wood requires salt.
Okay.
So Rabbi holds wood is a carbon, like Yoshi did. So you bring a carbon of wood. Wood requires wood to burn it. You take the wood, you put it on top of other wood, the burning wood. You take salt, you sprinkle it on. These are chidushim g'daylim. You never dreamed of thinking. First of all, you didn't know that you could bring wood as a cart. And then if you bring wood as a cart, you sprinkle salt on it. Yes.
That's right.
That's absolutely
We learned it to bring Levine as a carbon. Okay. Continuing. Now. We have another nice sugi now about blood. And here, I asked the question before shear, as we started shear, how can you drink blood? Regular blood, that you wouldn't be over cars. Maybe you're not allowed to drink it like that. Probably not. But you're not over the cars, the big cars. Now, that's the Gemara. We had this whole word Alman Chosecha that helps us that blood doesn't get salted. A lot of people have Aminadam Leboimel. I was thinking salt the blood. That's a good. What in the mouth? But how could you salt blood? Once you salt blood, you ruin the blood, and once you ruin the blood, you can't use it as a kapara. You can't sprinkle on his back. It's ruined blood. Give the mouth. And I'm going to throw his back.
Jesus Christ, bro. Jesus.
If you take blood and you cook it, you're not over the chorus. Cook blood, you hear this? So here's a way out. You should have answered had you known that cook. There's another way. There's another way. If you add salt to it, you're not over, says Rashi right over here. And he says it here, it's just underlining. Says Rashi. When you add salt to blood, it's like as if you boiled it. And when you boil it, it loses its properties of blood, and therefore it's not really it's not something you can spray on his back. So why do I need a puzzle to tell me that you shouldn't put salt in the blood? When you add salt, you ruin it. Rabbi Yehuda today, Omar, another side halacha, not to get to us, but we're going to finish it off. When you have any limbs of the animal that you put on the grill first, before you're supposed to put the meat of the carbon. Directly on the thigh without ever grilling it. But when you grill it, you do that first. That ruins it because the aroma comes out of it at that point. Now the same moment. Oh, so the couch is like this. Why do you need a pulse of this? Say that you don't put salt in blood. Bloody. The salt, blood that has salt is not. Good blood. You can't throw it in. You can't even drink it and you're not over chorus. So what do you need a special positive to say you shouldn't put salt in the blood? It's obvious you can't put salt in blood. Now the same. The Rambam even says that the yoitz of the mitzvah of salting. One granular or whatever it's called, 1 grain of salt. 1 grain of salt to be yaitza. That's yaitza zayt. Okay, so you put more. The bottom of the Amud is going to say how. How much salt? But if you put a little bit in, then you didn't ruin it. It's still available for the mizbeach. So I would think that you should salt. Also blood, very little, just to be not to do it in a way that it's still kosher to sprinkle on the vest. That if you eat that blood, you're chayiv kares, but at the same time, you're young to the mitzvah of salting by putting a little tiny bit. I think that, and that's why I need a puzzle to say they shouldn't even put a little bit. We just learned over in Chanina Dam Shibishli in Yovel. Just learn. If you cook up the blood, you boil the blood, then you're not over kares. Yosef Rabbi call Amar Lo Lo Shmaito. And Rabbi says this so. Reitzi Abayo, Abayo Sivan Kasha. Ikvot Adom Ba'Cholov. So what's the lashon of this? So Rashi says, "Mamshech Kisron Hashem." Kafu Sahaymos, he says. It's from the lashon of Kafu Sahaymos. This week's parasha. It means that it boiled up. Hikvos Adam Ba'Cholov. That the blood is congealed. It's like a solid form. Gala, mamish gala. Here, I'll show you a little bit of video. That's really, it belongs here. This is geschmack stuff. Chassidim would have a tie with this. Chocolate box. Oh. This is for the Gemara for later, so we're not going to show it later. Basically, the Gemara says later you can take the nosan. It's like the mamish thick. You can put it. I don't know what the background noise was. Is it cricket? Oh, shots, okay. The glitch in AI. This is a bigger tradition. The Torah says you shouldn't eat chaylev, you shouldn't eat fat. So what if you liquefied the fat? You boiled it up and it became like a liquid. Maybe that's not what the Torah says. The Torah says you shouldn't eat. But you drink it with a straw. Chayav, you're still chayav. Akopar, it says that if you boil up blood, you're chayav. So why are you telling me that if you boil up blood, you're potter? Zero says boil up blood, potter. And here he says mafurish, hikvot sadam b'cholik, that you boiled it up and you ate it up. Then you ate it. You're still chayav. It says more like kashio, kanshik b'chulu, or kanshik b'chama. There's different ways to heat it up. If you heat it up with a fire, it'll never go back to where it was. If you heat it up in the sun, then it would, as the Gemara explains right away, it never goes back to the original consistency. You're right. Right now, you can't eat it. It's not drinkable. It's congealed. You wait a few hours, or go back to its original form. As the Gemara,
Hi, Mr. Chris.
we have a concept.
Yeah. I'm still waiting because the side job I have, it starts tomorrow.
The one
But I'm trying to see if I can. I'm still trying to see what the requirements are because I was looking for another.
If this blood is not available for the for 2-3 hours in the afternoon.
I added you on this account because that second account got disabled. So I added you on this one, my main account. But
they can never be available. Yeah. So you're gonna wait until
I'll message you in case I have like.
Again. Look back to its original form. It's too late. Right now you can't use it. So right now it's also it's never. It's never good blood. It'll never become good again. Somebody has to reveal it. Money has to reveal it. That requires the holy mouth. Blood that conceals and you ate it. What's that? Listen to this. Even though. In 2 hours from now, it's going to be liquid again. Right now, you ate it as gala. You paused it. Ishti. Rabbi didn't know what to say. Bam kasha. No, Rabbi was choices. Rabbi Yochanan is the raya that once it's pushed off, it's pushed off. Why did Rabbi say that? There's a difference between if it became boiled in the sun or boiled on an oven. That boiled in the sun, it's going to go back. Eventually, it's going to go back to its form, but it's too bad. When it comes to culture, let's say you have a mizbeach that's missing a chunk of it, right? We saw one little chunk. You can't bring in carbon. Then the guy comes and repairs it. Too late. The carbon is garbage. Why? Because once you put it on this bath for 1 minute, even if you repair it in this bath later, it's infant. Big nafkamina between. You know that? I'd rather take it out.
Yeah, from an outsider, it might be, but no, when you're really there, it wasn't exciting. It was really frightening.
And he walked around what
looked
like the cockpit of this thing.
Doesn't make sense for it.
First you can't just walk in. It's much smaller and narrower than you think. You have to crawl in, and you really can't stand up until you're almost right in the center. So it doesn't it's really all about usable space. Even if you're a small creature, there's a lot of unusable space somewhere. Because everything seemed to have a critical function to it. I'm sure there was nothing for decoration. There's a reason to have all that space and the reason the craft is shaped like that. But there were three things that looked like
that means a regular hot you bring all year long and you eat it, even though it's congealed.
Rectangular smooth objects in there. There were three of those. We know those to be the amplifiers. They work with the reactor that amplifies.
Like we saw in this video right over here,
gravity wave channeled to the emitter, which is right under the amplifier. Again, we just called the seats because they look like seats. I think it would be funny if it turned out that they were not seats at all. Yet another component we just knew nothing about.
Bob always found it to be really weird that when the waveguide is applied,
it doesn't have to be springable because the part says the
guys, they're looking out. There's one of the archways that become transparent, so he believes that maybe that is where they're looking.
But this guy here
It's
is
not
staring
fluid.
at a pipe.
The archway becomes transparent is so they can see.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so interesting. I never
It's
thought
like
I made that
you take
connection.
it. But how about keeping the zero? You can actually
There's a
take it like you
screen.
take.
Like the blue screen with the symbol.
With the Korean language, yeah.
And then I've always thought, and I thought maybe they all become transparent. Maybe the whole arch, like the
You take
whole,
a piece
all the
of
archways
bread.
can become transparent. Why would it only be
Take
one?
a
It's
piece
so
of
dark.
blood in the ceiling. You put it on
And
the.
he saw translucent,
However, the Catholics have
like,
used that color
almost
if it can deal
Korean
with
looking
the inner habits, like the habits
symbols.
you
Is
know you
that
put
right?
Yeah, I saw the wall become translucent, and at some point saw some kind of what I would call symbols.
Or let's say parallel double, the inner one, the go
in a three-dimensional way.
on this is there. And then you get that puzzle. That's the difference between the inner and the outer. Why? Because the color was used up. It has to be fluid.
It was just like it was a
Has to be liquid. You have to be able to drinkable. All right, come on.
Yeah, he was
I
explaining it to me yesterday
you
because
can't don't
he
get finger
explained
in
it
it, then
actually
spray it.
better yesterday than before he produced it, and you were saying it looked almost like a projection.
Robert, Robert cell
It
phone.
wasn't a projection or it was on something. It was just a three-dimensional thing in the air.
The thing with Catholics of media is that Holy Chaos is no difference between inner and outer.
Describe the day that you saw this thing fly.
It was already.
Holy connected over Catholics of since.
Barry and I were in the lab, and then Dennis came in and he said, "Hey, why don't you guys come? We're doing a test flight."
And the outer one,
this is great. So we go out to the lab door, right into the hangar. It was
the
already
inner one is the same. You have to work blood and blood.
sitting on the ground. And shortly after we got
Hello,
out
Mr.
there,
Aquarius. How are you?
I did notice there was a radio, and I mentioned
You
this
know,
in the
thankfully.
movie, a VHF radio.
What's good in your world?
Communication, so it
Tam Hamor Shikora, the color side, the donkey blood, which obviously can't bring a donkey as a carbon.
Just the same thing.
All right.
Just the
And
same
it's
thing.
congealed, and you ate it, you're kind of why? Because
Remember Jason doing it. I talked to Jason just now.
Yeah, I heard.
it's
Glad that Jason's back. I sent you a message when I saw him. And
You did, I know. I wasn't knowing. I'm sorry.
you're good. That's not on you.
it's
Are
available.
Right.
you did you try Clapper?
And as a congealed form, it's also so too.
I didn't start Clapper yet. Good, I ain't trying to get banned like you.
Congealed
Okay,
form
well,
of
I mean,
donkey blood, it's also.
I don't think you'll get banned.
And there's a lot of
Some
people don't
spy
go
on
on
the
that.
side. She says, I don't
stay.
understand. It's unfortunate.
They don't stay. They leave like you get 5 and you go back down to 3. It's like you don't stay.
Yeah, but you're a woman, and women usually on social media do better than men.
Oh, so when you jump in a
I don't have no videos on that.
Neither did I. I mean, literally, I just created my account and hit go within 1 minute. I didn't even have my profile set up or anything yet, and it'll get you people.
Let's see. I ain't looking like that, but we're gonna see what they're talking about. All right, start live. Before you go live,
there's certain things that are.
Yeah. Okay. Looking like that. Let's see.
They cause
Let's see. Yeah. No, I'm looking at mess. Okay.
barrier, implication, whatever the word is.
Let's see. Verses to no, I look at mess. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, they do verses to me. Verses on here. Let's see.
They're not communicating between the start scroll and then do what? That would be not good. We're clothing. So it says here that if it's blood on your hand, it happens. Sometimes you have a wound, you're bleeding on your hand. the blood comes onto your hand. So if it's dry blood, then that would be a real katitza. But what about if it's liquid still? It's still moist.
Everybody over there, what's going on? Everybody over there, what's going on?
So more that's a bomb question. It says the word blood.
Nobody came in.
What did I do?
And honey and milk, the patient poison. If you're dried off, that's a real katitza. Oh, that's what it was. I guess this is this is honey. This one. Go back. No, this one go back. Go over here. Go over here. Wow. Oh, there we go. I guess this is honey. This will be dried up mash. Now I get it. It says before that if it is moist, no katitza. Why is it? You say it's moist. You katitza like that. Oh, sorry. You're different. It's sticky or not sticky. Says Rash is sticky. If you touch it, it's in your way. There's like a little stream that's sticky. You know that little sticky. String. So if it's sticky, that's a katitza. Not sticky, then it's literally like just a. It's like water almost. It's not real katitza. Next sugya.
Hello. No, you cannot see my belly button. No, you cannot see my belly button. Send me a gift. Send me a gift. Give me a gift first. Send me a gift.
We had this
Yeah, we do. I made 50 cents in 20 minutes yesterday.
How much salt? I've always say how much salt. So the word to be now, we're going to try to understand what it means. But in general, it means a lot of salt. You gotta.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate it. No, thank you. I appreciate it. No. There you go. That's how you get it.
I want you like some of these will show you.
I'm not gonna get banned down here. I'm not gonna get
like
banned down here.
You know what? Like
thank you, Daniel.
Hello. No, not that much. Just maybe and salty water, which is really diluted. Oh, and it says, you should bring salt. Oh, they never rest. What does that mean? Yes. This is salt that comes off the ocean.
Do I have any
Especially
questions? I can ask me some questions. Do I have any questions? I can ask me some questions.
And it never rests. 7 days a week, it's bringing the salt. The water goes out to the shore.
I don't even know what this means.
Evaporates and then the leaves go to the salt piles up over there. Actually said it's very thin. It's dark. Okay.
No. I need to get an admin. No. I need to get an admin.
Versus salt that you have to mine.
No,
you have to
not
mine
gonna
the
get my
salt.
shirt off. Sorry, no, not gonna get my shirt off. Sorry, Mike. Not taking my shirt off. Sorry. Not taking my shirt off. Sorry. Hello, Pookie. Hello, Pookie.
This is salt that comes out of at the ground after mine, and that's not melach she'inishivesses. It's not.
I don't know what this means. Yeah, I wish you can translate. Translate it. Yeah, I wish you can translate. I always show women.
From the word takra is that any type of soil.
I'm gonna get ready to remove y'all. Y'all gotta get my translate. I always show women.
Even if you import it from another country, it's large and massive. You gotta use it even.
Out of here. Wish I some verse.
And this is difficult for the Rishonim.
Wish I some verse.
Issue is there to solve something on Shabbos. Now we know there's a halacha of salting hides on Shabbos. That's ibud, but there's no issur to salt food. Food is definitely no issur. Fish or salt on Shabbos. So the Rashi. It says perhaps it's talking about the oila. The oila is not food. The oila.
Thank you.
Is like Shem goes on the
Jorge,
and to
hello.
salt that.
Jorge, hello. Hello.
Might be an issue.
Kristen, hello.
But they discuss.
Kristen, hello. Francis, SK013, hello. Francis, SK013, hello.
Even if the salt, this is a cookish, I don't know, a lot of people in the room.
Hello. Everybody, hello.
I would ask people in the room. Can salt become common?
Hello. Rabbi, you in here?
The answer is yes.
No.
It's a food item, it can
Rabbi, you
become
in here?
my
Listen, hello, Michael, hello.
Hello.
Listen, hello, Michael, hello. Happy, hello.
Nothing for Nenu can tell him that this. Maybe.
Hello. Jeremiah,
You
hello.
should.
Strike hello.
Pile it on. That's the lesson we use.
Jeremiah, hello. Strike hello.
I'm going to buy you the
Larry, 01892, hello. Larry, 01892,
The word
hello.
to be named with the lotion of
Hello, everyone. He goes down and comes up.
To be named is lotion Tevin. So it says, get banana, you should put the Tevin in there. It's not Tevin. Hello, Rabbi. The word Tevin means to build, like a building. The word it should say even then we should build, not Tevin. You know, pile. That's what he said. We pile it up. A bunch of piles of salt. Put a little flavor, like understanding, like
Hello. Hi. This app is wild.
So,
I know,
there's a little
right?
bit of a issue
It is
between the
wild.
actual
I know, right? It is, Jason. It is real wild.
and MDY Gemara. Mamish Machloikis because of cuts. The art school says the name means a little salt, like bina, a little.
Hello.
But and Rabbi Didia,
It is
he
wild.
decided he named a lot.
People that will feel that show their belly, take the shirt off.
But I saw the Mesivta actually says a lot, and he brings different shining according to the article. It's a little according to this, it's a lot. It seems like some places on the spot that it's a lot. The Tosha says, you have to like rinse it off. Now rinse it off means that there's a lot of salt. Okay, so I ain't chunky. Between the official edition and the Shanstein Machlaik. You don't need a lot.
Hello, Mr. Nice. How are you? Hello, Mr. Nice. How are you?
It's like how you do it. Maybe every nation on the middle you bring up.
They have a thing on here called. They have a thing on here goes on that. Oh wow. Anything goes on that. Oh wow. I won't be short of that. I won't be short of that. So how long you been on here, Jay? How long you been on here? Because level 15 on here. You got level 15 on here. Can you tell me something about it?
And you put salt on again, and then
hi, Blake.
There, and then if you want to eat meat today, that's what you do. Don't just put salt on one side, put salt on both sides. Color up.
I'm going good. I'm going good.
On the Kopal, Omen, the days, color up. Miller shall Gabi.
Yeah, happy Memorial Weekend to everybody. Happy Memorial Weekend to everybody. To you.
So here's the thing. Salt on top of the Mizbeach, if it looks like it's here. If I use this salt on the rim,
thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Am I over on the Elam? Do I have to bring a carbon?
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, okay, yes. TikTok is on there, yeah. Oh, okay, yes. TikTok is on there, yeah.
If the salt is on a limb of an animal and I use the salt right off.
Thank you, Blade. Thank you, Blade.
Let's do something else. Forget that. I put salt on a limb and it fell off the limb. I'm done salting. Done. No, salt doesn't stay. Some of it falls. So.
Okay, make sure you hit me with a follow. Make sure you hit me with a follow. Get on there around 3. Get on there around 3:40 maybe 3:30. 3:40 maybe. Get out there at the wow.
Over, not over.
Get out there.
Not over.
Wow.
Why?
Check it out.
I'm not over. Not over. Hold on a second. Not over. But if this salt is on the animal, it's a big kiddush. I'm over Mila. I am.
Thank you, Blade. Thank you, Blade.
I'm done. I'm done. I was behind the mitzvah. Why am I over? So then I need a puzzle.
Yeah, you're fine. New York.
Now I gotta be every mile on board. If it's on the
Hey, you're
limb, I'm over Mila. So I gotta have tevesh, but if it fell off.
What is it? Oh, yeah. What is it? Oh, yeah.
My animal, and it laid on the limb, says Rashi.
I'm down south. Hey, Andrew. Hey, you. Oh, I'm down south. Hey, Andrew. Hi.
Gibberish is back. I fell off the animal. It's on the top of the deck. Hey, Marlon, there's no answer.
You said ouchie, huh?
Well, I'm asking my quote what I see. This is crafting in the Hashem. It's sleep like my animal.
Okay.
Alayim Melech. This is referring to the future Beis Hamidrash Beis Hashem by Shlik. She Ve'elois Amoyla Hashem. This soul is considered not Oila. When it's still on the animal, it's an Oila, and that's why it's also to be Oila. Even though I'm done
Hello, weekend.
with my mitzvah. Not also.
Hello, weekend. That's it.
A brand new sugya that a kohen is permitted to use the
Who's
salt.
trying to get up here? Who's trying to get up here? Jacob, I don't know you, baby. I don't know you. Jacob, I don't know you, baby. I don't know you. I don't know you. Are you going to do anything crazy? Anything? I'm not going to do crazy.
Sandwich. There's no purpose when he's eating kachin. What's going on?
I'm not going to show him this. You're going to show something. They can't get you up. I'm not going to show him. I don't show something. I can't get you up. Yeah, I don't get it right now. Yeah, see? That's not doing it right now. Yeah.
Brings a sandwich.
It's the lie.
Nah. Let me ask you this question. Stop it.
This is not the lie. I already know, Blade. I
Are
already
you
know.
allowed to bring a bottle of ketchup from home?
Your power card there. You might bet you pound down. He sure did.
It's something good.
He sure did. I don't know you. Because I'm not, I don't know you.
So speaking of knowledge and cool,
We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
what about ketchup? I want to use my.
Yep.
I want to eat my steak with barbecue sauce, with ketchup, whatever I eat my steak with. Am I allowed to bring it in? So we have a place showing. Places says you're allowed it. Rabbi says you're not allowed it.
Hi, Parker. Hi, Parker.
So it's the get to us over here. We're talking about salt. We're talking about food that comes from the outside.
Have you been live on here yet, though? Have you been live on here yet, though?
Ask them to follow.
The salt, their own car,
Hello.
Lachilas kachim, you're not allowed to eat the steak of the kachim with the salt of the Beis Hamikdash. You can't use the Beis Hamikdash.
Listen, people coming back there
Spices
tonight.
for the steak, which is kachim.
Wow. That's great, Miss Aquarius.
That's to eat it like
That's really great.
Bland. Follow me. You already followed. No.
Without any spices.
That's great. It's really great.
And we give them the right amount of salt.
Yeah, I joined it yesterday.
Process the hides, to tan the hides. Lucky it's costing me, but to get.
Yeah, my son's like, did you get a lot of stuff laughing? I can't laugh. Let me see what's going on.
Give a little salt for the steak.
Are you going to show yourself? Can you follow me? Are you going to show yourself? Are you going to show your private part? No, I don't want to show you. You're going to show your private part. Yeah, no, I don't. You're going to show your face. I'm not going to be naked and just show yourself. No, because I'm not going to be in there because you want to come up here and show your private part. I'm not going to be in there. Follow me.
There it is, right over there. Salt chamber.
Follow me. We'll be cool with that. Chat with me. We'll be cool with that.
That was already on the ramp.
It's okay. I haven't really
So there's a pile of salt. Can't find it now, but you guys should throw it in there. I ran in.
Hello everyone, make sure y'all follow me. Follow me. Hello everyone, make sure y'all follow me. Follow me. Hi, Ruby. Hi, Ruby. Hi, Ed. Hi, Ed. Yep, we got 18 followers. Yep, we got 18 followers.
It says before it.
And they ain't trying to do nothing.
It's the clay, it's the salt, and it's no private hide.
Do I want to see her? Welcome.
Salt is no private.
Welcome.
I got that. What do you mean?
Oh, thank you. Have you, Gunnar? Do you like
salt on top of the ramp? Just follow
me, thank you.
Why on top of the ramp? Just so this is super interesting. Where do you salt? Where do you put the colors on this? Where do you salt the trails?
Come get by now. Money man. Come get by now. Money man. Money man. Money man. You haven't even said nothing to me.
Why? So
make sure y'all follow me.
As it says.
Make sure y'all follow me. You're not.
Okay.
Are you trying to get up for me to show your face? Are you trying to get up for me to show your face? You got clothes on?
The salt over here on the rim. Why is it
I don't
over
want to
here?
see that. I don't. Oh yeah, I believe it.
On the rim, you come back down and go to the hay.
You didn't know what that was you knew. Yeah, you didn't know what that was you knew. Yeah, be careful what you be pushing. Careful what you be pushing.
Over here, there's dirty salt. I want nice, pure white salt, and that I could find only on top of the mizbeach over here.
I'm happy. No. I'm happy.
It has to be salted, it's on top of the mizbeach, and it's going to Mashiach.
Gotta be pushy. Gotta be pickles, gotta be pushy. Yeah, I am. I really am.
Talking about yourself.
Yeah, I am. I really am.
So the question is,
that's why I ain't letting nobody up. That's why I ain't letting nobody up, because I really don't know what they're going to be doing.
use the salt for those steaks, or my korbanim lachilas korbanim. No.
Come up here if you're going to show your face.
When you're stationed, when you're not starting. It's not as appropriate to sit down for a touching after you're like an intermittent. Fasting, like after a fast, you know, like what's a tissue box.
Oh yeah, I heard about somebody just told me about some.
Come sit down. You don't need like that. That's not how you use the carbon.
Nice. Okay. Nice.
Rui Gehay is like a king. So maybe you have to make sure. Or they're not hungry. So you eat like a little bit of food before. They stay in the house.
1K USD.
Cautious over here. You have to understand. You're not allowed to sandwiches with some meat. That's all. Ketchup. You're allowed to, according to Tyson, because the ketchup goes on the carb. But your sandwich, there's nothing to do with the carb. It's that you should be full before you eat the carb. So sandwich you can have it.
No, friend.
Into the base of music. So obviously, sandwiches outside of the base of music got a special lock.
Oh, that's the name. Nice. Oh, that's the name.
You went outside and ate it. Now, yeah. Can I use the salt for that sandwich? That was.
Shut up.
You cannot use the salt for your sandwich from home. Actually, I'm gonna stop, bro. The truth is, you can stop right over here.
Your name is Mr. Carey or something?
Rabbi, have a wonderful day. Give me your
That's your birthday. That's your birthday. You didn't look at my birthday. Or something.
Where is this book?
Well, make it 3. Well, make it 3. Because I got your birthday. Birthday, baby. Yes, ma'am. That's why I told you shut up. That's why I told you shut up. Same birthday, yeah. Yeah, same birthday, yeah. USA.
Oh, to be shot that boy.
You go follow you. You have the same birthday, so I follow you. So you have the same birthday as me. Big bully. Big bully. I don't know you, so I don't accept people. Listen, you're not going to get a shirt on. I don't know you, so show nothing. You're not naked, you're not going to accept shirt on. And then they nothing, you're not naked, you're not going to accept you. You might want to think about staying there. You might want to not even think about staying there, because I'm not going to accept you. Is that you right there?
So we're holding.
Is that you right there?
Rabbi Ravashi smack in the middle of the Amr.
That's you. That's you, man. Let me put this on.
Use the salt of the. Beis Hamikdash. Okay, Kohen can use the salt of the Beis Hamikdash. And we said yesterday, already established for what? For his own carbon. He brings the cup. Carbon that he makes a steak. He's allowed to eat from the carbon. Carbonis, katos, all these carbonis. Yes. See from it? He can use the salt for his steak, but not for a sandwich that he's using, that he's eating for killing something. Papa. The Gemara says that, wait a minute. Makes sense because if so, how's it possible that only a Yisrael could use the salt, but not a Kohen? Look at us. Every Yisrael that doesn't use the Midrash gets to use the salt of the Midrash. But the Kohen not. Why not? And the Gemara today is going to say, yes, it's a good svara to say Kohen should not be able to use the salt. You know what the svara is? No, he has no partnership in it. He's not a partner in it. Every Yisrael pays up. They pay dues. They pay fees. But the Kohen, who's not supposed to give a matzah shekel, maybe he doesn't get this. Says the Gemara. All my Ravina or Rav Ashi. Ravina or Rav Ashi, the two authors of the Gemara. So one says, "Mother, Achanayim Mistabra, that my Rabbanim Loya." If you're telling me that just means the actual, they can't even solve the carbon on the Mizbeah. Forget about this. Thanks, on the Mizbeah. I'm not asking Bezin, only asking Bezin Loy. You know what? That they are allowed through the tonight Bezin, they are allowed. Time of that.
I'm good, man.
Actually, they're allowed. But actually, Bezin Loy means they are allowed. Actually, so yeah,
She's from Irvine?
possible that for a Yisrael, it's from LA. So I would think that just like the Greens with Vita, they're all delete that one. It says in the
Make sure y'all follow me. Make sure y'all follow me. Nobody else is here. Everybody get off here in a minute. Appreciate everybody being over here. Appreciate everybody getting on your wheels. Appreciate everybody being here. Come back on later. Check this out. See what it's about. I'm going to come back on later. I'm going to check this out. See what it's about.
No, but I would think that the salt also comes from the salt. You can laugh at them too.
How the world. How the world. Come to the. They real serious. They had a world. They real serious. They had a world. Wow. You heard about that, Rabbi? You heard about that, Rabbi? Down here. They have a world down here. They were serious about that. They were real serious about that. They were real serious about that. Politics, Democrats, serious about that. They're serious about that.
Melach, hold on, let's finish the sentence. Melach.
Let's see what we're talking about. I don't know what we're talking about. I don't do English.
The salt
that's private. What's private? That's private.
Really, they provide
what's private?
Tomorrow, so
Right, what is the most? Right.
But the job bar, I know you can fucking salt is on every single. Every carbon needs salt. Packers mellow.
That's great.
Because you learn salt from wood. Both of them are in every single carbon. You need wood to burn on every carbon, and you need salt for every carbon. Yeah, Levine should have next one welcome. Why did you go all the way to Frankincense to Levine? So, it's a very unique thing for certain people. Perhaps we're differently. God is up
Make sure y'all follow me. I be getting out there. Follow me. I be getting out there. Follow me.
Comes together.
Follow me.
Levine also. Levine and Salt are very simple.
Hang on low.
And we know what
everyone. Make sure y'all follow me. I be getting out there. Make sure y'all follow me. I be getting out there in 5 minutes.
Burn it on the map. You don't put it in any bed. Somebody actually buy me with the common learner. Therefore, it could go both directions.
I like English.
You can learn it.
I like English. Hello. How are you, Gonzalo? Hello. How are you, Gonzalo? What is after? Is it no chairs or toilet? What is after? Is it no chairs or toilet? Toilet. Toilet. I get the brain of the toilet.
So Prince,
I'm English. I'm not English. I'm English. I'm not English. No, I'm
It's similar to the wood, and we learn it from their Shabbat. Even though to learn its logic, but there's another opposing logic inside it.
Right, yeah, 4 minutes. Make sure y'all hit me. Right, yeah, 4 minutes. Make sure y'all hit me.
From the fact that he's strong,
nah, you're gonna have to go because I don't know no English. You're gonna have to go because I don't know no English. You're gonna have to go because I told you I don't understand. Sorry. I told you I don't understand. Sorry. You have to go. Goodbye. Sorry. You got to go.
It's wrong. Why should I
3 minutes. I'm out of here. 3 minutes. Make sure y'all 3 minutes. I'm out of here. 3 minutes. Y'all follow me. You have Miss Megan trying to come to. And if I know that you're interesting or you have a good life, I follow y'all. Make sure y'all follow me. Okay? Have a good life, I follow y'all. Make sure y'all follow me. Okay? Good, I got 23 followers. Look at that. Good, I got 23 followers. Look at that.
It must be that obviously you use it for their carpet. Because you show up using this carpet. So why does Bezin come along and say, how does he use the salt? Because
you
use the salt.
Hey, Roger.
Not for a carbon that goes
Hey, Roger.
but for the states that are going for their private.
Nothing. Nobody get out here in 2 minutes. Nothing. Nobody get out here in 2 minutes. Nobody get out here in 2 minutes. Make sure you follow me. Nobody get out here in 2 minutes. Make sure you follow me. Ain't got nothing to talk about.
The steak and put it on the grill and eat it. So that also makes you use the salt. That's the big finish. The chiddush that they can put it on his back with the
He said he left. He's leaving.
carbon. Why is that a chiddush? I mean, Yisrael could also do that. So now the Gemara says, no. All the way up, Mordechai, just because Israel could use the saw, it's not a right that a kohen use the saw for his husband under his back. No, the fact that the peasant said that they could use the saw is for the carbon, perhaps. Why? The Bukhari says, "Oh, you do hate the Bukhari." Rabbi, the Bukhari says, "All coins to shoykel in a kohen."
All right, now, nobody talk about. All right, now, nobody talk about. So I will see everybody later. And I might come back on you later. And I might come back to you later.
Good job, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. Yay. Got 50 cents. Yay. Got 50 cents. 50 cents. That's a lot of time. 50 cents. Yay. Yeah, 36 beer, right? It was 36 light, 124. It was light, 124. That was cool. That was cool. Message me. How you doing? I like it. And I just wanted to make
You did really well, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. Thank you. He said she was going to go live. He said she was going to go live.
Huh? What would be a reason?
That was cool. Okay. That was cool. Rabbi, you said you ain't gonna sit on phone like that. You said you ain't gonna sit on phone like that.
You don't have to bring it. You brought it and mean only into that zone.
You got 23 followers. That's great.
Yeah.
You got 23 followers. That's great.
Part of the money is
24 followers. Even better.
Besides my
That was good. That was good.
Oh, so that's what Gemara's going to say it then. Depends what it's called. We don't know yet. Yeah. Okay. You were going to get there. Sorry, no, I tried. If he brings the matzah shekel, it's not an aveira. That guy, it's not true. You must give a matzah shekel. You are part of the matzah shekel of all Klal Yisrael. Everybody has to give a matzah shekel. If you're a kohen and you don't want to give a matzah shekel, you're over another. Hello, chocolate honey. They have their own little drug, which is wrong. So like halacha, what's the drug? It says in the puzzle, here, look. Anytime a client brings a mitzvah, a kohen gadol brings the chavit every single day, twice a day. The entire thing goes into his bath just like it. No, if a kohen brings his own milcha, it goes completely on his bath. In other words, the Torah says, every time it's a mincha belonging to a kohen, what's the halacha? Cholent. Burn it completely. Lo yisrael, you can't eat them. Therefore, they continue. Even not instead of kohen determined. Obviously, it's not ours. Because if it's ours, once we own it, where does it belong? Mm-hmm. On the Mizbeach. Mm-hmm.
What's it doing, kid?
It says,
you have to be a damn kid. You have to be a damn
No, you can just do it.
How do I get the
No, you can just do it.
Because I'm not part of it. It's not mine. The Gemara with Bukhari, even with them feeling the Chai Lasriye, since in the first place, you don't have to bring it, you might see not quite to at the Gemara at the end of the day, we were just explaining what the happening was. You should be saying, why do you say that sinning is? He's doing that very the Komayel Kul Azara.
Rabbi, do you have any before you go? Rabbi, do you have any before
Do I have any what? What do you mean?
Do you have any viewers? Do you have any?
Oh, potentially. I don't really pay attention.
This thing, no, like this. I don't like this.
What's wrong with it?
When the Torah gave the
on the site, on the like glitching a little bit. Like glitching a little bit. That's like that. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm gonna go down to. I'm gonna go down to.
They're not part of it. They don't give us, maybe they don't get solved.
Are you using the app or are you using a...
Just that brown.
Yeah, the app's smoother.
Yeah, it's way better.
As it was.
Yeah, it's way better.
Of course, the Bukhari, I need a special condition to say, Kohen, can you solve? For his oil, it goes on his bath, for anything, it goes on his bath. Like,
what food is good? Better. What is the kick?
Twitch has more people, but Kick, I would say, has more, like, interaction.
Over here. Yeah.
That's what Brandon be on Kick. That's what Brandon be on Kick.
No, he watches people on Twitch.
Not part of it. You don't get sold. Forget your steaks. I'm talking about the carbon part.
Okay.
Maybe you'd have to shut sold from his house. Go to the Gemara. Beit. Beit on the dollar. Holding on today's guy. We already established that we said before that salt should be like wood, just like wood. Imagine if everybody had a green carbon and also stuck a bunch of wood. There's something just for about. How do you do it? Sorry, we said salt should be like the wood.
Oh, what's good on she that? Oh, what's good on she that? Where she at?
Why was it so simple? So I started with the wood pumping into this side.
Yeah, she not, I know they ain't shouting at it. Yeah, she not, I know they ain't shouting at it. Be careful. Be careful.
They're actually making a song with their papers. Like the person who says that
Yeah, you can't, because you got kids. Yeah, you can't, you got kids.
From his house. I'm the lawyer, I'm pretty sure in this place.
I wonder what it is. I wonder what it is.
To purchase certain items. Such as wine. I'm pretty sure you can get the wine there also. Oil.
That's what. I wonder what's there in there. That's what. I wonder what's there in there. Oh, that can't stand. Oh, that can't stand.
My Miss Bea, who shall see for a patient the eight. We shall see for dinner in the other, a lot of so, anyway, if I saw the laws of things with laws and the table that says that it has to be like in the Mizbeach, just like in the Mizbeach is the community, so too the word is from the community. Was it Shamua in there, not especially stands with Hezia, because at 8 in the age, she would stand with Hezia. It's like this payoff that individuals didn't use it, it's brand new, so too the wood also is brand new. Ma, I very nice. What's the difference? We're not even talking whether or not the wood has to be brand new. According to Rothschild Shamua, it has to be brand new wood. You can't use used wood. Something you might have thinking what? You can't use old wood. Those of you that were here in the Zvaka, we know this song you had to work for work. But see, by Yom HaRavno David, the David HaMelech went to make a carbon and that, then he ended up buying the Harabayis from Aravno. So Aravno gave him a spot to make a bama, and he also said, here, I'll give you some wood. Here, you can take some cows, make oil, and the tools you use for firewood. The problem is tools are used. How can you use wood for the firewood? Still not even healthy. What? Giving him used to. You brand new and plastic. Meridian, Amarulo, Mida Shatarbo. My Mida Shatarbo, or Mida Izo, the Kurkisot. It's a go to put it to the Doshu, but the story, something like this. I mean, this is just the Sadr Sarinai. A little bit like a goat, and has a lot of teeth. And this is how you express the wheat. So it's some sort of tool, and he gave him that tool. He said it was brand new. Yeah. You use it as your firewood. All right, guys. My craw, what do you see in the project? In Santa Cruz, Moirag, yes, there's a word Moirag, Morigan, Moirag. Horror, Hodor, Opportunity, has a lot of teeth. Hodor, With that, you'll thresh the Mishnah. Misarif chutza b'kaimetz chaverta. If take a mincha, you have a bowl of flour, maybe it has oil already mixed in it sometimes, it has the Kohen puts his hand in the so grabs 3 fingers worth and places it into another kli, which the other vessel is also in sharetz, and it gives it a little bit more kedusha. It adds kedusha to it. Now, for some reason, you forgot that that already has a kli in there, and another minute. Oh, it gets mixed in there. Something else gets mixed in there.
Oh boy. It's blind. You have to learn.
Is this something? I'll tell you. Show it.
You have to learn.
Yeah, it's not the same. Hold on, we're gonna get there in a second. We're showing that there's 2 different menachos. Just trying to show how they got mixed up. Real gooey. Has oil in it. Oh. So now you have 2 menachos, 2 knitzas together. Now, if you look closely, one has a lot of oil, one has little oil. Okay. So it says the Mishnah, the Minchas Kehanim, the Minchas Pei Mashiach, the Minchas Yisachim. Even if the knitzas got mixed in with all these other menachos. And we're going to see. Oh, we can say right now, Minchas Kohen, Minchas Mashiach, Minchas Yisachim, all these different menachos have 3 times the amount of oil than the typical mincha. Except one loaf for Isar, it's 3 loaves for Isar, 3 times the amount of oil. It's very, very liquidy. If you don't, man, if you're not going to Shia, something to why is it possible? Well, I don't like it. Zoom, we lost a ava. Zoom, we lost a raka. When you have a thicker dough with less oil that gets mixed in, touches a very soft dough, then zoom is zoom. What's the problem? Major problem. If every Yisar needs exactly a look shaman, what happens if you put a clove and a half of oil in there? Awful. And if it needs 3 look shaman and you put only 2.5 look shaman, awful. So now that you take the 2 together, you combine them, the one that's dry is going to absorb the oil from the very moist one. It's going to have more oil than was supposed to have. And the other one that had a lot of oil is going to have less oil than needed. So one has more, one has less, and they're both problematic. He says it's possible. Now, Chachamim admit that that's what happened over there. Some of the oil from the one on the left went to the right. That was not a problem. So here we have the concept. of Mindaminoi. They're both the same. They're both the doesn't really mix. Not awesome. Dam Shinisar B'Mayim, also sugi that we had in Zvachim, you have blood and water spilled into the blood, says Rashi. Not like it sounds in the Gemara, but water goes into the blood. In the Beis HaMikdash, you shecht an animal and you take blood from the neck of the animal and you sprinkle it on the mizbeach. Bunch of water mixed in. To what point can you use this blood? When is the blood not good anymore? So, very simple. In Yeshmei Maris Dam Kosher. If it looks like blood, and it smells like blood, and it tastes like blood, it's blood. It has to look like blood. So let's just assume that you could pour in a liter of water, up to a liter. Anything above a liter, it's going to change the way it looks. I'm just throwing out a thing. If it's a liter plus, then it's kosher. Anything below a liter is kosher because it still looks like blood. The sire, the yayin, what happens if the blood mixes in with the red wine, which is the identical color. So now you can put in 100 gallons of wine, it's still going to look like blood. So now what? There's no way you can look at it and see that there's too much of another item in there. Very nice, so if 1 liter of water makes it possible, so 1 liter of wine is also going to make it possible. 1 liter of water, you could actually see that it diluted the blood. It doesn't look like blood anymore. With the wine where you can't see, it's the same amount as the water. So you put in 1 liter of wine, it ruins the blood. The Sire B'Dam Behema or B'Dam Chaya. What the good blood of the Amigos of the carbon that mixed in with blood, but it's cool.
It made me almost positive that there was somebody in the crowd.
You can't use it.
I don't know where they'd be sitting or how they would, why they're even in the crowd. Because like I said, it's so uncomfortable and usable space. They'd have to be hunched up or trying to sit on the edge of one of those seats. So
once again, you pretend
that's aside.
So you think they put a person in there?
I think so, because they were communicating back and
Did
forth.
you hear a voice?
Yeah.
So you heard a voice coming from the crowd?
No, from the radio.
From the radio, from the VHF radio?
Yeah.
But presumably coming from the crowd?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So he was monitoring. I mean, they must have had some other instrumentation set up in the crowds because he was monitoring something.
Fascinating.
Do you remember what the voice? Was it just? But it was something.
Because I was more stuck on the fact that how is a radio way of getting into the crowds? This doesn't even make any sense.
VHF being very high frequency.
Yeah. I mean, it should be distorted by the gravity wave going around it anyway. Shortly after the craft began to lift off the ground silently, corona discharge flow on the bottom and lifted off and drifted up into the sky, kind of moved around. During that test flight, Dennis motioned for me to come out and, look up at it. And then he told me to walk forward, and the craft was just sitting there stationary. And I walked out underneath it, and he motioned for me to look up. I looked up, and I couldn't see the craft. So I thought it flew away. And then he said, come back. And, I walked back, and as I walked back, it caught my attention. I see the edge of the craft. So
If water
if you
dilutes the
move,
blood, then it's not kosher
you can
anymore.
see it.
Even if you have
And
red
if you
shoes,
walk
there
underneath
is
it,
no
you can't.
blood
So
is
you
never
can clearly
never
see
going
it's
to be
it's
kosher.
bending the light. You can see the sky above the craft. So you can
Well,
see
they
that it's in
turn the
its little
graph
envelope.
they know this from one part.
Then it kind of slid over to the left and
I
right.
love it when I'm a part of
And then
that
sat
part.
back
It
down.
says that in Kipper, the
Is
trainer
what
to
you
take
saw, did it look like
blood from the bull and blood from the
we
goat.
talked about UFO videos?
This is Aquarius. I'm watching
You know, it's
podcast.
like look at the Nimitz 2004 FLIR video, or even some of the
I'm watching a podcast.
psychological videos
Right.
which are grainy and fuzzy, and maybe that's due to gravitational lensing or space-time deformation due to these effects.
Yeah, I
that
needed
we're
that
talking about.
device.
But when you're seeing this craft fly, are you thinking this is the UFO stuff that's like in the lore?
Yeah,
You are. Wow.
yeah, for sure.
Four
Just
and
because
four,
of the
10 times the amount.
the
So-
way that it can move, it can just negate.
It says you have to cop as much
I
blood
mean,
as you can.
it's-
I'm conscious. I'm
I
dying.
really
The whole
don't know
thing.
how to describe it. I mean, things like inertia really
So
don't
you have
matter
10
to
times
it.
the amount. So the truth, and when you mix,
It gets away with murder when it comes to flying.
Did you ever think we are being tasked to figure out this reactor?
two,
Even like
You have to mix the
the
two.
shape of the craft is sort
You
of
know,
really
10
confusing
times-
to us. How the hell do they know how to fly this thing?
the amount of bull blood versus goat
Yeah.
blood, and
That goes through your head, like you're like, are you?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah,
the
like
goat
I
blood
said,
is
yeah,
not
clearly
purple.
they
So you see
they've
from
had
here
a
what?
lot of time
Sure.
with this craft
You
already.
can see two
It
things
could have
from
been
this.
decades, for all I know. So they're familiar with it. So, I mean,
So learn
they
either way you
knew
want.
emitters
Either
have
you
to be
see.
rotated, to couple to the reactor. I mean, they knew how to
I
fly
bet
it.
you do ask.
So
Those are from the Rubens
that
ones.
these
Everybody
guys
knows
were
there's a lot more
somewhat
love
proficient
fun
with it.
in a cow.
But it would be your
in
kind of
goat.
base
Rub on
case
the top.
assumption that now we have functional, what you
Hey,
might
the
call
buffets on the
alien
day.
reproduction
Your time
vehicles or
loyalty and
UFOs that humans can't fly. If in
What happens is,
1987,
view it as
88,
something different.
you had stuff that was, we could at least test and
They
you could
say,
go under them and
why
stuff.
we're bringing
Then
here
you
this
would think
idea
that
of
now we're probably made much more
misdemeanor. No, it's not
progress.
about
I see.
misdemeanor. It's about
What do you think?
two animals that
I do not think so.
You don't think so? So you think
go on to this bad.
we can test
Yeah,
these
two
things and
animals
use
is
them
bad.
in a
I don't care
rudimentary
if one
ways,
is
but we
small,
don't
one is
understand.
giant, one is
No,
big,
it's
one
like
is
the,
good.
you know,
They both go on in
analogy
path.
I gave,
One
you
cannot
can
cancel
go
out
back
the other.
to the 1800s and drop off a motorcycle
That's one way
Yep.
to do it.
with the keys in it. And
You just saw about
you can
McConnell
look at it and go,
there's a concept
wow,
of no
it's
fire and no
never seen anything
concert
like that
and
before.
everything. Is
And
that
look
one
at
of the
the plastic
books you wrote?
fenders on it, and wow, that's unusual material. And
This is
there's
the
the
book.
key, and
It's
eventually you
very
can tinker
nice.
with it
Oh,
long
Mom,
enough. Someone's
it's
going to turn the key, and it's going to start.
the right
Yeah.
side.
And they're going to go, okay, we turn it off. All right,
Yeah,
it's
the
on
video
and off.
should
Eventually, just given time and
You
human
see, why did-
ingenuity,
like I said,
they're
hey,
going to get it.
the
Throttles here, and they'll become proficient at driving it.
Yep.
But when it runs out of fuel, we're done. And when it comes right down to it, they can't even make that plastic
This is so
fender.
simple. Now we can repeat it.
So, yeah, so you can become proficient at using it. And I think that's where we are. We had some knowledge of that, but I think if we had developed the technology, we would have absolutely already seen it. We wouldn't be wasting 1 minute building a conventional fighter or other. Why?
Why
Would
do I
you?
want to get this
They said,
idea
oh,
that
well,
it's
it's
secret
secret.
is
Yeah.
on me?
So jet engines were secret when we first came out with them, and we built a whole fleet. We absolutely divert every resource we have to duplicating these things.
Do you guys think there's any chance that the craft is
It's
flown with somebody's mind, some sort of mental?
It could very well be,
Yeah.
because there was obviously no physical controls to it.
Right.
Just talk about the same
When the craft was being tested, the only test I saw from close range, it was already out of the hangar. And when I went into the hangar,
and
the
not
bay
talk about
doors
two
between
corbanos.
all
Okay, you're
the
right.
hangars were open.
Contrast.
They had big, there's the
Another
door that leads to the outside.
Having the tape
That's
put
at
it
an
over here.
angle.
Or you
But
should
there's
have said it in
also
another
big
case.
bay doors doors between
I don't know
all
where.
the
When they trade
hangars.
or something
Those
crazy.
were open
Why
for
do
some
you put
reason.
it
And
here
when I
on the
came in
on your kipper when you put them both
to
on
go
the
witness
back?
that, I
Obviously,
was able to
the
look
Lord saying
down
that
and see
this
that,
is fun
boy,
and
there's 9 of them all the way down there.
What's going through your head
yeah, they
and
don't cancel each
emotionally?
other
How
out.
do you
Look
feel?
at
Well,
this.
where did they all come
Tomorrow,
from?
they'll not
How
make
could
it
you?
into
I
me.
mean, I could see you found one somewhere.
No,
There's a
there
crash or
maybe they keep
whatever. You
factors.
found one.
The Torah,
You don't
maybe,
find
look,
9. I mean, where
the bottom pull from the
did they
pocket
come
to
from?
the
None of
super
them are
Review the
damaged to any degree.
pull from the
Although
pocket is maybe
what I call
both.
the top hat had
They're both
holes
right.
in it, but
Who's
it looks like it was shot,
Gotcha. Good
you
catch.
know,
Now we did
projectile.
the same
But
exact
it
thing.
wasn't, damage from, crash or attempted landing.
Zero condition.
So where did all this stuff come from? There's
So the
so
top of the
much
camera
missing to
maybe
the story.
review
Did
the
they
pull
all
from the
look like
pocket and you see
the
that it's
exact
the same
same
in.
sort of
Is
replica?
blood and blood.
Each one was different.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
But
Blood
the
of the goat. Blood of
material
the cow.
all looked
The
exactly
cow
the
is
same.
not about the
Color,
goat, and therefore you
the sheen.
sprinkle
So
it
it
on.
looked like they were all made
You
in
get
the same
as the Marvel Evolution.
So the
When we're
reactors,
get
the
a scotch,
propulsion
maybe
were all the same, the material was all the
Yeah.
same,
but you
but
just
the
see the
shapes
super
were
bonus ones
somehow
doesn't cancel the other.
different. Do you
Right,
remember?
Maybe there's specialized craft. You can take a step back from
Then you
humanity
say,
and you go look at all the cars driving around. Well, you got a truck,
Actually, that's
it's a
really
real
good.
long thing. You look at a Volkswagen,
talking
it's like,
about
well, you see a motorcycle.
the same
they're all- they
same
all have the
product,
same-
two bloods.
Somewhat type of engine, internal combustion engine is powering them all. So it must have all different functions, and maybe that's just what we're looking at. It's
As
just,
a Gemara, all the same question.
yeah,
Do my
who says they're all men? Maybe some of those things are drones.
maybe need a maybe need
People
false, maybe the
associate
both. Maybe we're up on our
you
writing.
with the kind of Billy Meyer sports model, like the craft that looks like
Maybe you're not
that.
right. You both
It looks
gotcha.
Exactly like that.
Like
Yeah,
I thought
sorry,
Billy
it's not.
Meyer was
If you're
absolutely
going there,
ridiculous because I've seen some of the pictures, and this is what I
Because
mentioned to you the other day.
Lucas is
UFO
talking to
researcher
talking
syndrome.
down.
I think the initial pictures Billy Meyer took
The pizza.
of the sport
And
model
it
looking
gets mixed
craft are
in
100% genuine. There's no way that
with
there
a
could be another one of
color,
those that
which
just
goes completely on the back.
coincidentally looks exactly like what I call the sport model.
Or
So I
the
think he absolutely photographed that, and it was real. And I think at the time he got a lot of attention, and written books and everything. And I think as time went on,
together with a carbon.
he kind of missed that. And then he started making some models and taking some new pictures, and the other pictures look ridiculous.
Why?
They do. It looks like,
There's something about the dinosaurs in his book. And
yeah, I know. It looks like there's styrofoam balls all doing it.
times
Yeah,
the
I
oil
found some more
one.
pictures.
There's
Go
bio
back.
vision.
So I think that's,
So the one that's very dry.
that's
is
just a
going to
personal
absorb-
belief.
Yeah.
There's no way you can tell me that those original pictures aren't genuine.
Yeah. And so
Oil,
that's
even
the
a
craft
small
you
amount,
worked
let's say.
on.
But now it
The
has
8
more
other
oil than
crafts, what did those look like?
I could only see two clearly because
So
from
it
the
became
angle,
possible. Now the
all you
other
can
one
see
that had a
is
lot of
just a
oil
little
has
piece, and then all you can just see is the hanger out there. But one looked like I call the Jello mold, which is more like a bundt cake
less oil than necessary. So
without
it
the
became
hole in the
possible.
middle. And then the other one is, I previously mentioned, a top hat, like a carnival top straw hat, and the brim have a hole in it. So,
Who cares?
Is
The
your
one
immediate instinct
absorbed
humans
from
didn't
the
make these?
Yeah.
At what point do you not see like an American flag on
view
one of
it as
them?
an absorption.
yeah, on
It's
the
the same
sport
exact.
model, I saw that
Man,
like,
it's
the
oil and
first
oil.
day that I went
It's
in.
as if
Okay. Was there any talk of how these crafts were retrieved?
the oil
I
stayed
know
where it's
that
supposed to stay.
Navy
The oil of the pizza stayed where it is. It has the same
got
on
the
it.
sport model.
They don't
And I think
travel from one
that
another.
would-
They're not.
From what Barry said, that was an archaeological dig, which, by the way, isn't in the desert; it's in the water.
They're not in the back of one another.
And if there's another term for an archaeological dig that's in the water, I don't know what it is. I thought it's still there. But
No, review the oil.
yeah,
It's
I
only
don't know
reviewed.
what body of
I'm a
water, if it
lover.
was the ocean or
Some
lake
are
or what.
reviews are
But yeah, that came from the water. Again, according to
Ocean
Barry, I
reviews,
didn't see
good
this in
cover after.
documentation, but
So I just mean it
yeah, that was happened upon by the Navy,
tomorrow.
and that's all I know. And I just theorize that's how the Navy got in control of everything.
We have
So what you constantly hear is You have things like Hughes Aircraft building the Glomar Explorer, which subsea discovery, and you have some actually more recent Lockheed subsea, super subsea submarines and drone sort of things that seem to be able to scan the seafloor. And there's a great book called The Silent War by John Pena Craven, and he was high up in the Navy, and he talks about retrieval of exotic technology on the seafloor. And I wonder, you have Tim Burchett as a congressman from Tennessee who says there are 5 hotspots in oceans all around the world.
We think they're coming in from way out. Maybe they did millennia ago, but they're here and they're in these deep water areas. And that's why, like we say, we know more about the face of the moon than we do what's going on there. We have a higher propensity of sightings around these 5 or 6, I believe, deep areas, deep water areas.
And I don't know, there's another. One friend in the Navy who's an anonymous source. Maybe one day we'll do an interview, but he talks about the movie The Abyss by James Cameron. And he says maybe that scene where this sort of glowing object shows up isn't too far off the tree.
Look,
so now I have a bunch of
science
flowers.
fiction movies is going to be correct.
That's right.
I have a half a pound of flowers. This half a pound of flowers is
We were
going
talking
to
last
be
night, Luigi, about Pascagoula, Missouri was the site of production of nuclear subs for the Navy. And you have a famous case there of some fishermen who, experience an alien abduction and have a UFO experience. So
There's something going on with the ocean.
there is.
From the very beginning.
Georgia Napa has interesting footage around Baja, Mexico. On the other side, you have Tampere, which seems to be a hotspot in
my
the
hand
Caribbean.
is going to be
Oh,
exactly that
all
oil.
these guys are hyped.
It's just very simple. There's another ingredient
Do you
called
think there's a possibility
flowers,
it's,
and the flowers are about to oil, not the oil is about
So
to
this
oil.
is this idea that they're ancient remnants of like an antediluvian civilization that existed
Because Mark says a little bit
pre-Ice
of
Age or
snake, so we pretend
pre-Ice
that there's no other oil.
Yeah, and that they're more advanced than they're like the place what we
The
call
camera
Atlantis.
is in my hand.
These beings who have coexisted, co-inhabited the earth with us.
What happened was,
It
I have
really
a
could
second
very
input.
well be,
This
right?
is
If you just look at the size of the ocean,
this,
you
and
could
oil from
hide
here
an
goes into
entire
here.
civilization
So
down
like
there,
flat-
Especially if they're immune to the effects of the ocean.
Power in this hand is
Just
going to
gotta
be
be
vacuum,
Yeah,
we'll never find
newly
Would any of the
introduced oil.
scientific
It's going to be
principles
vacuum.
that you
And
looked at
that's
as far as the bubble being created around the craft and all that
the problem.
somehow be
Then it
immune
becomes
to
that
salt
hold
water?
on, just
Like,
like too
would
much,
it be able to
like,
travel transmedium? Because that's one of
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
It's so
bad.
interesting because that's the
And that's
exciting
the
bit
problem.
around the craft.
I'm sure a raindrop would do.
Yeah.
So this means like cultural
So
minimum is over after. So I like this meter. Rip of the oil. Pretend that this hand doesn't have oil.
I've been involved in this whole thing since 1987. And
Appreciate it.
since
This
the
ain't
80s, or even
and the
before, let's go
new-
even all the way down to the
The
60s,
oil
everybody always talked about the U.S. Air Force.
that came from the other hand, but from this hand,
And
whether
Project
it
Lobo.
Yeah.
I mean, Bob Lazar
Lobo
comes out in
was back with
1989 and says they weren't crash saucers, they were
the
intact
camera,
craft.
the
And
flower
it's
in
the
this hand is
Navy
going
that's
to
in charge. And funny enough, 40 years later,
overcome
that's
it
what people are talking
and
about. So, when I
evaporate.
see the new whistleblowers come out, like
Rabbi
Eric
guy has a
Davis
wonderful
or
day of
people
favorite
that
Cuban
we're seeing,
is such a thing.
I'm not skeptical of the fact that they were involved in something. What I find basically very interesting is that they're all saying exactly what Bob said in 1989, but they never say Bob Lazar is possibly factual.
Well, there's something to do with that. And everything you said is right.
They're like high level. There's definitely a decades-long multi-generational crash retrieval operation. One guy who says he's worked on the craft is not full of shit.
That makes sense.
Everything is right. I don't believe there aren't that many crashes. There just aren't that many crashes.
If you had to guess how many crafts are in U.S. possession now in acres?
Good morning, Rabbi. Side.
9 for sure.
Maybe I can only talk about what I've seen.
Do you think they have a sense of ontological truth? Like when you see all this stuff around, the ability to manipulate time timelines while looking glass, or even just manipulate time on a local scale. And then they're saying that they found these things in archaeological digs under the ocean. Do you have a sense that they have like a metaphysical model that's like greater than the average citizen? So it's like their origin story of humanity. Maybe. You think maybe?
Yeah. Can't afford a real carbon.
Is your kind of obvious research explanation that these are extraterrestrials? Do you think they're time travelers? What do you think?
I think
That's all you can afford.
that's all equal. I mean, there's just as much chance that they're
This flower, as the
time
says, you're not
travelers,
allowed
visitors from another dimension, us from the future, or aliens. I don't see anything pointing in any specific direction. I go with the aliens just because we've seen it so much in our movie. I think we're just trained to think that. And it's palatable. See other worlds. This can go travel in another fashion and get there. Probably life there. They probably build things, and it all makes sense. But when you go to other dimensions in time, well, can you even time travel at all? I mean, is that ever be possible? Maybe not. How do you get here from another dimension? Why would you care? Why would you go to another dimension and start hassling people over there? So I mean, the other things don't make sense. So yeah, I guess the Alcatrazar is aliens.
Add some oil.
But it could be any one of the other
possibilities. Something like this.
Or one that we haven't thought of that's just completely ridiculous.
What do you think was the top speed?
If you look close,
I'm just conventionally moving.
Yep.
closely, I don't know.
I don't think it really
Here
had
you go.
a
You
very
see like
high
a
top
little
speed.
remnants of
Really?
oil.
Yeah.
And that's
Like, if you had to.
It depends. I mean, it depends on how it was
the
being.
bowl that you do
because you
with
can-
a fighter.
You can maneuver it in a couple different ways.
So like this.
So, of
What's
course,
the
how
problem
would
with
I
that
know?
oil?
I mean, the speed it could attain. But I'm just thinking about an Omicron mode where it's just
You're already
sitting
using
there
oil.
and
What's
moving.
not
But you think about
Delta.
yeah,
Well, that's why I'm shocked.
and Delta, the speed's going to be near
You're a little
It's either going to appear somewhere else.
You think
Then
almost
to do it,
close to the speed of
you're
light,
supposed
or
to put
would
it
look
in
like
such
it's
a bowl.
hopping across
You know, with the
space-time?
flowers.
No, it's far
Add a
exceeds the
little
speed of light
It'd be
because
faster.
you're not going in a linear fashion. You're just
Tomorrow,
jumping
the
over.
positives of forest will
So
still
it's
lay up
bending
in the
space,
well.
warping space.
Yeah. So it's for a given
You're not
distance,
supposed to
you'll get
add
to the
any oil,
destination
well, you can
far
oil
faster
it.
than you would if you were driving
And
at the
don't
speed.
put
And
on
it's
top
like
of it anything.
crunching space-time
No,
behind
well,
it, and then
like
in front of it, it's
like
going
Michelle.
on. It's like riding a
Before
wave
the
or something.
It's
pizza,
just
don't add any
bending
oil.
space
But
around.
with the
Did you
pizza,
hear
the pizza,
anything
you-
around pulses involved
Yeah.
You put it in,
It's
so
not a
you put it.
continuous. It's
Put
like
it in the bowl. Look at that.
it pulses. I don't know what the maximum range of each jump is, but I know it's like a 10 millisecond recycle time in between it. So the craft is always doing this.
When all three of the amplifiers are being used for travel, they're in the Delta configuration. And when only one is being used for travel, it's in the Omicron configuration.
You guys do an amazing job of depicting
moistening.
the configurations. And so what is Delta exactly?
Delta is using there's three amplifiers, Delta.
Yeah.
And that's where they all focus together on a destination.
Okay.
The craft puts its belly in that direction, and that's how it
Everybody
moves.
says fight. Everybody
Omicron
says
is
fight.
where it only uses one,
But
of the
it's fun.
emitters
So here we have a
to
Raya
propel itself,
power.
or
Question.
it's really propelling itself is doing the opposite. Essentially, create an indentation in space-time so the craft moves forward, which always gives it, if it's operating in Omicron configuration,
Now,
it's never really stable. It's kind of somewhat
but even according to the
undulating.
that say that you should be knocking,
It's so interesting.
it's
And,
only because of the concept that we had yesterday.
yeah, it's fascinating.
That one
That seems to be a
carbon
common
cannot
thing.
be mountain
The craft
carbon.
Yeah, this right, yeah. But when it switches to
You
Delta,
have two
as soon as
numbers.
the
One
two
is
other
the car, one is the
amplifiers come
power.
on,
The one is not going to make the
Online,
sound for the other. You don't say,
that
oh,
thing
this one is
flux
more oil.
in
This one is
space and
not.
time,
You put them both on.
and
But
then
if you add
it's able to focus in any
outside
direction.
oil,
and
it's
move there
problematic. Even
instantaneously.
Kakao would admit, lo yati. That's the most question. In my lab, coming to Lucas, place of the Irish coming to Lucas in Zova, like everybody here in the room saw it. By the way, what is
What's up? You're in our living room set. You have Luigi and Natalia Balthazar, and Logan is a long-time UFO nut.
Okay.
And he watched WWE and all. He is the guy in WWE right now. He has an amazing podcast as well. I've known his brother actually for like a decade plus.
And I gotta say, Bob, it is an honor to meet an absolute legend. What a privilege. I don't know if Jesse gave you any context to why I wanted to talk to you.
They have a bit. Yeah, but maybe we'll rehash it.
So, Bob, check this out. I have in my possession UFO footage that has a story behind it that is compelling but not convincing. And I've been waiting to do something on this footage or receive confirmation of sorts. And I see this particular orange disc sometimes in UFO videos, documentaries, and whatnot. It pops up every now and then. But when I was watching the trailer for S4 that you guys about 80% of the way through the trailer, you guys show a disc that is at night, but then kind of coats itself in this orange. Right, yeah, that's right. Yeah, dude. I paused it there and I said, oh my God, that looks exactly like the footage that I have. So this footage, supposedly authentic, was taken by two college kids who wanted to go to Area 51 in the 90s, I believe it was 1995, and film their experience of trying to see if they could stumble upon a UFO or just alien activity of sorts.
Let's break this down. A couple of college-age guys drove out to the Olympic mailbox, an infamous landmark entrance point to Area 51. It's along the road that leads to Grow Lake, extremely close to where Bob said he worked.
One is less oil than necessary, one is more oil than
They're
necessary,
parked
both
right in
problematic.
front of the fence surrounding the secret
And there's
facility.
no
The lights are off on their
about
car,
our
and they have a camera resting on the armrest,
Both
pointed
was
through the front windshield.
what the law
And then it
doesn't want
cuts
to be
to
a riot from
under
the
the
right that says
dashboard,
harder
and you
inside the
see
boat.
something very
Car does
clearly
not mean
illuminating like
it
the
also
top of the
means
dashboard, and
the
they're like
cows.
hunkered underneath the car, and they're whispering to each other like, I think
Car
it's out there, I
compared
don't know what it is, and they're like kind of scared.
I said, tomorrow, but happy that in the Bryce itself, they mentioned both cases.
Then something appears just beyond the glass.
Well, the Eddie's coming up.
The craft is hovering extremely close to the car. It's orange and slightly wobbly, or undulating in place,
And
as
then a
if it's
second
on
later,
a
the
wave.
next word is the courage inside of a boat.
You can hear the two guys whispering.
How can you tell me that it's talking that courage means a cow? When it says cow before, pardon the aliens. And then a second later it says Bitcoin. It's actually one sentence. It means pardon the alien, which one is called the card.
Yeah, that to me is exactly how it was described by Bob. It's exactly like your hand. It's moving the right way, it's the right color, and it's the right shape. So it makes it very...
Case is a dough mixed with
The
oil.
intensity of the light, there's something very, very bright that is affecting
somehow, I don't know,
the
it
dash is
seems
being
hard to
lit.
do.
It's the dash of the vehicle, and the craft is above it. Right. And look at the intent. Here's the dash, and look at the
You
intensity
squeeze
of the
it in
light
a
that's
way
going
that
to
you
happen
squeeze
here.
out oil from
Right.
it. You even have a little bit of
There. Those are really...
you
and it's fading. You
and then
fade that.
and you put the oil on the street.
That it wobbles.
But it wobbles. It wobbles. That's the important
Put it
thing.
on- put it on the
So
plate,
it does
And they
comport.
take
It
the
wobbles,
flowers
it
with
glows
oil.
like that, in that color, in that shape. That's wild, dude.
You put it on top of the
I
oil.
mean,
Question
that's
is,
wild.
can you combine the
It's
two?
impressive.
Once you
It is.
squeeze out the oil, it's no longer part of
The
the
craft
pizza,
emits
and
an
therefore you can't
orange-reddish color, which is
I'll
not
give
a
it here.
coincidence.
Something like
The
this.
craft with strong field interactions, like the ones that Bob alludes to, creates an ionized plasma sheath around itself. The dominant
You got the
atmospheric
oil
gas on
onto a
Earth
tree, and then
is
it's supposed to go on
nitrogen.
top of it.
Ionized nitrogen
Are
that
they
interacts
connected
with
now or
plasma
not?
glows red or orange. This classic
What?
observation of a glowing reddish or orange ball of light moving silently and erratically is one of the most commonly reported UFO descriptions across decades of sightings worldwide. Now, I know this footage is grainy, and while certainly fascinating, it's far from conclusive, but it is another fascinating data point.
When you connect the two things, oil and
What Luigi's movie almost definitively vindicates is the existence of S4. Remember, when Bob went public in 1989, Area 51 itself hadn't even been officially acknowledged by the government. And to this day, S4's existence is still denied. It's not supposed to exist. But Luigi used Google Earth's historical imagery to go back in time and found a 2022 version of the area surrounding S4 that was not yet blurred to obscure the site. And yet, vehicle tracks are visible in these older satellite images.
You can clearly see the tracks. Look at them going in every direction, and you can look at all the traffic. Yeah. Right, yeah, that's not one guy driving around. No, that's not one guy driving. Exactly. So there's no public out there. So
Luigi also shows Bob a high-quality aerial photograph taken by a pilot roughly 17 miles from Papoose Lake. The image had previously circulated online, but Luigi enhanced the contrast a bit to reveal additional details.
And if you look carefully, in this version here, where it's the contrast has been changed, as we zoom, you can start seeing you see them clearly right there. Yeah, the slanted rectangular doors. Yeah.
Finally, and perhaps most damningly, the map of Papoose Lake was literally altered 8 days after Bob Lazar went public in his first anonymous video. You heard me right. They changed the map 8 days after Bob started to speak out. And the map was clearly modified in a way that would specifically hide the existence of S4.
Bob went public on May 15th, 1989. And he didn't come public. His name wasn't public. It was him as Dennis in silhouette. And 8 days after that, the United States Department of the Interior, who works on the geological maps of the landscape at the test site, where it's Groom Lake, Papoose Lake, and the whole Nevada test site, actually modified all the maps there, specifically Groom Lake and Papoose Lake and the Papoose Mountain Range there. And there's a stamp on all the modifications, because the modification was dated 1989. So on the actual small print, it says maps modified 1989. But the stamp of the exact day is May 23rd, 1989. Exactly 8 days after Bob went public.
And specifically, they are getting Papoose Lake. Just Papoose Lakes, they're removing S4.
No, what they remove, the specificity there is the specific thing they remove is there's a road that leads from Groom Lake down to Papoose Lake. And as it leads down to Papoose Lake, the north end of the lake, the road forms up, it splits off in two areas. To the west of Papoose Lake and to the right of Papoose Lake, where S4 is. They specifically removed the road to the east of Papoose Lake, and they kept the same one to the west. Why would they do that? Would you suddenly remove the road that goes to S4 and leave everything else there? That means that is an amazing discovery. Yeah, and it's there. I mean, it's not like we're not making anything up here. I was very specific. I'm like, I don't want to put anything that makes us look like we're inventing stuff. This is verifiable. You can order these maps.
The other thing I think that's interesting is for people doubting the story, Jeremy Corbell and Ross Coulthard found a bunch of people who verify Bob's presence at S4, right? I don't know if
I think arriving at 51 or getting
that's good.
yeah, and then they found him. George Knapp also had some people, and they got threatened back then. And they were told 6 people that were threatened, and basically they never made it forward. George talks about it in the interviews we did with him, and he's talked about it in the past. And he says they all received a phone call, they were all threatened, and they never went public. And you know, for anybody who's a Lazard detractor or doesn't believe the story, you then have to not believe George Knapp, because why would George lie about that? Well, what's the benefit here? You know, and somebody's gonna say, well, it's because he put his name attached to the Bob story. No, not when that was happening. He was still investigating the Bob story, so he said that back then. It's not like it's new for me. He was getting a lot of shit. Yeah, he was getting a lot of shit right back then. It was certainly not a feather to stick in his cap. You know, it's something I really want to put a lot of emphasis on because of all the haters out there. Is this happened when he came out? It was in 1989. It was a different era. It was a different time in the world. So, you know, the people now that think that Bob Lazar is a grifter, or I'm a grifter because I'm making a movie about this and whatever. You know, this happened 40 years ago. I was interested in UFOs 40 years ago, and believe me, I was not popular. This was the most unpopular topic when it came out. It was considered to be so... Don't touch that because it's going to ruin your life. So why would, first of all, why would Bob Lazar do that? And then why would George Knapp, a respected investigative journalist in Las Vegas who already was well known and had a good job, why would he hang his reputation and ruin his entire career just to support another liar? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah. So, you know, let's not forget those.
Yeah, and he has multiple Peabodys. He's well respected, exactly as you said, outside of UFOs. Did you learn any other details about the guy that had died that you were replacing?
Yeah, they had an operating reactor. So apparently, which is also brings up all kinds of other questions to me. Apparently, the reactors in all the craft are exactly the same. So that makes me think of a manufacturing facility.
Yeah,
that's like a Ford making an engine, and it goes in, you know, a bunch of different models. How can all these crafts have the same, you know, the same power system or propulsion system? Anyway, I don't want to go on a tangent, but he had a reactor, so it was probably from one of the other crafts. Why they did this is beyond me. They took it out to the nuclear test site, and they physically cut into it while it was running under load, and it exploded. And I think there were 3 guys there, maybe more. They were all killed. So, number one, why would you do that? Number 2, it makes me think either they were extremely desperate and want to just find out what's in there, and, you know, and why would you even do it while it was operating, or extremely confident that they knew what was going on in the reactor, where they could safely cut it, and they had a reason to get in there. But apparently that information never made it back, whatever they gleaned from it, or even their suspicions at the beginning, because Barry and I were kind of starting from the beginning on the reactor. So everything they had done previously was lost. Anyway,
you ever learn the guy's name or any details about? Does Barry have a last name?
Yeah, Barry. Castillo. It's spelled Castillo, but Castile, I don't know how it's pronounced.
Have you ever tracked him down after?
I think briefly, decades ago, we made it real, because there was another guy that would come in and out once in a while named Rene.
Okay.
Don't remember his last name. But
So your tweets
I
have
mean,
come back into
at
the
some point, I really put a lot of effort into trying to find Dennis
There's no ball
Mariani
into
and
the Shirayim
Barry.
part. This is the part that
I think some people did track down Dennis. I think he died not too long ago. I don't know about Barry, but I never able to find it. Because I mean, back in the time I was looking for him, there was no internet, so you had to go through public records and stuff. And it was much more difficult.
And I know of one instance in which the name Dennis Mariani was corroborated by somebody at a test site. And so, I won't go further than that, but because it's not my thing to tell. But you're giving names, and I think some of these people could still be alive, which is pretty remarkable too. Maybe we can track some of them down. They can back you up. I wonder. I mean, they have to know.
I'm kind of wondering why nobody else came out.
Yeah.
The majority.
I mean, although Barry would talk about it much, there are times I kind of mentioned, holy cow, can you believe this is being kept secret? And he goes, it sucks, I know. So he didn't think it was, he wasn't with the program as far as keeping this from, the entire world.
What was his background?
No,
It's always in the back though.
But there was kind of a collegial goodwill between you and him.
Yeah, and he'd goof around sometimes, which was nice because everything else was just so rigid and military. So, I'm sure it's a story where you see the golf ball at the reactor, and sometimes we just start talking about stupid stuff. So it's good to see a normal person, that just acted like a human instead of a robot.
What happened when he threw the golf ball?
He was showing me the field on it, and he said, check this out, and took a golf ball, and intending to hit the reactor, and instead it bounced off the field, and then hit a ceiling tile, which dislodged it. It made all the little particles, come down, and we knew Dennis was going to be coming back in 2 minutes, so it was, red alert. We had to, grab the stool to come and reascend and clean it up and everything. And shortly after that, Dennis walks in and says, "What's going on?" Nothing. We're working like we should be.
This is a remarkable detail around the reactor. You have this sort of force field-like thing, this repelling force.
Yeah. Once the hemisphere on top of a plate, about the size of a basketball, maybe a little bigger, on top of a 15-inch square plate. The hemisphere is removable. Once the hemisphere is put back on, if the emitter is in the right position, the reactor will turn on immediately, and it'll produce a gravitational field around it, and you can push on it. You can't touch the reactor from that point. It's somewhat plastic, like if you have two light poles of a magnet pushing them together, you get that. It's the exact same feel, but without metal, just your hands. But as I said before, what's really interesting is you can move the reactor on the table, and once you turn it on and you're pushing on the field, the reactor doesn't slide. So it's not transferring the force to the reactor. It's pushing your hand away. But that's really interesting to me.
How did the reactor work?
This is all a guess. This is just all a guesswork. It has a super heavy element in it, which appeared to be 115 on the periodic chart. There's a little tower in it, and from X-rays, we could see that there's a loop around the base plate. So it was theorized, apparently, Barry with his other lab partner, they thought that was a cyclotron, an accelerator, and that the tube that came up the side was an off-ramp, essentially. And that particle, whatever was being accelerated, interacts with the 115, and somehow that produces the gravitational field.
And it becomes part of them.
Did it feel on your hand?
It felt exactly like pushing magnets together.
Okay.
It was just elastic. I mean, it was compressible to some degree, and then when it got close to it,
But here's what's counterintuitive. When you become the same as them,
With magnets, you have to have like poles for them to repel.
Yeah.
And in this case, you're not. You know,
it's just matter, repel,
That's
so
always that's where people get confused.
does it feel like
On the one hand, you become like
what does it feel like? Is there a texture to it, or
no, it's just elastic, but it becomes, it's not
whatever
linear.
but does it
Well,
feel
you
like
can say it's logarithmic, you know, it's
or
easy to push, and then it becomes impossible. There's no way you're getting past the next 3 inches. You could probably sit a car on top of it, and nothing would change.
You're not going to be able
does
to
it
overcome
feel like
if
saran
they are
wrap, or does it feel like what does it feel like when you're in it? Does it feel like
No, it just feels.
it's literally like
actually going to be
you're
Mavaco.
Yeah, I
It's
see
not
what
gonna do
you're saying.
Yeah,
You know what I
they're
mean?
overcome it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like, is there a
Myth.
No, it just
coolness, a
They're
heat?
saying, it's chocolate.
It's just like space time itself.
Yeah, it's just.
So
I don't know how to describe it.
Sure.
Yeah, but
It
it's
messes with your
just
head.
there.
Because you think, oh, we embraced it, we became joy.
I mean, at this point,
Like us. Yeah.
I don't
But
even
when
think
you come
it's
like us,
gravity.
it's bad.
I think this is another completely
Two
unique
gloves,
force.
two
It
gloves
doesn't
are
behave
never
enough
proper.
like gravity.
And explain why it's so different.
Like, I mean, because
Never. They look the same as they
at
are.
least
Say,
my
you
thoughts
have-
at this point
listen.
are, I think gravity is just a property of matter, and it's
Not
only
the
an
glove.
attractive
In a
force. I'm
giant,
not sure you can have
barrel of-
anti-gravity.
Like
if it was gravity, and at one point, Barry showed me he had one of the emitters working. He put a little kitchen candle right at the focal point, and he powered up the reactor, and the flame stopped flickering and stood there frozen in space and time. But I could see the light from the candle. The flame was still visible.
What do we care?
Also, he removed the candle and then rotated the emitter. I don't know if it was another direction or the same way, but it made a little black ball in the air where no light was escaping, looking like a little black hole. But no, you could just tell there was
There
no
are some
light
things
at
that
the focal
eventually
point,
change.
right in the air. It was just a dark area.
Like
So there it's affecting light,
changes
but it
the
wasn't in the candle test before that. So it's a
the
really
hormone
unusual,
evaporates later on,
unusual
but
thing.
potion meat never change.
When Bob mentioned this anomalous force coming from the
But
craft's
also,
emitter, I immediately racked my brain for anyone in conventional aerospace circles who talks about something similar. And then I realized I just interviewed the lead electrostatic scientist at NASA, Dr. Charles Bueller, who talks about something very similar.
Where the heck is this energy coming
So
from?
here's the thing.
Because if I was to take this in space, it would accelerate.
It's non-kosher meat.
That's a problem.
Avela meat.
You see the lineage of people studying gravity control or anti-gravity in the United States. Perhaps my favorite example is mid-century inventor Thomas Townsend Brown, who discovered that when you apply a high voltage to certain asymmetric capacitors, they produce thrust. That's right, propulsion with no fuel, no exhaust, no propellant, just electricity as the input, converted directly into motion. A new model for space propulsion that can eliminate crude chemical combustion rockets forever. Now you might think that's insane. It defies Newton's laws, and I'll spare you all of the corroborating research that I've dug up, showing that Brown made real breakthroughs in the world of anti-gravity. Dr. Charles Bueller at NASA has taken Brown's experiments to the next level. With modern instruments, more rigorous controls, say about 1 grams, that corresponds to about 1 millimeter thrust, and decades of electrostatics expertise from his work at Kennedy Space Center behind him. He's done over 2,000 of these experiments and controlled for just about every variable you can think of. And he's also getting millineedles of thrust, basically real propulsion with electricity as the sole input. And you can't really argue with his authority to make these claims. The man literally runs electrostatics at NASA. He's the incoming president of the American Electrostatic Society. and he's contributed two fundamental principles to the field of electrostatics that are now widely accepted. So this is kind of an interesting moment in history because we have a man who first engineered UFOs, and then we have a NASA lead electrostatic scientist. So I thought I'd just leave it to you guys to kind of nerd out.
Yeah, well, first of all, like Charles.
Well, this is a very exciting moment for me. I'm a big fan.
Now, the thing about Bob Lazar is he kind of exists on an island. We've never seen him interact with other highly credentialed engineers in aerospace. And what I've learned after spending time with him is he's actually pretty skeptical when it comes to other scientific anomalies.
Man, I'm really interested to hear, your physical experiment setup. Is it a hybrid of your idea and T.T. Brown's, or are you just duplicating one of his experiments? I mean, can you explain to me what it looks like? What's your test setup look like?
Sure.
2,000 variations. I'll try to get my best. I mean, how is this? I'm sure you've seen the lifter ion motors and stuff along those lines. How is it different from those?
The ion thrusters obviously use ions of air to give the momentum oscillation. What's interesting about this force, even though it's sort of the same geometry, but in high vacuum, you'll get the thrust, but it's always in the opposite direction of the ion thrusters, which is great. Because what happens is you have a sharp electron ground plane. However you do that, it overcomes it, it breaks down the gases, and you don't have to roll like that. In vacuum, you can actually see these forces arise, but they're always the opposite direction of the ion, which is really interesting.
That is very
If it's the same direction as the rocket exhaust, you never think of that. So it messes with you. So that's what's interesting about this one main difference.
Yeah, that's great and interesting. I mean, the fact that it's in the opposite direction of an ion thruster would be, and you've done it in a hard or reasonably hard vacuum, and you're getting measurable thrust.
But we have been doing that since 2020. So for the last 6 years, we test almost every day, every other day. Different configurations. Zero in on configuration. The one guy, concept, that's the ongoing process. So yes, we have tested my vacuum 10.6, better and cheaper get up to them. Enough to prove to us that there's no ion.
What kind of thrust in newtons or grams are you getting?
Well, we're still playing around with hundreds of micronewtons or billion grains. So I think the highest we got is probably up to the 15 million mark. But that's when we stack these together.
They're
We don't learn a lot from them.
non-possible.
When we do that,
And if I
we
touch
can
one
make
of the
more
three
thrust.
pieces of meat, I don't know what I thought,
But we like to understand the thrust density.
I'll be something coming.
Each thrusters. We're trying to optimize
The opposite
type.
of this is
Like
my
things
focus
from
is on the
outer
bottom.
space.
According
We have access to
to
before we
Prisma,
get to larger chambers or outer space to test the mega structures.
Physically, how big are these thrusters?
But they're not very big.
certain stuff.
They're about 6 inches, maybe
Right?
6 by
All the
6.
rest is going to be able to
Okay,
put in
great. It's a
If
nice
I
size.
have
We can make it bigger, but I don't need anything for that. We just try to keep
Futas
them
and
manageable
one
so
Nevela
that we can
piece,
do different things
that's
with
this
them.
case
Stack them,
over here,
try at different voltages.
two
And then we try
versus
to measure
one.
currents.
So the one guy becomes puzzled
In
for
many
the two.
cases, there is no current.
Why?
Which is
See,
very
actually,
odd.
Futas should be up in
Yeah,
the
I would say.
because
Isn't
my
that
focus is
interesting?
on
Yeah,
the
I'd
Bible
say
guy.
Turn the power source off and it keeps going.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
And
It
the
is very
Bible
good.
guy cannot be
In
called
some cases, we
unavailable.
trap the charge in there.
And he's
That's all that's required. So that really limited a lot
more.
of things.
He's a Minchika
So
Shane
a physically larger one doesn't get you any more thrust, but you can stack them and get
and they're
increased thrust.
Well, the physically large one,
before I'm
we
going to
won't
take
learn
to the Vela
anything.
guy and say that
8 inches is what you have, but we're not learning anything that we want to learn. What is the best geometry shape? We want to optimize. We know areas one of the ways.
you know, just have
That will be optimized later in certain space. But on ground test, particles are kind of fixed by the geometry regime.
very good. It came in
Once we
with
get
the
some
house.
funding, we do. It does have almost a walk-in inside chamber.
Foil. With a veil of foil. When it's foil,
When that comes
it comes
online,
to it.
2 months, then we can test
Just
much
trying
more
to come closer. It becomes not coming. Now
So
all three
the thrust does depend on the area.
they become the same exact thing. When all three of them become the same exact thing,
Just the
count
typical
good,
things you would
do not
expect.
follow.
We try to optimize it as much as we can with the chamber we have.
Yeah, there's good stuff in the Velo.
How
But
much,
we just
how much are you charging them up to? What kind of voltage are you using?
When we started in 2016, we was at the Townsend Brown level.
שהאפשר, בבילו שטויות זכותו,
Thank goodness we're not anywhere near that now. I think we're
וזכותו אינו בתלו בנבילו.
You're at 400 volts.
Yeah, so his belief is that it's really Brown thought that the voltage range was, the thing causing the thrust, but Charles' belief is that that's sort of a proxy for electric field strength. And there are obviously other ways to amplify electric field strength at lower voltages. So he's using 400 volt.
Yeah, but I can't. It's shocking. We're getting. It's unbelievable. Every man, I want to come over and hang out with you.
I can introduce you guys.
put your hands on it, do whatever you like. More than welcome.
Isn't that exciting?
Yeah. I can't believe you're getting these results, and I can't get past the 400 volts either. If you increase the voltage, you don't see any change in thrust.
Oh, you get more thrust for sure. We like to stay.
Exactly. Everything's my mind.
We like to stay low.
Okay. Yeah.
It's preference. I mean, we average test of 25 volts. We start worrying about breakdown. We're going to get above that. These systems are getting much smaller. We don't have access to the higher fields anymore. It's mature properties.
If you don't have these things, last night I didn't have this. This is helping a little bit.
Gets rid of
Right.
influences
It
like
did. It really helped.
Right, yeah. All that stuff gets tossed out.
Yeah, you're not even ionizing the air.
It's nothing. That's why I'm shocked, because all those other effects drop out right as soon as you tell that low, and you can get some cleaner data. Then that's this is really cool.
We're converting Bob on Townsend Brown.
Why did I because
Well, Dan, thank you for this. Really appreciate it, man.
Good to meet you.
the road is the Nevada.
That's really fascinating.
Isn't that wild?
According to a physicist,
Yeah, it's a little more
at
than
the
just
Nevada,
wild.
at the road. And the road.
I know,
Yeah,
right?
it is. I mean, that's significant.
I think so.
It could really be significant. And, the thing is, the first thing I would point out, there's something wrong with your test, but not in 1,500 tests. And, when you've gone through it that many times and have done it for this long, boy, you've adjusted all the potential parameters and fallout stuff.
No, I can't hear
In
it
this
now.
case, you see on the screen, all three of them become the same exact min, and when
The thing's working.
But you also
Same
mentioned
as
DC
men,
voltage in the craft, and that was that's also a Townsend Brown.
Camino,
But it's high
now we're
DC.
finally
Yeah,
done
and it's
Camino,
not
which
just
we
high
saw
DC
before.
voltage. I even mentioned it on,
But why not?
Joe Rogan, that
Remember
I
says
think
we
the
always
material the
look
craft is
at
made
the
from is an electric.
bottle, not the
And
bottle.
so
Look at
it
the bottle.
always, just like a magnet always has a magnetic field to it, electric always has an electrostatic field to it.
Interesting.
And I think that's certainly something important.
Were there high climb rates to the voltage, likely?
And if the
You know what I mean?
bottle
Like
in
not
this
really
case,
high climb.
then the Vela
Like
is the bottle. It's
fast,
the Neo, it's
swinging
the
out
limit.
the voltage.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
It's so fascinating because it's like all the Townsend
Minority
Brown stuff.
quick change,
Fast
how?
high DC voltage,
Like this?
yeah, like fast
Like
climb
getting
rates.
more-
Yeah.
I wonder if that really applies to the
And
craft.
turning
It
to
was kind of incredible.
I think it
non-common.
does,
All
especially
three
after
of them becomes the same. It
Yeah,
becomes
I
near
mean,
the
now
same.
that's
You're
making
all
me
the same.
wonder. It could very well be, again, because of the high voltage on the craft. And
it's DC.
What about
There's no
those
magnetic
according to
field
the
interference.
Yeah,
second
right.
it just happened.
man, that's
Making progress.
I mean, it might have been
so far
I'll leave it
past
out.
this
What just
already,
happened
but,
there?
Well, the funny thing about Brown is he was looking for
That everybody holds.
the power
You
source
know,
that was
like
nuclear for like the rest of
According
his
to all,
career.
yeah,
He
we
figured out the electromagnetics, and then he called it the flame jet.
Oh,
up
that
on
would
the
have been the
majority,
guy
up
to
on
have
on
there.
Tommy, or the back
Well, I
that
mean, even him. I just
No, you don't
go
need
walk
me.
off
Yeah,
set.
this
No, even
yesterday,
him.
the two components that go on the
I just
on
get in the way. But, yeah, he did.
there, they don't become buckles.
Given
But so
some
many buckles.
theories, like there being two gravities, gravity A, gravity B. Was that in the Virginia document?
It's the same thing. You could have a big old view. Whatever you're doing is that this will work.
Part of Barry had other lab
Yeah,
notes.
even if you use
I don't know if those were previous documents that he had, but there were lab notes, and this was the direction they were going in at one time.
In other words, he says, I go by the percentage, I don't go by Allah. Okay, this is like it's no. I don't go by Allah. I don't look at it because in the veil how long it is. This is who Allah is. I go by the dam. You see by the down, that it doesn't matter what kind of down is how long it is. This is driven down, and it's the outside up here. Okay?
Cosmological scale and gravity.
These are even with the middle. So the middle,
Which it is really interesting. Because I remember you're like kind of science tutorial. We were texting about it.
and the Vela in Kuta is going the same exact way. Really, take one of these. It doesn't matter what case it is. You get a two Kuta and one Vela. You get a two
It's like basically the perimeter
Of the
Vela and Kuta. It's always Mindanino. Nothing changes. They look the same.
stuff that I was told.
They look the same.
It's not like I conducted an experiment.
Yeah, so it's not here. So what are you talking
it
about?
is almost the solution to
Hello.
what
I live in This is a goal.
Yeah, possibly.
Don't hear me. They will Kuta. They will do this. You can say the statement is one is coupled with others. Which one is coupled with others? Well, you might be going to the Pizza.
you can make sense of it more than me.
We have the Venezuela here. The Venezuela is coupled, right? The little guy is coupled into the Kuta.
So he, at the age of
According to
19,
the Kanina, it's exactly the opposite.
became deaf and blind due to an explosion. And he was a German,
The Kuta is coupled into the
in
Venezuela.
the U.S. working for
But he
Lockheed
says one is coupled with
Martin.
others. Argentinian. Yeah, there's a man, but he didn't do
And
it.
he had a
Now,
really
we got one in the army earlier in the back of that, but we put it
to gravitational fields.
the bone on.
And like
There's nothing really to
gravity breaks down big and small scale. Specifically standard gravity is the tensor space gravitational.
What'd you say, Miss Aquarius?
Which is G, big G, little g, which is scalar gravity propagated by the gravity.
I don't know.
G
By the graviton, so he's going with gravity.
propagated by the gravitophoton, and GQ, vacuum field, or repulsive force propagated by the quintessence particle. So in addition to the standard four forces, like magnetism,
Let's say that
nuclear, and nuclear, EHT, which is extended high energy spectrum that tremendously unrecognized gravitational forces, which brings us to
and
six
according to Kanina,
fundamental forces.
the scoop is buckling in the veil, but
And what I find interesting about that is there's a
Mindanino,
that's
Mindanino,
very researcher, Russian diner,
you might learn how to do
that she
nothing.
supposed at the end of her life
I'm
became
going to use the Mindanino buckle. Then you do the surface.
sixth force.
That's something in the head for the thing. When one thing to turn into the other, like a piece of meat, or a vela, to turn into how long it's pizza, but becoming foil, then
Very high conviction strips extended time.
I like doing this.
you say Mindanino. And then you're going to do another thing.
Isn't it interesting?
Welcome. Then literally,
It was not gravity. I don't think it's
oh, you mean the enemy.
it's
Think about it.
it's something
Here's
else.
a piece of meat to never become the non-kosher piece of
Because
meat.
if it were right, if it weren't
Yeah,
gravity,
it would
well,
be
then you
but it's
probably see it's a
different.
little black hole, a little gravitational source. You just see everything
It's
that's sucked
limited
into it, no matter what.
And then what's that
Other
Allah?
things would
What?
come back to
Oh,
different
and finally, you might
Yeah, light lensing and
put it all together.
Yeah,
So what can
so
you do?
it's
You have this is
almost
solar,
feels like
awesome and
it almost
popular.
has to be. It almost
You know?
has to be.
And it's solar, but the butter, you know.
it's almost like it had great
Yeah, you might
access to
say straight out.
reality
Put it
itself,
up,
like
think
it
up.
froze
I
time.
go, bye.
Yeah, but if it froze time, how come the photons were still coming out of it? You see it going candle. It should be dark.
Can it freeze time in some local
Finally,
space?
Quran.
but still,
Define it.
Says in the Mishnah.
still,
Now,
yeah,
what does this have to do with us?
maybe. And if you say, well, it doesn't affect photons, how come it made the
Complicated
black?
stuff, which, by the way, we're over with.
So,
So have you?
Is
Where
the
do you
only
think?
cause
Do
you
you
want to
have
prove
best
malnutrition?
candidate for what?
We prove
It is.
malnutrition.
no.
Take a look at this. Schmuck.
There is.
Good,
No,
good
that's
graphic.
why I think. I mean,
Yeah,
I lean
they're
towards
not
this is
persuaded.
this is another force.
Yeah.
Just
Shouldn't
stop
tell you
calling
seven
it
hours.
gravity.
Human office, remember?
Do you think it's
As
what's
Barry
scary.
said, the only thing we know that does this
Human
is
office.
gravity. So we're
Laying
calling it
on top
the
of each
gravity
other.
generator.
Mixed in and out with each other.
Okay.
And then
That's the whole thing.
And it's
Parts, middle part. What are you
being
supposed to do?
created
Supposed to
ostensibly
take a
due
from
to
the right.
this
and a
proton
pizza from the
bombardment
left.
of element
That's-
115, and then
Possibly.
yeah,
So I'm just
116,
thinking
and then
about
you get
that.
a
Very, very
decay,
beautiful.
and then
That's tomorrow
if
when
in fact
I
all
put
that's
from the right.
yes,
So what
oh,
happens?
it's so interesting.
The
I mean,
entire
don't forget
on the
that
right
in the
is
film
what?
we did not include the mechanical
You can't see
watch
right.
experiment that was also conducted
What's
in the
the
lab.
minute
So
on
it
the
was
left
the
that I
candle,
didn't take yet? I
black
didn't get a
ball,
chance
and
to
the
go
mechanical
into
watch.
the So
We
what is
didn't
the
put
one on
it
the
in
left?
there
All
just
the
because
stuff
we
up.
wanted to shorten the
There's
film.
no
But
to
there
take it.
was another experiment
The one on the
where
right
it was like a mechanical watch that
should
just stopped.
overcome.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Let's
that
take
is
a little
the
part of
and
the
that is
That's another
breaking up.
indicator where Bob said, just like that. I mean, it's kind of similar to the
To the
candle.
left.
It just
But you
stopped,
grab,
but
I
I
don't
can
care how
still
much, a
see
little
it.
piece of
Yeah.
it.
It's like it's freezing in time.
It's freezing movement,
Freezing
Because if a
movement.
little piece of the
but not
left is
affecting
missing, you
anything
can't
else.
do
There's nothing that just freezes movement.
No, it doesn't.
What did you
But
say?
that is really,
You take
time
it
is
from
so
the right
weird
and you take
because
it
we
from the left.
Something that inhibits kinetic energy,
What did they keep from the
which
right?
would be
I made the one on the right.
that would be really
You're
weird.
iron.
well, it's so weird, especially given all
The one
the
on the
forms of
left
possible kinetic
is
energy. You're
seven.
talking about a watch, a mechanical watch, and a flame are very different
So
things.
now,
Yeah.
So
the one on the right
it's so
should
strange.
be the
While you were there,
backbone.
did you tell
The one on the
anybody
left.
what you were
The one
working
on the right
on?
should be
You know,
considered
your wife at the time.
more,
No,
And
Gina,
one more, even though
You told Gina.
it's less. Because
Okay.
it's
I told John Lear.
But
And you
it's
even brought
possible
them
that
to
it's lit.
Yeah, oh yeah, to see the test. Yeah,
To
because
see
I
the
had the
test.
test flight scheduled.
Hanging
So
on top
I
of
know it's
more.
on Wednesday
It's
night.
more than
Yeah,
what's
we're
playing
going
on.
out there.
At any given point,
This is John Lear.
volume
And
wise.
today is March 22nd, 1989. We're standing just about 8
At the
miles
point that we're
east of
touching,
River Lake,
that's what I explained. The point that we're touching,
Secret
the
test
green
site.
guide
And just a few minutes ago, we saw
could have more than the red guide. You didn't say there's enough in. Nobody ever told. But oh, it has, there's more or less. It was straight out. How long does it take a piece of
inches.
the right and a piece in the left? Watching the right side overcome and be mavato some of
There
the
there
rest.
isn't much to see
And
with
what
the
is
camera
mavato
bag.
a little bit, even a tiny, even
That
if
was
you're not
while
thinking
you
that it
were
was
working at
mavato.
us for.
One iota,
You should.
you can't just
Them,
see it
or
on the
was it
left.
afterwards?
It's missing a little bit.
That
Look inside,
was,
but the
boy,
margin is a
that's a
little
tough
deeper.
question. That was
But
while I was working.
That's how I view
Okay.
what
When you saw
overcomes what.
the UFO
Well, I look at the Mavato
Gina
Mavato.
and John Lear,
According to this, I look at Mavato.
took that
According
was
to
it
the
little
Panina, I look at the
Mesa.
No, it was right outside. It
And
was
here, that's why I want to bring a riot.
before, you
Because
know,
tomorrow, not so that I'm
before you
waiting
get to
to
the black
with you.
mailbox.
In the upper
You know, the reason
Listen,
anybody knew about the black mailbox, everybody wanted to know where the road was, and then we turned
As
out,
tomorrow,
we came
I'll
up the highway. It's this
But
first
the part
dirt
of
road
work is
you
to
go
the
down,
rise.
but there's
Yeah,
no
but how do we survive?
landmarks
What is
around there. And if
See,
you
the other
keep
part
going
of
like
that
another mile
mailbox
or two,
becomes
there's a black
Shirai, the green
mailbox.
part.
So I just said,
Not the other
it's
one.
around the
The other
black
part
mailbox.
becomes Shirai.
And that just
We're
got
looking
repeated,
back to
and
Shirai.
everybody
Shirai.
thought
That's
The
a black
good
that
one.
mailbox.
In the
the
Mishnah,
mailbox
we're
road is
asking
where it
each other.
is. It's not anywhere near where it is.
When all you
Right
guys
here,
went up
sure.
there and you
And
saw
we
the
see them,
UFO
so that you
fly,
know.
I'm sure they were just
Nani,
totally shocked. Were you allowed back at S4 after that?
Yeah, the first time they didn't
We
know
have
we were
the
out.
same exact
Oh,
name.
they didn't
The
know.
campaign
Yeah,
points
we
are about
only
it. This
got
will be a
cut
problem
last
about it.
Okay.
They're all the same
So they
thing.
get, and then
I
And
would never have let me back.
so after
What
the
you do
last
about
time
the
you
road?
were left
And that's
back
problematic
there,
with Morocco. Then you don't have
It
enough
was absolutely.
you were finished.
No, they're backing out. Come on back.
flowers
Yeah.
go on the
Yeah,
left
yeah,
side.
yeah.
They were
Don't you
pretty
do
close.
it?
Yeah.
Don't walk. You know is not.
Why did you
Now,
decide
This
to
one,
come
I'm not.
out and approach?
Oh, my boss
I don't know, because I was still getting followed. There was always somebody parked outside my house, and I was starting to get scared. And I think that's when I first started telling Gene, I said, hey, before they disappear, I'm working out at
Yes.
site there, and eventually I told them, they said,
you do
why,
pizza,
working on secret
you can
weapons or
turn
something?
into
I
the
said,
right.
no,
But the right
I'm
can
working
never
on this,
become
and,
Kevin.
kind of told
The
them,
right
but I don't know, I'm just getting
Like a
concerned
scooter.
about
It's already done. You
what's
already took it
going
to me
on.
to the
Why do you
right,
think
there
they
it
were
was on the left.
following you?
MMA law.
I don't know, it might just be normal security.
Did you take anything from the lab?
There's something like on our boss or buckle, you know, we go by the meals, we go
Okay. Okay, later.
by the one on the
But
left.
that's interesting
But
that they
the
were
tobacco
able
and
to file
the
that away. But it's interesting that they were following you as if you had done something wrong.
and now
when
it's
you
going to be
were just showing up to
counterintuitive.
work.
The
No, but I
left
mean, you know,
could
they were
become
still
like the
doing,
right, and then it becomes what?
they
the
allowed
demeanor.
me in there, and they were still progressing on my clearance. They were
And
still
it's
going
the
through
demeanor.
background checks and what they
And
did
that-
me on
It's like
site.
you can take a commission from it,
Operating
no
quickly.
pistol.
And they
I'm
kind
crossing
of
the
let that
back.
slide. I've had clearance before,
We
so
go with the green guy, the one on the right.
I think, yeah,
She's
they were
lying,
looking
so I
at
have it
some
too
other
low.
things too.
Got it.
The right can never become travel because you already took it. And there
my
was
relations.
Mindisha.
Okay.
Elamina. Mindisha,
And so
Elamina
they were digging
is
into that. That's kind of
Spinvato.
you
And
have
it's
a
the
stable
Vato, the
family
green Vato, the
background
from
if
the
you're
red.
going to be playing around state secrets.
How could you
and
take
stuff
pizza
like
from the
that.
red?
They don't want you being crazy. They don't
Why
want
would
you
they like your
drinking, checking out how you play with friends. You
So
were going
maybe
to
it doesn't go
rages, so
from the
I'm
appeal.
sure
His gonna
your
appeal.
wife was running around, and they don't want
The
any
first one that
stress
you
or
go by the Nabaco,
anything
appeal,
to
it's harder to
But
appeal.
then at that
In the
point,
appeal.
you see these
So
black
tomorrow,
cars parked
you know,
outside your house. Why isn't your reaction okay? We're just gonna kind of eat it. Like they're gonna give me like a colonoscopy as far as literally like 360 everything about my life, but I'll be able to retain my job at S4. Or do you just you get scared and you're like, I gotta come out.
I guess here's something I
One
don't
is not
really remember how I
overcome
felt
the other.
back then, but I was
Put
just
both
getting
of
a
them
little
up in the
concerned.
spare. I thought I moved to Shirai and Shirai was afraid you have a puppet.
Hurt
You
to
can't
at
do
least
this.
tell
Touch
one
not. I
person.
come to the side of the
you know.
Mikvah. It says in the Mishnah, you
Did
have
you want, because John Lear
a
gave
mitzvah that
the files
got
on
mixed
you to
in
George
with another
Knapp, right?
Mincha that didn't take
KLAS, is
mitzvah
that
from
how it went
Loya.
down?
Didn't take there.
Gave
Zisha
the
Mikvah
files.
Or gave the,
also
said,
by
like,
him. Zisha Loy Nikimah
Yeah,
Loya
I
also
mean,
by him.
John Lear is the one that contacted
You
George
put it
Knapp.
into the oven, you put it on his bay outside
okay,
in his
so
bay.
you played kind of
You got
intermediary. Was he
But one thing
going
about
rogue on his own, or did you say, hey, can you contact, George or somebody in the local news to help me get this stuff out?
No, I mean,
it
that,
wasn't
well,
the Mincha that didn't have a
things are starting to
pizza,
get weird, and
didn't come butter. Now, according to who's this? You have fun on how many
I don't really remember how that went
Yeah,
down,
but
but I
in
think,
the
George said,
same
look,
question
you
we asked
gotta,
times already, according to
you
Rabbi.
gotta get the information out publicly, because
Hold
that's
on,
the
they
only
only
way,
take
that's the only
two
thing that'll
minutes,
protect
don't they?
yourself. I
But
said,
over
that's
here-
really stupid. I'm not gonna do that. And,
Teva
it was just a couple days later,
doesn't go
well,
on,
maybe it's not
and
that
to be
stupid.
Mivato,
And was it, do you think it was
pizza.
self-protection or idealism? Where you look, was a part of you like, this needs to be out, this is crazy, the government's hiding it. Yeah.
But it was an equal part of self-protection.
Same question, same man.
Yeah.
This one of the man's on my bus with me.
Lear is somebody I think a lot of people have questions about because he was
That was good.
Crazy beliefs.
crazily,
I mean, some of the stuff was so ridiculous. I would sit there and just talk to him and go, "You are absolutely out of your
And
mind."
be like the
I mean, I didn't believe the sun was hot. He said there are people living in the sun. There's no one living in the sun, John. And said, yeah, they built a moon on Jupiter, and that's where they manufactured it. They towed it into Earth's orbit. What is giving you these ridiculous
you cannot be
why
too
are you
comfortable, and therefore
believing
you
this
should take a
nonsense?
pizza
And
how'd you meet him?
from the west south. Hell, man, no, but
Gene
but
Huff
you know,
was a
but
real
the place
estate
is coming, and
appraiser.
that is person.
And at the time, John was looking to get a
You go
loan on his
by the
house,
pizza.
and
Quite a unique part of people, but we
He
should
had
never be
been
found,
on
that well, they're going to be here.
George
Maybe
Knapp
the
had a
father
show
calls
on
you
the
coming
record.
in here.
like after the news, and John Lear had been on there
Now,
back
maybe
when he
there's
was
there's also those according to Zera. That's it.
well, I wasn't going to say he wasn't so crazy, but to have such crazy ideas, I mean, he was like he was an accomplished pilot, brilliant guy, and he had tons of files and had lots of great contacts. The only
problem with John was he had no bullshit filter.
Yeah,
I mean, he could have a 4-star general tell him something, and he'll write it and put it in a file, and he'll have some derelict that's walking by his house and go, I know Jello thinks, and he'll go, all right, and then put him in the same file, and they have the same level of credibility, going, what are you talking about, you know? So he drove me crazy because of that, but he did, earlier on, he was less exotic with his theories, and, spoken to George Knapp. I had seen it on TV, so had Gene Huff, and anyway, he wound up doing the appraisal on his house, and I went with Gene to help him measure it, and kind of got talking to John, and that's how we met.
He's such an odd character because his father created the first business airliner in the Lear aviation engine.
Invented the autopilot, invented the 8-track tape. I mean, he's
Radio direction finder.
Yeah. He was quite a guy.
He was, and so
he had a problem with John too. I mean, John was eliminated from his will, and John showed me as well. Every paragraph said except. Everybody gets this stuff except John Olson Lear, except John Olson Lear. I mean, he was so angry at his kid. Yeah. Completely removed him from the will.
Maybe apple fell far from the tree, as far as aviation engineering prowess or something. But John Lear won all sorts of records as a pilot. He's a very impressive pilot.
Credit is due where credit is due. I mean, he had all kinds of world records, and it's just his filter.
John Lear was super into UFOs before you got the job at Area 51S4. I think he had a UFO blog. And so, do you think, why do you think it didn't come up in a background check that you were friends with this guy?
It did. They actually asked me about John Lear the first day.
Okay.
Yeah, what's your relationship with John Lear? In fact, that might have been the first question.
Really?
At EG&G when I sat down. It's the first thing they mentioned.
And what did you say?
I said, he's a crazy friend.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what else, but I just, told him some stuff. Yeah. Met him, and he's fascinating. And I mean, John would just do the craziest stuff. Back then he flew L-1011s, which is a big jet. 400 people on it or something like that. And occasionally he'd call and just be like Tuesday night, 8:00. Hey, you want to go to Minneapolis? Okay. All right, meet me down at the airport. Wear a suit and come on. So he'd be a pilot and, the pilot of the craft. And I'd just come on the tarmac and tell this guy and, walk up in the plane. And he'd tell the co-pilot and engineer, hey, this guy's from the FAA, so he's just going to be observing us. So I take the jump seat behind the, pilot and just fly. John,
did he talk to you about UFOs before you got the job at S4 Area 51?
No, he didn't talk to me about them. Okay. He spoke about them.
Did he
he used to tell me there are aliens living in the mountains alongside, I think it's I-95 or something, right? The highway. He said, yeah, there's a billion of them in there.
It's so crazy. Did he ever show you anything Billy Myers related?
I don't recall. I think when I described the craft to him and drew it, I think he brought out the Billy Myers books, and he said, I think that's where that's where I first saw it.
So we showed him the Billy Myers tape.
I said, yeah, that's not like the craft, that's the craft.
That's so interesting. So he kind of helped you piece it together. Did he, was he still affiliated with, because he was a CIA cargo pilot until 1983. And
that's true.
Did he continue flying for them after that, or did he disavow? Okay.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Because he's this interesting character to me, because it seems like he has crazy access to Area 51. Like he's snooping around and taking photos of F-117s. He even leaks the details to George Knapp, but then he still like knows all the security guards there. So I'm like, what's his deal?
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I had been out at, before the S4 thing, out in the desert in the middle of the night with binoculars and stuff, outside of Tonopah, trying to get pictures of any new aircraft that's flying around. I mean, he was obviously a big aviation buff.
Yeah.
And I was into that too. Sometimes I'd just go out and watch, fighters taking off from Nellis Air Force Base. You could get right up to the fence there. And, so it was, he was definitely into snooping around and seeing whatever he could find.
I mentioned Jacques Vallée earlier. You met him, right?
Yeah, I met him, and we spoke briefly, and then from what I remember, somebody was talking about making a movie with him, and then after hearing about me and talking, they started talking about, well, maybe we'll do it on Bob instead, and he was super pissed off.
Really?
Yeah, and then from that point on, all of a sudden, everything Bob said was crazy.
Really?
Yeah. But, initially, it was...
he wrote a book called Messengers of Deception, and he writes about you, and he says, Bob Lazar seems to be very legit, but he also talks about this pine saw drink he drinks, this drink he drinks, and the memory lapses it caused.
There's no memory lapses.
So it was like this vitamin D shot that was like immunity related.
Yeah, that's all it was.
Okay.
Again, we're working with completely unknown materials.
Yeah.
We don't know what, and apparently people had severe reactions to some of this stuff just touching the craft. So, they had dealt with that before.
I feel like I can defend you on 99.9% of things, and then the one thing I have trouble with is the MIT thing, because that's the other thing circulating. Did you get your master's there, or you were sent there?
I was sent there
on a specific kind of program, isolated program.
Yeah, and I did a lot of auditing in both places.
And then on Caltech, for Caltech, what was that? So you were sent to MIT, and then Caltech was different.
Caltech was way before that. That was but
and now,
I don't know. I guess if I really look through old paperwork and stuff, I could come up with things, but that's never been.
Yeah. And I think George Knapp found, some people who need a
Caltech. Yeah.
One other question that people have is, why were you allowed to give him a tour of Los Alamos after, you blew the whistle on Area 51? Like, why wasn't there this nationwide directive at all of the national labs, like, don't let this guy back?
Like, it was really nothing. I mean, we got on a Southwest flight, came out there, rented a car, drove up, and I still knew all the guards and stuff like that. So we came up, sorry, you're back. Yeah, just going in there to.
So you think it was just like a different time? Yeah.
Los Alamos is so much higher security now. I mean, it was so nonchalant back then, and we just rode right into the experimental areas. Came over here, and said, "George, this is my desk."
Were you surprised? Was it part of you nervous that there would be some red alert?
No, not at all.
You were like
zero concern.
You didn't worry that there was any sort of coordination between Area 51 and Los Alamos.
Nobody knew what was going on there. It was just, like I said, it was very lax atmosphere. In fact, a year or two after that, they were so concerned about that. I think they called it the Tiger Team. Came in to test security there, and they failed so horribly that they just redid everything. And after that point, forget it. You're not going in. But I still had keys and things. And, it was not even a problem.
When did you start United Nuclear?
99, 2000.
Did you ever work with the government, with United Nuclear?
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. We supply them. They train Department of Homeland Security, FBI. We sell them stuff all the time, especially when they're training people to use radiation detection equipment. We'll give them
or sell them, radioactive sources so they can go hide something in a warehouse and give the trainees a Geiger counter, go find it,
Did you ever wonder why they didn't view you as a liability given your, late 80s experience at S4 Area 51 and they were just down to do contract work with you?
I don't know. But one hand doesn't know what the other's doing.
Sure.
In government.
Yeah.
It's kind of a mess.
Yeah. No, and it's
if that part of United Nuclear was just beginning, some of the stuff we're selling was kind of questionable. This could potentially be used for explosives or stuff like that. So went down to the FBI and reviewed everything with them. And they went, no, you can, that's cool. Went down to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. No, we're good, the Postal Service. No, everything's good. All right, good. I'm going to go selling it. And then, raided by the Consumer Product Safety Commission, come with a SWAT team with machine. Well, my wife up out of bed with, M16 pointed in her face.
Jesus Christ.
It's like, we checked with everybody. How do you didn't check with us? So you guys talk. So one hand has no idea what the other's doing when it comes to the government.
Yeah, no, I believe that. Is there any part of you that thinks that they wanted you to come out and that they wanted some frameworks? Because to your point, it's maladaptive to have this completely shut out from like to have a STEM student who's talented and
why guys are they complicated? Why make it complicated and make me do it?
Right.
Just do it yourself.
Put out the high-level framework and say,
this whole complicated scenario with this guy coming in and hope that he does something you want, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. There's this John Lear interview where, again, it's impossible to parse what the hell is going on with that guy.
Look, I've heard John Lear tell my story.
Yeah.
And it is so wrong. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. He inserts himself in there in a prominent position. Well, I got Bob, to get the job to hear it. And I went, what are you talking? It's completely inaccurate.
Yeah. And he in this interview, he says, Admiral McClellan, who was a Navy admiral, came to me, and he was MJ level. MJ, obviously, in the UFO lore, would be like the elite, kind of committee that governs this whole topic. Came to me and he said, we got to get Bob on the job because we know that we can hide his. It's in some ways it's corroborating your story because it's saying no, he was there, he was at S4, he was working on this stuff, but we need to get Bob specifically because we know we can have plausible deniability because they'll never be able to find his MIT records.
It turned out that MJ1, the head of MJ12, is a guy named Admiral Mike McClellan. He wanted to get some of the information out because he didn't want to. He thought that some of this information should be out in the public. We don't need to keep all those things in. So he decided to try to figure out a way to get it to the public. So he knew that I was a blabbermouth. That I would tell anything I knew. My investigative file was R, and they knew that he was a genius. But he had a background such that they could instantly discredit him.
And then I thought about that for a while, and I was like, what is this? And I couldn't even find an Admiral McClellan. And then
I've heard that name before, but
you have. That's interesting that you've heard it.
Yeah, I have definitely heard the name. It could have come from John Lear. But I don't know. The thing is, some of the stuff he's saying absolutely can be true, or it absolutely cannot.
Totally.
I don't know, but I love the guy. He was a great friend. He just thinks differently, and it's sad he died. I wish I had spent more time with him.
Yeah.
But after I moved, it was just impractical. But if you're talking about statements John Lear made, boy, it's tough. It's really tough to find out what's what's accurate and what's not.
It's decoding the Voynich manuscript or something.
Yeah.
But he's a complicated guy. So I think, and we talked about this a little last night. Maybe this is an interesting follow-up for this show. Is I think he might have been talking about a guy named Mike McConnell, who became NSA director later, but he was involved in some S4 Area 51 stuff related to Dan Barish, whose story I think honestly holds up a lot less than your story. But it's has to be noted because it's one other guy who's mentioning S4. And so Mike McConnell's kind of involved there, and he was a Navy admiral at the time. So I think about that and I wonder if Mike McConnell was somewhat involved. When you came out as Dennis, was that a shot across the bow against Dennis Mariani?
Yeah, sure was.
So you were trying to kind of get at him a little bit?
Yeah.
What were your feelings towards him, kind of personally? Were you resentful, or were you? Yeah, how'd you feel towards him?
I guess somewhat resentful. I don't know. It's hard to tap into how I felt back then.
Yeah. Why do you think, and I know, Luigi, you might have some theories here too, why do you think Dennis wanted to meet up with you at the end of this whole saga? And then you meet up with him at the casino, and then you're speaking to him, and Gene Huff is looking, and he's just not even looking at you. What is that about?
I don't know. I think Dennis really had something to say. And I don't know if people from S4 got there and changed his mind. I don't know if he intentionally wanted me to go out there just to get me away from the house. I really don't know.
Because you got back to the house and something.
Yeah, things were missing, yeah.
Anything of consequence.
Yeah. And, so, I don't know. It's all guesswork. Yeah, I mean, when we sat down, even Gene Huff, I spoke to Gene Huff about that, and Gene's perspective to that was he saw Bob walk up to Dennis, and it's an important part because I always think about the fact that Gene Huff was there. Joe was also there. Yeah. But we all had eyes on him. Yeah. And what Gene said was, well, Bob Lazar walks up to this guy Dennis, this blonde, military-looking guy, and Bob's talking to him. The guy's not even looking at him. And that caught Gene's attention. It's like, if Bob was making that up, what did he do? Just pick out a guy out of nowhere and starts talking? If the guy was a nobody, he would have turned around and go like, what do you want?
Yeah, it would have been like, stop talking.
Yeah, no, I kept saying, Dennis, I'm here, what do you want? What's going on? I don't remember my exact words, but he never even looked up at me. And I just walked over to Gene and said, I don't know what the deal is with Dennis. We both turned around and it was gone.
Yeah. So interesting. So I wonder, a part of me wonders if he himself wanted to come out after you or something, or there was something he did.
Unfortunately, it's all speculation.
Yeah.
He could have wanted to come out. He might have been part of, let's get Bob out of the house.
Yeah.
He could. There's 1,000, but there's no direction to go in.
I mean, that was so striking from the documentaries. They put your gun was set up in your own car, and the doors were open in the parking lot, right? And then you walked. Yeah, that happened more than once. That's scary, man.
Did you? Yeah, and I mean, we would lock it and test the door, and because it had happened before, and go, all right, it's locked. Check every single thing. Okay, Mario, it's locked. Okay, we go into the gym, we come back out, and everything.
Was there ever a moment where you were like, over 50%, I might get assassinated?
Yeah, because it's why I said we have to look under the car, see if there's something wired in there or a bomb. I mean, we were even afraid. The only thing that wasn't open, I think, was the hood where the engine was. So we were afraid to open that, and finally did, but looked over the car. But yeah, I was afraid there was a bomb in there or somebody wired it up. But as George said, I think they were just screwing with me.
And Mario talked a lot with him, and we really spent a lot of time, and it's hard to trick. He also kept saying it's really hard to like explain and express what that worry was, because he said I was with Bob all the time, and we were scared that something was going to blow up. And he says I was so going through my hard times that I didn't care. I just told Bob stay out and I'll try it, and he would start the car because he was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. But you can sense that even from Mario's perspective, there was a real worry. And so, this is something that clearly was causing a lot of worry, not just for you, but for Mario as well. It's like, what the hell is going on? The doors are unlocked again, and why are they doing this? So clearly you think it could go wrong. So whether they were trying to just intimidate or do something, whatever that was, it was happening according to these guys.
Did you get the sense that there were maybe mob ties? Like there was some, they talk about the UFO legacy program sometimes like it's a cartel or like a mafia that exists outside of the state. Did you get the sense? Obviously, you're going back and forth from Vegas, and Vegas is a hotspot for that sort of thing. Did you ever get that sense?
Not that it was the mob per se,
yeah,
but it was like these guys were disconnected from the government.
Yeah, they were like their own.
Yeah, they were their own cabal.
Then you kind of get that vibe. Like even, I feel like John Lear was like he had, there's a picture with him and G. Gordon Liddy. Do you know who that is? It's like,
yeah, I know the name. I don't remember who he is.
He's this FBI agent who was this kind of agent provocateur who was very involved in Watergate and stuff. And you get the sense that whole world, like the people who were the Mormons who were around Howard Hughes, and there was a lot of mob, there's a lot of mob activity there, and it was like they were kind of like you could see a civilian government official calling them and them being like, fuck off, is the vibe.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly.
We're doing our thing.
Yeah. It's undeniable. Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah. I'm 100%.
Yeah. I know you also because, you live in Montreal and there's stuff there, and I'm sure you've bumped into things, people.
Yeah, I always talk about it when I hear about all these government organizations and government secrets and the intelligence community. And I think a lot of researchers and a lot of people researching this should also pay attention to what organized crime did back then, back in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and how those organizations operated and what they did. Because it's a very similar way of keeping secrets. And, I think that there is some tie somewhere. I'm not saying that they're involved, that they're in charge of anything. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying there is clear motivation for somebody who's trying to keep a secret to have ties with let's say, the mob. So that if ever something or somebody does start going too rogue, well, you could basically scare that person and say, well, these guys will come after you. And that'll scare somebody more than a lawyer will come after you.
That's right. Well, it seems like they were going after your marriage, and like it's all blackmail techniques. Like that's what it feels like. It's compromise systems, and you look at
they weren't taking the legal angle at all.
No, which is really, if you want to enforce something, like that's the way you do it. Which is pretty wild. I mean, you see this stuff with the Epstein thing too, where they're just clearly is this distributed kind of compromise system, and it deals with spooky stuff. I don't know if you're tracking any of this stuff, but like,
I started looking into it.
Isn't it wild?
Yeah, it's really wild.
And then he says,
and it's so widespread.
It's widespread, and here's what's crazy: he's interviewed by Steve Bannon, and Epstein is. This is at the end of his life.
Yeah.
And he goes, why did you put Zorro Ranch where you put it? And he goes, well, a bunch of Los Alamos physicists were retiring. And so, they were kind of aging out. And I wanted to speak with them.
Los Alamos, which was the high energy lab up in New Mexico, is losing all its scientists. And partial property of New Mexico to be near that. Yes, because the scientists were going to cut the funding
for high energy physics. And you're like, oh my god, now Wax is our DOE, Department of Energy Security. And then you realize, Bill Richardson was kind of in with the Clintons, and he was the Secretary of Energy. And he's there, and he's just systematically siphoning American nuclear secrets. And then he goes, there's another email where he said, I killed pawns back in the day or whatever. And he's talking about Pawns and Fleischman who are claiming cold fusion results. And so it's like, what is Epstein dealing with cold fusion? And then he's hanging out at Harvard with the medical department.
None of that makes any sense.
Weird.
None of that makes any sense.
Really strange.
I used to drive by that ranch all the time. I lived really close to it when I lived in New Mexico.
Yeah.
And they always called it the Victoria's Secret Ranch because there were models there. Yeah, everyone knew that as the Victoria's Secret Ranch.
So you would drive by Epstein's ranch and they would call it the Victoria's Secret Ranch.
See, I mean, not right by it, but as you drive on the road, you can see it up on that. Yeah.
Well, you know why they called it that? It's because he was close with Les Wexner, who was the CEO and founder of Victoria's Secret. Yeah.
Oh,
so you would drive by there and they would call it that.
Everybody called it that, yeah.
No way.
We drive up to Los Alamos to pick up alpha radiation probes that my company did, and we'd come back. But yeah, every time we drove out, we passed by it a couple times.
That's so nuts. Damn. So what do you do? Because it's also for the people that are disbelieve your stuff. It's like, look at all this bizarre. It's like this cabal is controlling science or something. It's so weird.
Yeah, it is really weird.
Yeah.
And it's, again, I'll say it. It's just, we're just talking about Epstein. This one guy. It's one guy. It's not just one guy.
Clearly not.
No, it's not just one
guy.
Not at all.
Yeah, it's just not. It's not.
I mean, he might have been the ringleader, but it's
there's a lot of people.
Or he might have been an extension of something much.
Yeah, she could be.
But he was obsessed with the Casimir effect, and he would hold these
yeah.
He would hold these gravity conferences, and then the very fact that he's saying,
do you know that for a fact?
But yeah, this is all in the emails. This is all fact. There's an old colleague of mine here at Weinstein that
the
talks
Casimir effect.
And so this old colleague of mine here at Weinstein has this theory of everything in physics where involves gauging gravity instead of quantizing gravity. Beyond my pay grade, but I find it interesting. And Epstein somehow knew about his theory before just about anybody else did. And so Weinstein's how is Epstein so tied in with the Harvard math department?
Do you think it was just his hobby or something, like science was his hobby and he just had money, so he the ability to connect to these?
I think you read his emails and it's there's somebody behind him who knew exactly what to look for, but he didn't know. He was a low-level version of it. And so he'll say things like, you need to boost your physics. Time is much weirder than you think. It's actually just a function of the vibration of cesium atoms. And you're like, who's giving you this stuff? And then he's sort of mining people for the info. And it's weird.
I mean, did he said that?
He said that, yeah.
Okay.
Which is true.
Well, it's an atomic clock.
It's an atomic clock.
It's just a vibrating cesium.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's true. I don't know if that's what time is, but
time
it's our perception of time.
Time is very weird, isn't it? Wouldn't you say, just from a pure physics perspective, it's an anomaly. It's strange.
Yeah.
It's the most used noun in the English language, but we can only define it with respect to the movement of macroscopic bodies or to oscillations on an electromagnetic wave. But it's not it's a thing that we're it's almost like fish in a fishbowl, where the fish are trying to even describe what water is, but they can't because they're in it.
Yeah,
and then we're in time.
Yeah, you have to be outside of it to describe it. I mean, that's it. You can't be outside it. It's just a concept that makes us happy. Is what time is.
Do you think that there's something about time being weird that might help explain some of the UFO stuff?
Yeah, I think there's definitely something there.
Yeah, because if gravity's off,
gigantic chunks that are missing from physics, and I think some people have access to that.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I mean the cosmic redshift. The other thing that this guy Bert Hardheim says is that the cosmic redshift is the repulsive form of gravity. And if you look at dark energy. You can literally just look it up. It's like it's not one of the 4 fundamental forces, but it's just the universe is inflating.
Dark energy really exists.
Right.
Yeah.
And dark matter.
I'm not really buying it.
Dark matter's never been detected, but it's just there to.
It's a placeholder
to justify gravity's weakness.
Yes.
Yeah. And then
I mean, to me, I always viewed that's what gravitons were. That's why this caught my attention. Back on the graviton bandwagon.
Well, gravitons are interesting because as early as the 50s, there's all this like crazy hardcore anti-gravity research, and then it kind of disappears.
Yeah.
We had a bunch of people saying we're going to beat gravity. It's right around the bend. There's a guy named George Trimble who's a VP at Martin Corporation's RIAS, Research for Institute for Advanced Study, and he was this really wacky thinker, and he worked with Lewis Whitten and probably Townsend Brown, and they would say like it's going to take us the time that it took to build the atom bomb to basically beat gravity. And they were Stanley Desser and Richard Arnowit, who were famous physicists at the time from Princeton, were talking about gravitons, and they were like, we have a very clear theory of gravitons, and we know how to do this. And the two things that come up for gravity, when there's a lot of smoke but no fire, is the thing we just talked about with Bueller, extremely high electric field differentials creating thrust. And then the second thing is very fast rotating spinning superconductors. Those two things seem to have some.
But is that actually gravity?
So there's another force.
30 years has gone by, and I've kind of been doing my own research, and I'm just more convinced that I'm right about that.
And can you say anything about that? What do you think you're right about?
That there's another force, and it's not gravity.
And what is if you were to characterize that force as distinct from gravity? So gravity, clearly you'd have all these other byproduct effects, the photons. And, what does this force do that's different? What does it look like?
Well, it's a repelling force, but I think it's something that works closer to the way you would think in a science fiction movie. You can have gravity and anti-gravity, but you really can't. I think gravity is just an attractive force. I think this other force, you can, to make simplified, push or pull. And I think it also affects the flow of time exactly like gravity does. I think it affects light. It does some of the observations you would have with gravity would also overlap in this other force, but I think it's a unique force.
Have you ever measured this force? Next question.
All right, yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
How have you measured?
No, there's no follow-up question.
Okay. Fine. Is there anything kind of high level that you can say as far as the goal of your research, post the experience? Like, what
just to duplicate anything.
Just to duplicate anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure I can.
You think you can?
Yeah, I'm sure.
You feel confident?
I'm 100% confident. Yeah, I'm going to, yeah.
Have you already gotten some interesting results?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm 100% confident. Yeah, the thing is just to scale stuff up.
Yeah. Okay. What do you hope your legacy is? So, like, 200 years from now, the kid.
No one's gonna know who I am.
I don't think that's right, man. Think about it. Like, if there are these, this lineage of technology that is completely separate.
Come on, I'm going to be overwritten by people. Look, there's other Bob Lazars and things that are going to come on. Look what's happening at all the people that came out since then. There's going to be other people like me. Eventually, some more of this is going to come out, and
there are amazing people who've come out since you first formed.
Yeah, and there's going to be bigger, more important ones that you just aren't going to look back to the 80s and think you're just going to focus on those guys.
Well, I would put it the invert. I would say if you have like an army of people coming out after you, the fact that you're the first makes it even more interesting. I think it's more likely you'd be forgotten if no one comes out after you. Do you hope to vindicate your own experience through your own scientific experimentation?
Yeah, I do.
That's exciting. That's cool.
But I have no idea what other people are doing.
Yeah.
But I know exactly what not to do. That's what we did it us for. So that's actually a big leap forward.
And you saw one hanging up against the wall?
Yeah, it was sitting on the wall, and there's actually an error in the movie. It has one hole in the Bermuda, not two. But yeah, there was just a hole with it bent out, clearly bent out, as if it was shot from the bottom.
Why do you think? Oh, it looked like it was shot.
Yeah.
Interesting. So do you think it was shot with like a kinetic weapon, mechanical weapon?
No question.
Well, and do you think it was a human weapon that shot it?
I don't know. It looks like something we would have done. Stand it up, shoot through it, see how we can penetrate this material.
Whoa. Have you ever heard anything about like electromagnetic pulses and UFOs and them taking out UFOs, taking them down, or anything?
Well, that was the other directive of the project. It was
directed energy.
Well, yeah, it depends what you're talking about. Our directive was duplicate the propulsion system at any cost as directive 1, and directive 2 was be able to disable the system at a distance at any cost.
Do you think
then, so that's somewhat directed energy, but then there's also Project Sidekick, which is a weapon. So that's also directed energy. So yeah, it kind of depends where you're going with it.
I guess, had you heard of any UFOs prior to that getting shot down with directed energy, with electromagnetic pulse? Okay.
I think the only thing I ever heard prior to that was stories about the Roswell craft getting hit by lightning and crashing or something. I think it's the only.
Are there any of these stories, like do you think that Roswell happened? Are there any of these stories you lend credence to?
I don't know much about the Roswell crash. What I've heard, but it sure seems like they were working real hard to cover something up.
That's true.
The Roswell crash was not one crash. It was not in one place only.
It might have been a round of 2.
Yeah. I really think it was something that happened in the air, and there's like debris.
Has everyone made Miranda Cosgrove aware that Riser's here?
I hope so.
How was Pick?
Oh, no way.
How,
Paris is here?
yeah, how was
Paris is here?
how was Pickleball?
How's your Sunday going? How's your Sunday going?
Good.
Good. Did you have a big brunch today?
Yeah, I gotta go. We gotta
Yummy.
How you feeling?
Still recovering from my plans, but I'm doing okay.
What does it feel like? Like or something?
No, just like sitting to your stomach like you want to vomit.
Oh, yeah, that must be real old or something.
No, I don't know. The clams are not food. No one should be eating them. Same with oysters. I've never even tried an oyster. Like oysters. Some people like them, but they're like disgusting. I would not want to eat one. Do you like oysters, Aquarius?
No, that's right. That's right. No. I like fried.
What kind of mushrooms? All of them?
Regular mushrooms.
How is pickleball? You're good. How is pickleball?
Oh, pickleball is fun. I play with my homies, Chris and Vikram. Girl, Nina, is very, very good. And she's very, very good. We had a lot of fun. There's this game. Have you heard of it? Rabbi, it's called Paddle. Have you heard of it? Rabbi, it's called Paddle. Do you know what I'm talking about? I mean, everybody knows. There's a game called Paddle, but
No, what is it?
it's just called Paddle. And it's like similar size court to pickleball, but it's like a mixture of like pickleball and squash, kind of. And so you're surrounded by this glass, and you can it's 2v2. I've seen. No, you can play 1v1 as well. You can hit it backwards off the glass, kind of like squash, and you can hit it off the sides of the court. And use like the walls around the court. Hit the ball. Just like ricochet the ball around. I've never tried it. But I think I might be able to try it when
It's different than racket. It's different than racquetball.
Let me look at what racquetball looks like. I'm pretty sure they're. Yeah, no, racquetball. You're playing in like a squash court.
Right.
But paddle is like same stuff as pickleball, where you have like a net in between the two of you, and you're shooting against people on the opposite side.
No, how do you tighten the net?
How do you tighten the net?
Yeah, you said there's a net between you.
I mean, it's tensioned around like pulleys, and then there's some way to make the tension tight enough. like probably similar to a tennis court, there's a crank or whatever.
Okay.
Not an expert in paddle netting, but that'd be my guess.
Are you ready to lose?
I'm ready to deliver a loss like an Amazon Prime driver.
Nobody's paying attention to that. Those are independent contractors.
I'm pretty sure they're employees.
Look it up, dog.
Is that some tax loophole?
Yeah, it is a tax loophole.
I didn't know this. Apparently, rabbis, it's their funeral, they pretty much have to ditch everything they're doing. Is that true?
Within reason, we should.
Have you ever been called to a funeral?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And I had to take off work and travel from Orange County to Los Angeles County to a really famous Jewish cemetery. It's known as Mount Sinai. It's where like the most prominent Jews within Hollywood are buried. And while I did not. I was not extremely close. I knew the deceased. He and I attended the same classes together, and just from another shul or synagogue. His son is a rabbi, Rabbi Silverman. So he presided over the service with some other rabbis, but I was there in support.
Is there a specific like general service that you have to be trained or informed in?
I mean, it's a little different, I think, than most religious ceremonies from other faiths. Uh, Generally, there are some rules that we have. So usually the deceased is, well, firstly, we avoid cremation at all costs. The deceased is generally buried in a kittel, which is like a white cloth. We don't do like preservation or have open caskets. Generally, I mean, everybody differs. And people, we have to generally we bury very quickly. So generally within 72 hours. Within the desert history of our people, it was important to get the dead buried as quickly as possible, just because disease can spread and such. And then from there, we have it's really more for the family, but it's called sitting Shiva, where the direct families, the direct relations of the deceased are basically not, I don't want to say not allowed, but they don't generally have any celebratory activities. They don't wash, they cover their mirrors, and then people within the community come and visit. And it's not like you may see on TV sometimes, like I've seen in some like Curb Your Enthusiasm and things, where it's like a thing where you eat and enjoy. That might be something in Reform, but within Orthodox, it's generally a very somber time, and you talk about the person and the greatness that they had on Earth, and then from there, we may have a memorial service thereafter as well. There, I think, like in some religions, you have like a service, like like I think maybe in Christianity you might have, or like Catholicism, they may have a mass or something like that. It's different. Within Judaism, we have morning prayers certainly, and we do something called we have Kaddish, which is a mourner's prayer, and then the direct relations, the male direct relations of the deceased will say Kaddish is what it's called, which is a mourner's prayer for the next 11 months. So they should already be going to shul, but generally this is in a perfect world. The person attends what's called Shacharis, Mincha, Marav. These are the three services throughout the day, and they will say a mourner's prayer, basically. And then if they're unable to do so, let's say they have work or something like that, you can pay yeshiva students, basically generally younger, not always, but students who are learning how to either become rabbis or just become more orthodox, and they will say Kaddish for you. Or for your deceased one for 11 months. And then from there, there are some other things. You can't say Kaddish if you don't have 10 Jewish men. So you can't just do it on your own. And there's some other restrictions on perhaps like what day you're going to be doing it. But nevertheless, it's usually a process for the family of 3 days, 3 times a day. The women, it's not a requirement of the women. They don't have time-based mitzvot, is what it's called, or commandments. Um, the the person is buried um, generally like after the service, and depending on the background of the people, not everybody can go to the grave. Kohanim, um, descendants of Aaron from the Bible, traditionally do not. Um, there's a certain distance that needs to be kept from being in direct contact with the dead. And then from there, generally there is a, just like with I think any religion, perhaps like a reception thereafter, and people celebrate the person's life. It's it's a little different because there isn't a special service uh, that is like the funeral service per se. I mean, it may be called the funeral service, but the services don't change. It's morning, afternoon, evening, and then the funeral service would be throughout in the middle of the day usually. So that's basically how it goes. Generally, as well, depending, uh, we don't send flowers. We don't buy flowers. We avoid any kind of ornate. Um, I'm not saying people don't have ornate caskets, but that's like the best way to do it is just in a plain pine box. And um, I know in while I haven't attended a funeral in Israel, I have attended funerals for people who have been buried in Israel, specifically in the Mount of Olives. So I've viewed them via satellite or whatever you want to call it, via um, live stream. And the um, the service generally, those ones that I've seen are shorter than the ones I've seen in the United States. You'll have someone who shares some memories about the person, and then other people who might be involved with the person. And then there is a process where the person has just a simple marker in the Mount of Olives, and there it's almost like there's a mound of rocks, and um, from there the family it is sitting shiva. That's 7 days of period of mourning period, and then from there there's another 30 days where you um, avoid some celebrations and such. And then from there, you're, I don't want to say you can go back to living your life normally. You still are supposed to be saying Kaddish 3 times a day for the death of the person. And then we feel, at least within the Orthodox world, that after 11 months, the person's body is no longer in this neutral state, and that they are in Gan Eden, basically the Garden of Eden. And there are different philosophies as to what happens. There isn't a central Jewish tradition on what happens. The more Kabbalistic thoughts are that the person will be revivified in the world to come. There will be a resurrection for the dead. But traditionally within Judaism, if you go back into the the Hebrew Bible, people just died, and there was maybe a thought of them going to some place called Sheol, which is like the underworld, but there was no idea of an 11-month Kaddish period for the family. Um, there was no necessarily judging of the soul. All of that happens later on, and if you read in Hebrew Bible, it's generally quite simple. People die. There isn't a period of mourning necessarily. Maybe the family might, you might read of a story where a family is saddened by it, but it's not like they're attending shul 3 times a day. There is no shul. And then later on in the stories, there, even at the Beit Hamikdash, the temple in Jerusalem, it was not seen as something that was forced upon someone to necessarily say Kaddish. All of that happens from about 100 to 400 of the Common Era, really the Talmudic era, what we call the period of the Geonim, and then the beliefs of what happens to the person evolve into specifically like 1200 of the Common Era, when ideas of Kabbalistic fate of what a body goes through occur, and then into the 18th century, additional Kabbalistic priorities are brought upon the congregants and more so towards the families, and then there's a split generally in the 19th century before between Reform and then conservative and the Orthodox world. So Reform and conservative, I um, I don't associate myself with those. I have though been via webcam to a a Reform funeral for actually someone who was like a YouTuber, um, and um, that um, that ceremony was quite beautiful and similar in a lot of ways. Celebration of the deceased, um, but different than not exactly sure how that person was buried, but I don't think that I think they may have been uh, the body was not there, and generally it would be. So, hey, do you remember me talking about Music Biz Marty?
R.I.P. R.I.P.
Yeah, so he was Jewish, and so I attended his funeral via webcam and with quite a few other people, and that was a beautiful service as well. So it doesn't have to be an Orthodox service, so to speak. It some Jews, just depending on how their family wants them buried, or doesn't even necessarily have to be buried, but it can vary uh, within the rabbinical world. Though, if we're asked to come to a funeral, we should do everything that we can to be able to do so. And like in my case, at least this one in particular, the man who died, he was like 95 years old, and he and I would attend. Um, we would always attend what's called Chumash or Torah classes together, and then he would occasionally come for Gemara classes, which are Talmud classes. He lived in a place called Laguna Woods, which is it's an entire town within Orange County that is just old people. I think you have to be at least 50 years old to be there, and basically one of my synagogues had a population of just like older people, so to speak. Now, he was buried in Mount Sinai, which is technically in Glendale, California, but uh, we had a memorial service for him at his community, and that happened like a couple weeks later, I want to say. So generally, the timeline is that we bury as quickly as possible, usually within 72 hours. Um, a rabbi should preside over it. It's not necessary. It's not as if you can't find a rabbi for whatever reason, the person still should be buried as quickly as possible. There's a 7-day mourning period of the family. Another 30 days of avoiding some other celebrations. We then have the person, their family, um, does what's called says Kaddish for them 3 times a day, generally for 11 months. And then after that 11 months, we feel that they are at least in the afterlife. Now, again, that afterlife may depend on what version of Judaism you may follow, but generally, as Orthodox people, we consider them to be in Gan Eden, the Garden of Eden, and awaiting Mashiach, our Messiah, to revivify them, so to bring them back from the dead. And then there's the thought, I mean, there are a lot of Kabbalistic discussions. There's a bone within the body. It's one of the reasons why we want to ensure that the person is um, not cremated or something like that. The bone in the body is called the loose body. The loose bone traditionally, from a Kabbalistic standpoint, this is seen as the bone at the very tip of your spine, like where your coccyx is. And this bone is considered the hardest bone in the body. And that when Mashiach comes, Mashiach will resurrect all of the dead using that bone. So there's some Kabbalistic thought, basically Jewish mysticism, as to why we want to keep a preservation for the body. But this was not always the case. Jews in general have been buried in a variety of ways over the course of our history. But really, since like about 1880, the focusing on avoidance of any kind of cremation has been a point, but wasn't always, again, was not always necessitated. And there are certain cases where that may be avoided today. And then we feel like in a case of, the Holocaust, perhaps people were gassed and maybe cremated. In those cases, there may be, even years or decades afterward, some type of memorial service for the people, for anyone who couldn't have had a proper Jewish burial. But that's generally how it goes. All right, I have to use the restroom, and then I'm gonna actually let me see here. I'm watching that Bob Lazar thing, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. One moment.
Mr. Ferris, are you there?
All right, I'm almost ready. Oh, I think I'm going to be on a podcast tomorrow.
Nice. Which one?
It's
UFO
a paranormal one, yeah. So I just do this thing that I send out 30 emails a day. And of the 30 emails, like 20 of them get delivered. 10 of them are like broken links or whatever, which is fine. And then this one guy he got back to me like right away, and he's like, "Hey, I've got an opening tomorrow if you want to do it." And sure. The thing is, I'm not like, I guess people might say I'm like the biggest paranormal person in global history. I listen to Coast AM every single night and have for years on stream. But I don't get into ghosts or cryptozoology too much. Though I do know something about it. So I don't want to say like I can't hold my own. I'm pretty well versed. I'm well versed on quite a few different subjects. But I just might not be an absolute expert on perhaps many. What's the phrase? What's the phrase? a jack of all trades, master of none. But I am a master of some trades, so I'm not going to put myself down that much. So I'm going to try to listen to this person's podcast a little bit today, perhaps tonight. And like when I emailed him, he's like, connect with me on Facebook. And it's like, fuck, man, who uses Facebook? But I tried to send him a message there, but he has like a fan page, and so I couldn't message him right away. But I don't know. This all happened within the last like 2 hours. He seems like a nice guy though. Yeah. I've never. Well, I guess I do the same thing, but like, if like I connect with you a certain way, let's just connect that way. Let's not. I mean, but I do it to other people. Like, hey, somebody will be like,
Come to my Discord.
yeah, hey, somebody else sent me another email. Yeah, hold on a second. Let me reply to this person. So, I had previously said like my goal is to I've got to just be focused on sending out these emails regularly, and I can't do it for like only a few days and then give up. And I also can't give up after I've done the podcast. What I said to your mom like sticks out in my head far more than I think you or he will ever realize. That I say to myself, look, I've talked to this lady before with her husband, and now I talk to her again, and I'm still not viral. And I want to be viral the next time I speak with this woman. And if I'm not, it's no big deal. But at least the next time, if it's a year from now and I speak with her, I want to be able to say, ma'am, I was on 52 podcasts, one every single week or generally, since I haven't spoken to you. And I tried. And I'm going to continue to try. But I don't want it to be like, oh, yeah, I was on like 3 podcasts in the last year. None of that. I want it, like I'm a person, I try to do what I say. Or I try to do what I say I'm going to do. It's an integrity issue with me. And it's an accountability issue with me. And so I just get...
Yeah, I mean, think of how many killed on the podcast. Or Joe Rogan podcast.
That's exactly right. And I say that to myself as well. And that's a big deal to me as too, because it's like nobody paid attention to these guys right away. It took time, it took work, and now they're multimillionaires, and they're there are people who like more than the money. The money really isn't of interest to me. I'm comfortable, and I don't really. That's all I care about. To me, comfort is far more important than money. What I feel is important. We'll play in about 5 minutes. I got it. I know I say 5 minutes, but just please bear with me. I've got to do something. What I feel is important is not having to worry, not having my children ever have to worry, not having my friends ever have to worry. Like, money means nothing in a socialist system. And that's where I think we're moving. So the fact that this could make a lot of money, I don't care about that. I care about the platform it will give me to be able to eradicate, hopefully, a lot of issues that we have in the world, like world hunger, world thirst, and war. And I know that'll make me a target, and I get that. I'm fine with that. It's not like a huge, like, I know that will perhaps be an issue in the future, but I'll one step at a time. The one guy, I did his podcast like 4 times. He came in, Tony, and he came in today, and he was like, I can't find the third one that we did. Like, I think I lost it. And I wasn't too worried about it because it's like, I've got all this saved. Like, I could I went to my my Twitter, and I could like go through and find, like, I have double Twitter backups. I have however many Rumble backups. I have multiple YouTube backups. Like, I don't sweat that part of it too much. But I just helped walk him through how he could find it. And he was able to find it. And he kept saying, like, you know, he's like 22 years old. Is he 20? Yeah, he's 22. And he's like, this is going to make, like, this has a chance to put me on the map. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, when I go viral, you will have one of the most important podcasts in history. And the fact that you were smart enough to do 3 of them will, you know, bring you a lot of acclaim, perhaps. I mean, I don't know for sure, but it would be like if somebody had an interview of, I don't know, Joe Rogan from like 1992. It would be like, oh, that was an important conversation that he had, perhaps, especially with the things about which I talk about. Joe Rogan might have been talking about like the stand-up world or whatever, but I talk about the future of humanity. And I know that I could be wrong on some of my predictions, but there are other predictions that I know I am absolutely positive on. And like the importance of AI the importance of data will be like crucial to humanity in the future. And I said that thing to you like a few days ago. Like, imagine we had a video of a guy who was sleeping from 500 years ago. That would be like a really popular video. And you laugh, but you're like, yeah, I mean, it's true. And it's absolutely true. The guy who was the guy, Tony, who I spoke to, who was on his podcast earlier, he was like, you're gonna have like he's really big on like a world record. He's like, you're gonna have like, we talked, and I'm like, I'm gonna have a bunch of world records, probably like more than I even think, but like most hours slept online, or like on camera, that's gonna be a record. Most meals eaten on camera, that's gonna be a record. Like, the fact that all my shit is recorded means it's pretty easy to verify for a world record. And it would be one thing if, like, I told him, like, if like we would have like I probably would have like most games record. Yeah, probably I'd be like the person who's played the most amount of games on camera. I mean, I play at least. Yeah, definitely. I bet I've played more Scrabble or literati on camera that has been archived than any person in global history, and that's not even that much. But it's like very few people record themselves of doing these kinds of things, so that's what makes it. That's what gives it some credence. But that's not why I do it.
The most trash talking.
That's why I do it. No doubt. No doubt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Fuck. Just one moment. 1, 2, 3. All right, let's do this right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. I think I'll be considered the greatest trash talker in the history of the world, Muhammad Ali included.
James Dean, trash.
That's all I want to be known as, baby. Why would I want to be known as anything more? So when you play your game, when you play pickleball, do you always win or do you never win?
So you say when I play pickleball?
Yeah.
Do I always win or not win?
Right. Like, are you really good?
Not too bad. Not exceptional. The people I played with today, they're all kind of the same skill level. So we had a lot of games. There's some rallies that were like a lot of back and forth before someone hit a bad shot. The point ended, which is kind of a tell or whatever your skill level. But it's not a binary. Lose, like, just not the way it works. And anything really, like Scrabble or tennis. People are always lose typically.
Right.
One-on-one. That's the best.
Well, like I am, unless they're iCarly tiles and words that are being used, obviously. I can't believe you've never played. I can't believe that you've never played racquetball, dude. You'd be really good at racquetball. You've got a big wingspan, and you should, if you have a chance, play racquetball. Like, take my advice on that. You'll love it. It's way better than any other sport you're going to play. That's a racket sport because it fucking doesn't end. The rallies are so long.
And what's the difference between racquetball?
Great question. A racquetball is way bouncier. A squash ball, the ball dies. It's like a hard ball, and it dies. A racquetball, it bounces around like pong, like it'll go all around, and you can bounce it off the back wall. You can bounce it off the ceiling. You can bounce it off any wall you want, and so like if you get with someone good who can rally, you can have like 2 or 3 minutes of just straight running after a ball, sometimes longer. And it's, in my opinion, the best. It is the single best game. Let me see if I want to say this. Aside from like swimming, that is pretty, or like running, but those aren't really games. Like a game that you have to stop at some point to like talk to the other person. It's way better than tennis. Tennis, if you get somebody who's better than the other person, they're going to serve and just destroy. But racquetball, you can always get that ball back, generally. I mean, of course, like if somebody's really, really good and they can position the ball and like basically kill it, yeah, you're going to have that. But if you saw what a racquetball court is, it's like just a big box. And for someone like you as a big wingspan, you can dominate that.
Yeah, I mean the wingspan helps people too, but
That's
that's why I want to try paddle. It's basically like the same kind of concept as like racquetball, where you just get to like have a bouncy ball, rip it off the sides, and there's a lot of fun. I haven't tried racquetball, but
You should.
Does seem. I guess they probably have it in Vancouver. When I went there.
Definitely. I bet they have it. I bet they have it in Squamish. It's like the second most popular racket game. Maybe pickleball might have taken it over, but it's basically. Do you have a racket club in Squamish?
No, there's only a community center that has like one hockey rink and a gymnasium. That's like they just renovated. They didn't have anything really. And they do not. I mean, I've never gone on my way to look, but I'm pretty sure there's no wash courts.
You have an invitation.
All right. You're the world's racquetball player.
No, dude, I played some people who, when you play like a really good played person, they just destroy you. But I enjoy playing. It's really good. It's really good exercise. Like, I'm trying to think of anything that it's better exercise than tennis, and I like tennis. It's better exercise than basketball is pretty good exercise, but football, it's like soccer. Soccer's pretty good exercise. But here's the thing: it's so fast. Racquetball is so fast that, like, I don't know. It's not as fast as highlight or badminton, but it's faster than tennis. Maybe. I don't want to mess it. Like, I guess if you're playing with like super good placed people, maybe it's not as fast as tennis, but it's a lot of fun.
Bye.
How you doing, Brandon?
How long have I been here?
Oh, I don't know right now. I can't look. I'm in the middle of a game, but when I have time, I'll take a look.
Get tonight. I
don't know about that, but I can tell you celebrate your 1-year anniversary in about a month. Less than a month. Less than a month. What'd you say?
What we're going to do here is celebrate my anniversary.
Whatever you want to do, big dog.
Is there any sports
Yes, sir. Oh, I don't know about that day, but today there are. Put on ESPN. You'll see.
ESPN knows?
They're on. They should be on ESPN. The NBA's tonight.
NBA's tonight?
Yes, sir.
Is it one of the real? I'm gonna get this call. Okay. Montreal. That guy invited the Knicks when the Cleveland Cavaliers. Everybody right. So the guys are playing right now.
All right, big man.
I'm looking. NCAA timing.
Okay.
It's all right now. You've been for NBA.
Icon.
Sign with the Pokemon keeps slaving. Rabbi.
Yeah. No worries. Sometime when we don't have anyone in here, let's work on that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all what you did.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not sure why. That could be.
The shadow. I'm going.
What's that?
What'd you say, big man? Yeah, I saw that. That's sad.
Yeah. I'm sorry, man. I want to get back to
You're good, big man. No worries. You're always...
I'm still being there.
That's my favorite. Thank you, big man.
I'm doing celebrate being here.
All right, big man.
We're getting meet on 15th.
That sounds amazing.
Celebrate.
Excellent, big man. Let me know if you need anything.
Okay. I'm going to straight down all the sports.
That's the best. Thank you.
Okay.
Are you going to say the word gobos, iCarly?
I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory. But...
That was iCarly. Chloe's?
Yeah, dog, Chloe's. It's iCarly. I even said it's iCarly. That's not a word. I don't know why you would think about putting. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck is that, dog?
Not iCarly. iCarly. Yeah, I know that.
Oh, there's some iCarliness to that, dog.
Oh, you did not.
Doug, what do you want me to do when you pull that iCarly bullshit?
Oh man. Oh man.
How many things are left?
7. Thank God. Second week. No, that's good. Bombarding me with garbage.
How many things are left?
There's only two left now.
Oh, that's some bullshit. Oh, fuck. That was great.
Have you been to Europe before?
No, I'm too cool for that shit.
What?
I'm too cool for that shit.
You're too cool, but in Macedonia.
You mean that fucking place in like the Balkans?
Yeah.
Who the fuck wants to go there?
All kinds of people go to the Balkans.
Nobody wants to go to the Balkans. Everybody from the Balkans moved.
It can't be that bad.
This game sucks.
I feel like I stole it off the
Yeah, you did. That's fucking bullshit. Everybody knows it's bullshit. I don't want to hear it. I don't, Doug. Yeah, it's the last fucking letter when there were no other letters around. Everybody thinks that that's bullshit. I asked everybody, the whole fucking world, and everybody said, Rabbi, that's some bullshit. And I said, I know that's some bullshit. Yo. I have a question for you. What did you think of the Bob Lazar thing that you sent me?
It was interesting.
I agree. And I've seen he hasn't done that many interviews. I mean, people will argue that he's done, I don't know, but like fewer than, I don't know, 10, 20, something like that. Not that many. And I'd never heard him talk about his dad being maybe involved in like fishy business. I never knew that much about his early life. I still don't know.
Well, you didn't even know he had a book.
I knew he had a book. I wrote the foreword. Everybody knows I wrote the foreword that June ran. He doesn't shill his book that much though. I've never heard him talk about it. Like, I don't know. Maybe he did before I got into him, which could be true if it was in the 90s or something, but he just he's an interesting person. You really think he's full of shit?
I think some things that he says seems. I was thinking about this because you're no way. And he was when they in like the movie or whatever, like F1 movie was F1 movie was when they kind of like proved that Balthazar at least knew that area of S4 and how it had the kind of secret door that was built into the mountains, and they had those images or whatever from like the pilot that basically proved what he was saying about those secret doors. That made me want to believe this story more because I feel like very limited people would have particular information. And there are pieces of information that Balthazar gives that are similar where it's like I feel like limited people would have that information. But I mean stuff like an upside down flag on a UFO. Anyone could just pull that out of blank tile bag.
It's not an upside down American flag. It's a right side up American flag. He says it's reversed.
No.
He says it's reversed.
It's reversed. Yeah. And why was it reversed?
That's how American personnel puts a flag, because it should be like how the flag, when it's moving forward, would be waved in the wind. So, like, imagine you had a truck that has a flag behind it. Whatever way the flag would be facing when the wind is going is the way that they put that logo, like on planes and on American on tanks. They'll put the American flag, whatever, like it would be as if the flag was attached to a pole. What way would the flag be going if the vehicle was in motion?
It depends on the direction of the wind.
No, if the vehicle were in motion, can you see my hand?
Yeah.
Okay, if the vehicle were going this way, the flag would be going this way. If the vehicle were going this way, the flag would be directed that way, because whatever the way the wind would be pushing it.
Yeah. So they're assuming that the vehicle driving the way that's pushing the flag, being like near.
Yeah.
Are you positive that's the answer to Joe Rogan?
Yeah, and that's the reason a military flag code.
Okay, I thought there was some distinct reason that Joe Rogan was saying about why that or maybe Balthazar was saying about why it's backwards flag on the UFO.
They were saying that. They were saying that if the craft were going in one direction, then the flag would be facing the other direction.
Okay.
And that's only.
I thought it was like something like.
And that's
and
that's only like. It depends on the flag. Like the Canadian flag, it doesn't really matter because it's symmetric, left to right, though not top to down. The British flag, I think, is the same. The Israeli flag's the same. The Chinese flag would not. Chinese flag's asymmetrical, so Chinese flag would be different. Let me check and see if these guys sent me an email. Yeah, they did. Just went home. So I was just thinking, like, what could I talk about on these paranormal podcasts? Um, Alien species. That's a fascination of mine that I think would be interesting to the audience. That's paranormalist, and I still feel, to me, it's just like zoology. It's just like a higher level of classification of beings.
Yeah. Alien technology, engineering.
Yeah.
Hypothetical alien technology.
iCarly universe. If they want to know about iCarly words, I'll call you. If they need an expert on iCarlyism, then you're definitely gonna be made aware. Okay. What are you doing tonight?
Sleeping?
Not all night, but like, do you have plans this evening?
No. No.
Okay. I have some shit I have to do. And I'm just thinking if I'm gonna do it right now.
Oh, I should be up there.
I gotta teach a class, and I could do it a little later. I just have to fit it in sometime before like 10. I mean, I could do it later than that, but I want to be ready for these podcasts tomorrow, and I want to be able to listen to them. So that's another thing I wanted to do was listen to these podcasts and see what they're like.
Is your class? I was gonna ask you for funeral stuff. You're still doing that. The Jewish class.
Yeah, 149. Today's my 149th straight day.
Oh damn.
Word dog. Yeah, I've done it every day for at least an hour for 149 straight days. And when I first started,
What's the topic today?
Kabbalah. Specifically, I enjoy listening. So I'll teach the first part of it and just I review. Well, first I say no one really knows for sure. Eluve, Elu, Divrei, Elohim, Chaim, which basically no one really knows. But this is the Mizor live by Mizor's tradition, so religious tradition within Judaism. And then what I do is I do the how many days we've been doing it, so 149 days. I give the date. We just finished a period known as the Omer count. It's basically the 49 days between the second day of Passover, second night of Passover, and a holiday known as Shavuot, which is where we received the oral Torah on Mount Sinai, and where we got like the laws of kashrut. I just completed a count of that every single day. Then I read through the Jewish timeline, history of Judaism timeline, and every 10 days I do a new event. So we're still like very early in the Hebrew Bible. Like Adam hasn't died yet, so I'm still early in that. And then from there, when I first started this, I was I don't want to say I'm not into it now, but I would go like sometimes 3 or 4 hours of just like debates and things like that. But it was just taking up my whole day, and I wasn't promoting myself as much as I felt like I should be. And you can be like, well, you fucking play Scrabble with me for like 4 hours a day. Yeah, I know, but it's not always expected. I'll get other people who come in here and whatever. At the heart of the matter, I have to ensure that I'm promoting myself, and sometimes I need that time. So then there is a Kabbalistic documentary series that I really like, but there are some points of it that are, I don't want to say they're wrong, but they are. It's taught by a Reform professor, and so before I'm gonna email him and just make the clarifications to him. I've done this with books too. Like I'll read a book of an Orthodox rabbi, and I will see the stuff that's wrong in it, and I will write them, and they will thank me for pointing out these things. And sometimes they're minor, other times they're not. I have found like rabbis who, in one book in particular, there were 3 things wrong in this book, and 2 of them were small. They were just small grammatical errors, no big deal. But the third was the rabbi had put a paragraph in the wrong place. And as I read this, I could tell that something was wrong. And I went to another rabbi, friend of mine, and I showed it to him, and he said, yeah, it looks like you found an error in this book. And so, it's like one of those things. Like, if I'm not saying I'm like the most careful proofreader in the world myself, because I make mistakes, but I have been an editor. And so in this one podcast that I've been watching, I have watched it a few times, and I know it pretty well. But there are some minor things, like I made notes to myself, and I said I'm going to watch this podcast series one more time before I email this doctor, this professor. So one thing, like he says, like within Orthodox Judaism, Maimonides, Rambam, we have the 12 principles of faith, and that's not correct. It's 13 principles of faith. And I don't know if he just misspoke, but he says it a couple times, and there's no clarification. It's not 12. Nobody says it's 12. There's the 12 tribes, but there's not 12. Nobody thinks it's 12 principles of faith. So I want to just email him to clarify this point. And then additionally, he talks about Mashiach being a high priest and king of the Davidic line, and that's not possible. So you can't be. The high priest is a Cohen, and that's the descendant of Aaron, and David's line is Judah, basically Israel. Those are 2 separate lines, and they can't be the same. This has been a discussion, but it's a clarifying point that he says it has to be this way, and that's not necessarily true. And then there's another point that he makes that I just think I don't like from a scholarly perspective what he says. It's like there's a book that we have, a very long book, and there are arguments to be made, and this is just, I think, human nature, that much of the text of this book was made up. Basically, in the 13th century, and the reason why, the evidence for that is the Aramaic is inaccurate. The Aramaic that's used is not Aramaic that would have been made 1,000 years before, which is when it was supposed to be had been written. And the big key is that the man who publishes it, his name is Moshe de Leon. His wife said it was fraudulent and that he was just doing this to make money. And so I think that this is a there's the professor says that he says something like I don't like the way he phrases something, and I don't want to publicly debate him on it, but I want him to be aware that I don't necessarily think that he phrased this the best way. He basically says like there's fraud, and then there's like he says something like there's fraud for the sake of self gratification or self preservation or self benefit, and then there's fraud because you really do think that you are basically channeling rabbis from 1,000 years before. Basically, this book is the Zohar. Moshe de Leon wrote it, said that it was actually oral writings from 1,000 years before from another rabbi known as Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, but the Aramaic within it is wrong, or it's just inaccurate. And I'm not the first person to prove this. This has been proved for 100 years. But for this professor, basically, I think doesn't take the he tries to say that this was perhaps done in a non-beneficial way to the rabbi, and I disagree with that. This rabbi made a lot of money from doing this, and when people called him out on it, he would always push them away. And then eventually when somebody was like, look, I want to know where the source of this is, he died. And his wife said that he was making it up. So it's like this part that I just...
So it's like Bob Lazar.
It's not like Bob Lazar. Oh, Bob Lazar is fucking dead on, 100% exactly right. And this other... It's not like Bob Lazar at all. I'm like Bob Lazar. No, stop that.
I'm trying to get money.
Bob Lazar is not doing that. If Bob Lazar was doing that, he would be on the... Did you see that Jake Paul was on that podcast?
Which one? The one that I
yeah.
Okay. I mean, Jake Paul's pretty famous.
Yeah, but Bob Lazar had no idea who he was. Don't you think Bob Lazar would be like, oh, I'd love to come on your podcast and talk about it if he was so self-beneficial, self-serving?
No, it's because he's smart. He's smart. That UFO people want to dig in to people.
Quiet.
He remains low-key. He'll be more of a
garbage. So anyway, I have this class that I want to watch. I've been going through this podcast yet again and making my notes to this email that I want to draft to this professor. And, I mean, he has his own take on it, but I think he'll at least... The people I've done this to in the past appreciate it because I do it in an honest way, and I don't do it to be like I'm better than you are by any means. I like almost seek clarification. Hey, I noticed that you said the 12 principles of faith. May I ask, generally this has been known through all my teaching since I was a little boy. This has always been the 13 principles of faith. Am I missing something? Is this a different take that you may have had? And he may say, oh yeah, I just made a mistake, and that's fine. And then the other parts are like, how do you reason this lineage issue? I know how I've heard it reasoned, but if anything, you don't go into it. You say it has to be a certain way. And so there'll be that question. And I've got just a few questions. So I'm going through this again, and it's good for the people who perhaps listen to my stream in the future, just for the Kabbalistic parts of it, to hear this. And it's definitely Kabbalah, so I don't feel it's a poor use of time. Now, my early Kabbalah class, and then today also we're going to read the book of Ruth, so I'll just have that played. But so I know that this is going to take me probably 2 hours to do, so that's why I wanted to get it done. I should have done it this morning when I said my prayers. I had a bunch of prayers that I had to say this morning. I did, and then somebody came in here, and then another person came in, and another person came in, and so it's getting pretty late in the day. So here's
Can
one.
I ask you two questions before I'll let you say?
Absolutely.
The first one might be incredibly stupid. Second one, maybe not. But the first one was like, is there a way to? I'm assuming there is, but is there a way to make money as a rabbi? Is that a job? Just being a full-time rabbi? Are you paid synagogues or universities?
Yeah, so there are different kinds. Absolutely, there are different kinds. There's a congregational rabbi, which is a job that I don't want. It's like running a small business. And while I've never worked as a congregational rabbi, I have been basically the second, the right-hand man, so to speak, within a congregational rabbi situation, which means it's a lot of behind-the-scenes work. It's a lot of, there's some fundraising aspects to it that I don't like. So there's congregational rabbi, and how does that work? You can have a building. I've been part of shuls that have buildings. I've been a part of shuls that don't have buildings. So how do you have a synagogue without a building? Sometimes the rabbi has it in their house. Sometimes the rabbi has services, or the congregation meets in someone else's house. There are what are called mushroom shuls or mushroom synagogues that only sprout up during the high holidays. Basically, you have no shul, then you have a mushroom shul, then you have a shul without a building. I've been part of shuls that rent buildings, so they don't have a building, but they're fundraising towards a building. And then I've been part of shuls that have buildings, and then I've been part of shuls that have beautiful buildings. So I've kind of been a part of every level of a shul. So how does the rabbi make money? Usually the congregation has, we have dues. So every year we pay dues. And depending on the size of the shul, sometimes it's maybe a few $1,000s. Other times, depending if you want to be part of major levels, it's tens of thousands of dollars. I'm sure there are some that are hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars if they wanted them to be. But that's when you get some really big donors. And the rabbi, which is different than I think most religions, usually is hired within a congregational setting, is usually hired by a board of trustees. So that's different than, I think, within some communities, it's just not that way. Within some non Jewish communities, it's not that way. But generally, the larger the shul, the more prominence the board of trustees or the board of directors will have. And they have a contract. Usually the contract is for not that much money. It's usually for pretty set, at $100,000, and that doesn't go that far in Orange County, and maybe some other places it does. And so that's how you get paid. Now, there are other kinds of rabbis that you can be. You can be an author. So rabbi just means teacher. So really, and there's the argument to be made that anyone this is from the Talmud, anyone whom the anyone who the community accepts as their rabbi is the rabbi. So there have been cases of really young rabbis. I think there's like a case in Israel of like a 14-year-old rabbi. And maybe not everyone recognizes him, but some people consider that to be their rabbi. Okay, rabbi just means teacher. It's just someone who's learned in the law. Generally, a rabbi is supposed to be, well, it depends if it's Orthodox or whatever, because non-Orthodox, we won't get into that, but that can be anything. But generally, it's a man. Generally, it's someone learned in the law. Generally, it's someone who is a teacher, and the community accepts them as the rabbi. That's all you need. You don't have to go to yeshiva, which is a formal shul. You can have religious teaching, but maybe not go to yeshiva. To be a rabbi is generally through a process known as smicha, which means a laying on of hands, and you gain that from another rabbi. And we trace this rabbinical ordination back to Moses, and what Moses bestowed upon Joshua. My smicha was during the pandemic through a rabbi who now lives in Israel, but his name is Yehuda Oppenheimer, and he was not my rabbi. I hadn't met him previously, but my rabbis arranged that I would make smicha through him because of a death in our community. Basically, we had lost the Rebbitzin, the wife of the rabbi, and so while that rabbi was dealing with that and didn't want to delay my learning, I made smicha through Rabbi Oppenheimer. He lived in the United States, but then moved to Israel over the course of our studies together. And that doesn't mean that I get money for being a rabbi by any means. It just means that another rabbi or a community felt that I was learned enough in the law to teach it. And it also, there are like 3 different types of rabbis technically. And most rabbis have what's known as Yoreh, which means he may teach. There are others, another higher level is Yadin Yadin, which means he may judge. And then there's another kind that no one has today, which is the ability to judge for sacrifices. So we don't bestow that one upon anyone. And basically, once you're a rabbi, no, we don't do human sacrifices, no animal sacrifices at the temple. Jews don't do human sacrifices. And then from there, I had already have, and I do. I mean, I have what's called a primary. Well, at the time, I had a primary position, and as a certified project management professional, so I didn't need money as a rabbi. It was almost like a graduate degree that I undertook, and I wasn't even planning to do it. It was from like 2016 to 2019 or so. I had shown just incredible dedication to my shul and to several shuls, to several communities, and it was the community that recommended me, and my rabbi as well. And I was already called rabbi, funny enough, in my Free Masonic Lodge. That was my nickname. Even though I wasn't a rabbi, everybody just was like, you're going to become a rabbi. And I was like, I don't want to become a rabbi. That's not something that's really of interest to me. I like going to shul every day. I like being a part of the community. I like keeping kosher. These are parts of my life, but I don't want people coming to me with their issues. And I don't want to necessarily make headers, which are halakhic decisions that people's lives rely upon. That's not something that's of interest to me. However, I, after having some heart-to-hearts with some rabbis, recognized that it wasn't this, they're human as well. It's not like they're in particular any holier than any other person. They're just learned. And that I could find myself as a member of this brotherhood, this fraternity. And so then for like a year and a half, weekly, I would, in addition to the classes that I was already taking, which are Chumash classes, that's Hebrew Bible, and Gemara classes, that's Talmud, and Hebrew classes with the Hebrew teacher, and some Aramaic and Yiddish, and additionally working through something called Chavrusa, which is paired learning, which is very common within yeshiva. We in Orange County don't have a yeshiva. That's more something that you'll find on the East Coast. That and has a similar type of learning. You learn with a person, and so we would study what's called Rambam, Mishnah, Torah, and certainly the Talmud, and certainly Chumash or Hebrew Bible, and so we would do that on Sundays, and so every single day of the week for like more than for like 4 years, I was attending some kind of class or going to shul every day, and then from there, I made smicha in 2021, and I was already employed. So it's not like normally what you do is you might go teach in a school just as a new rabbi, but I was already in my 30s. It's not uncommon to become a rabbi at a later age, but there are like two basic tracks. There's young people who become a rabbi at like age 22 or so. And then there are adult men who do it. And so mine was the latter track, but I didn't need the income. And so I didn't want to go work for a kosher supervision organization, which I could, but then you're around slaughterhouses and things like that. I didn't want to go into that. And I did not want to be a congregational rabbi. There's just a lot of drama that happens in that. And I didn't want to be at the behest of a board of trustees. I mean, I'm an app developer. It's like basically being a rabbi is a primary position, but it wasn't something that I needed to be able to support myself. And it was in the middle of the pandemic, and at that point, I thought, well, I could write a book about my journey, but is that really going to be able to support myself? I don't need it to support myself, and then generally, probably what I would have done had I not been live streaming my life is, I mean, I'd already had arrangements to get married. I hadn't had the women picked out yet, but basically I'd gone to a matchmaker and was in the process of finding someone. It's really, once you're at that point, it's pretty quick to get married. I'd say probably within 3 to 6 months or so. And but because of how the world was, I felt that I wanted to do something a little different. And there was some leniency that had occurred during the pandemic on live streaming on Shabbat, that the Sephardic world had taken more lenient than the Ashkenazi world. And I follow Ashkenazi customs, but nevertheless, I saw a window that had opened up that basically said, if you're not benefiting from the live stream, it may not necessarily be a prohibition. And the Sephardic world had opened it up so that they were having celebrations on live stream, like Orthodox celebrations, especially for Passover 2020, 2021 or so. And because of that, it was like an emergency time. And I'd been hitting golf balls, as you know, I told you, after work and such. And my life had gone from never being on camera to being on camera for like 12 hours a day. I was on camera 8 hours for work and anywhere between 2 and 4 hours a day for my classes. And I recognized that like my whole life was on camera now, or a lot of it. And how could I change the world? And this had developed into a passion project over time. It wasn't immediately, but I had told you, like I had dreams that like this is what this is what my journey entailed. And it made sense to me. It was like, wow, I'm really into future. I'm really into learning. I'm really into teaching. This might not be something that I would find to be a negative. And so long as I could get over the hump, and I don tefillin every single day. I keep kosher to the best of my ability. I say blessings on food. All of the other aspects of my life, like I say prayers, I can just do that on camera and basically teach people how to do it if people wanted to watch. And while I can't live stream in my shuls, that was okay. Like there are Jews who, for hundreds of years, would go on an adventure and not be able to be around their shuls for whatever reason. And while I can always go back to shul, I don't want to. I want to surprise them. This is like a gift that I have for them. And I still get the emails, and I still know what's going on and who got married and all that other stuff. And I have my friends, and we do communicate. They don't all understand what I'm doing, but they recognize it. This is how I wanted to represent the rabbinate and the world. And if that meant that I wasn't going to make money as a rabbi, that's okay. I was fine with that. So basically, and a long answer to your question is, generally, rabbis make money through three ways. There's congregation, there's being an author, and there's working for a kosher supervision organization. But that's not all rabbis. I think it's the majority of rabbis or people with smicha do not work as your traditional rabbi in a congregation. They may attend congregation, but that does not. There are only in the United States fewer than 1,000 Orthodox synagogues, so that'd be fewer than 1,000 people every year. Approximately anywhere between 80 and 150 in the United States men make smicha, so it is a unique journey that I've been on, and isn't necessarily available to everyone. But for any person, even non-Jews, even someone who converts through an Orthodox way, through a Beis Din, through a house of judgment, if they wanted to become a rabbi, they're allowed to be a rabbi. They, so long as they have the proper teaching and knowledge base, they would be considered a rabbi as much as I'm considered a rabbi, as much as the Chafetz Chaim, one of the great rabbis of the day, was considered a rabbi, as much as Moses in the Bible is considered a rabbi. So that's a lot.
I did not know they're so scarce.
Yeah, it's I mean, you've got to think that we're fewer than 2% of the population of that. Orthodox rabbis are 10% of that, so we're 0.2% of the United States population, and it's not like you necessarily get money to do it. So a lot of people don't. Everybody's about money. Are there other ways to be a rabbi and make money? Yeah, the big one is kosher supervision organizations. You can make a lot of money doing that. If you started your own, and then you start working with organizations to basically accept your hechsher or your kosher supervision, you can make a huge amount of money doing
that. Did not know that.
So that was your first question. What's your second question?
Yeah, the second question is just like these lessons that you do. Are they published somewhere specific? And do you have like an audience that's actively learning from it, or is it just kind of like archive?
It's both. So I do have some people who attend, not every single day, but when they can, and really I just do it whenever I want to do it. So I do have one set of streams that I dedicate to it every single time that I want to start it. It's just on YouTube, and it's all archived from all my other streams, but I don't get to detailed about it, like writing like a title for it and the description of it, because I know at any given time YouTube can take out those accounts, and then all that hard work is done. I've done it before. I've done it and be like, these are my discussions of futurism or whatever, and I'll put all the little things, and I'll have I'll have bullet points, and then 6 months later my account gets deleted and all that work was for nothing. So the one thing that I do, I don't just say, okay, I'm starting up the stream right now or anything like that. I do start one of my other streams, and people can go back. There's usually my streams are like 12 hours, or usually, not always, sometimes 10, sometimes 11. But I do have a set that's like between 1 and 3 hours every day. And thus far, for 149 straight days, my streams have been more than an hour. I have yet to do one that's less than an hour. Now, also do it in a way that's totally different than any other rabbi perhaps you'll find. I recognize that rabbis are humans too, and many times I've seen and been a part of shuls and congregations, and I watch constantly 24/7 other rabbis who give what are called shiurs, like classes, and they're usually in a suit and tie. And I first started my streams. That's how I started, in suit and tie. But I'm live streaming mine, so people are gonna. When I speak, I will. I recognize that I'm human, and I don't always necessarily teach them in a way that other rabbis will teach it. I'm much more human. I'm much more informal because I'm just sitting in my bed doing it. So, like, what's an example? Like, when I perhaps allegedly have done that, I will be like, when I have to, sometimes I read this set of Yiddish terminology, like this glossary that I read. And when you read it every single day for like 100 straight days, it's like, all right, time to do this bullshit. And I'll say that. And I think that in the future, people will think that's funny. Normally, if I were teaching a class in front of a congregation and I do that, absolutely not. Not in a million years. There's a lack of modesty for that, what we would call sneers. But I do it because I think it's funny. And I know that when people in mass will see it, they will like that a lot more. That's real. That's human. It's like unedited videos. I think people will be much more appreciative that my content is raw, that you get to see what's going on, as opposed to just highly edited footage that's extremely milquetoast and neutral. Mine is studyable.
Or J-Orn.
Yeah, another example. So, like, what's another example that I would give? Like on a topic. All right. I don't know if we talked about this recently, but I talked about it with somebody else. So there is a sacrifice that is going to occur that occurred in the past, that will occur again in the days of Mashiach, called the red heifer. And there's all this attention that's given to the red heifer because Israel imported some red heifers a few years ago into Israel, and from Texas. And basically,
what is that?
Yeah, it's a large cow, basically. And it's considered the greatest, at least Shlomo, who is considered a genius. He considered it to be the greatest riddle in Judaism, which is basically, without getting into all the technicalities, there's a process where in the Mount of Olives, the heifer is slaughtered in a kosher manner, of course, and then the blood and so the animal is slaughtered. Some of the blood is collected in a bowl. The animal is sacrificed on a pyre, like a big thing of sticks, basically, and it is facing the entrance to the temple in Jerusalem. And then the temple assistants, but basically the other rabbis, or they don't have to be rabbis, I shouldn't say that, but just say temple assistants, collect though today it would be, they collect the ashes, and then a myrtle branch is used to splash people who have come into contact with the dead body. Basically, this is a purification ritual, how you become clean. And by doing this, the person who splashes the crowd, they themselves become unclean. And it's been this debate. How could this be so that no one in Israel, like Israel everyone can't become clean? Because at some point somebody has to come unclean. So I was going through this just as a lesson. I would just pick something every single day. And I haven't done that in the last month or so because I've been focusing on these other things. So I've been watching these podcasts anyway. And all of the intricacies about the heifer are it's really, really specific. So the heifer can't have more than 2 non-red hairs. So it has to be perfectly red. But I've seen the heifers. They're perfectly red. They're like a burnt orange color. And they can never be milked. They can never be calved. So that means they can't ever be milked, and they can't ever have had calves. And they can't be with a blemish. And basically, there are all these specific things that have to be achieved. And they're not sacrificed at the temple. This is sacrificed at the Mount of Olives, which is in sight of the temple, but not at the temple. And so normally, I think most rabbis, and I've seen other rabbis give shiurim, classes on this, they just say, okay, and this is the greatest riddle in Judaism. And then they really leave it at that, basically. But they don't try to solve it. And I try to solve it. And I'm and I'll say to the camera, all right, Israel, I think we could figure this one out. I think we could figure out a way how we could have this sacrifice of the red heifer, and have all of us 100% be clean, basically. And we're going to try to figure out this bullshit. I'll say something like that. And so I came up with a way, and then I asked ChatGPT about it, and it was that's fucking brilliant. And I was yeah, see, Israel, we can figure this out. So the way that I figured out to do it, which again, this is the greatest riddle in Judaism, is you take 2 heifers and you put them on the wood and you sacrifice them simultaneously. And then the one rabbi, usually, who cleanses the people, could then cleanse the other person who did the sacrificing on the other pyre, and that other person could cleanse the other rabbi, thus making everybody clean. And I went through all of the different ChatGPT, and it was yeah, this seems like a solution to this. Great job. It was we thought it was a really good idea. And then I'd go through and be things that, again, other rabbis are going to do, but I'd be okay, so when we have the myrtle branch and we are using the liquid from that on the people, could we use a super soaker? Is that allowed? Now, they don't go into the Talmud whether this would be allowed. Could you use a super soaker? But it seems like it could be, so long as it you have the super soaker at the end of it with a myrtle branch, that it could. So I'll bring up things like this that I know have not been discussed previously, but to me could make sense, because I'm a realist person. If we all need to be cleansed of this someday, how could we do it in a very efficient way when we have a nation of 9 million people who would need to basically be cleansed, and then in the diaspora, another 9 million people? How could this be done in a realistic way? And so I will go into that. Like, some people may say, well, Super Soaker is kind of a funny way how to do it. It's not normal, it's not traditional, but I will do that. And I will spend an hour just saying on that one point. So anyway, what's another one that I would do like that? All right, like the laws of kashrut in terms of seafood. I know many Jews who want to try seafood, many Orthodox Jews, but we don't, because the law in Leviticus says, well, in the Hebrew Bible, that a sea-dwelling creature needs to have shells. Pardon me, not shells. Needs to have fins and scales. That's the thing. And that's how I've been taught my entire life. And yet it's still been a temptation that I've always felt. And so I'll go into like the biology of a lobster and of a crab. And I'll make an argument that says that a lobster, even though it has an exoskeleton, that it has that tail. And the exoskeleton could be an argument for a scale. A lot of people would say an exoskeleton is a scale, and that tail is a lot like a fin. And I'd make an argument just saying this is not the Mazor we live by. This is not traditional Orthodox teaching. But I'm gonna I'm gonna show the opposite side of this, how someone could make this argument. And I'll go into that. And is that a Kabbalah teaching? No, but I call it practical Judaism. Or it's called.
You make that argument for like a clam.
Exactly, and I make that argument. It's very difficult. So how could I make an argument for a clam? And I will push this. I will say, how would I make this argument? And I would say that the clam shell is a lot like a scale. A lot of people would see that, and the definition of a fin is not very specific within Hebrew Bible, and it's really not that specific within Talmud. And you run into issues with some fish today, like sturgeon. Sturgeon are a unique kind of fish that have like a bony exoskeleton, like exterior. So they're not considered kosher. So a lot of caviar comes from sturgeon, so that's not considered caviar, but there's kosher caviar, just different. And then like catfish are another one. Catfish structure, they don't have the same scales. And so I make the
argument. Have you eaten seafood?
I mean, like fish and stuff, yeah. And I've had imitation crab meat. That's a popular thing within Judaism. But I do my best to avoid anything non-kosher, and anyone out there who says I've never eaten non-kosher is lying. Every single person has eaten something non-kosher, they just didn't know it. And what do I mean by that? The big one is bugs. So like they say that you eat 8 bugs, eight spiders a year or whatever. Like that's not necessarily a true statistic. But what you do is there are like microscopic bugs in produce that even though we wash it very thoroughly, you just can't get it all. So when I say I do my best to avoid eating non-kosher, I do. And there are different definitions of kosher. There's what's called Chal Yisrael, which is basically overseen by a rabbinical supervisor. And there are some people who only drink Chalav Yisrael milk, but there was a determination by a rabbi named Rabbi Moshe Feinstein in blessed memory. He made the determination that any government milk, like basically that you would buy in the store, is kosher because government milk isn't offered in the only government milk that's allowed in the United States is from a cow. Nobody is allowed to mix like goat milk and cow milk. That's not a thing. Or camel milk, like a non-kosher species or something. Goat milk would be allowed, but anyway, without going into that. Um, so, but some people would consider drinking government milk to be non-kosher. There are other people who, like I've been in rabbis' homes that they eat from hechshers, basically rabbinical organizations, rabbinical supervision organizations that I wouldn't eat, but they eat it. Now, does that mean I'm any better than they are? No, it's just we have different familial traditions. Even though most people would consider that to be kosher, I just and other rabbis that I know don't consider it to be kosher, even though those people in those homes say that it's kosher. There's no like perfect way of it, but no, I do my best to avoid any non-kosher foods. Like what's
Would you try a lobster?
If and this is what I'd like to do with my streams. If I could get enough influence and be able to speak to the rabbinical, the Orthodox rabbis of the world, and make the argument that an exoskeleton is a shell and a tail is a fin, it should be considered a kosher animal. And if we could get a contingent, it wouldn't even have to necessarily be a majority, but with the influence, yeah, I'd love to. That's something that I'd really love to enjoy in a kosher restaurant. And I think that we're moving towards that, either or artificially created lobster. I would be okay with that. But yeah, I think I've always felt right.
Yeah, is that like a beyond whatever you allowed in a
So
lab?
those are
Avoid it.
no. So it's an area of contention, but so it depends who you ask basically, and what you do as a Jew is you ask your rabbi, and I have had more, while very conservative individuals, more progressive. They have some progressive leanings, and the answer is the jury's still out. But there are many Israeli companies that are growing lab-grown meat, and the argument is the steak is as good as any other steak that you're going to have. You can't tell the difference. It didn't need to be slaughtered. Why isn't it considered kosher? And so there are some rabbinical supervision organizations that are considering that to be kosher. In terms of Beyond Meat, that stuff is kosher generally. And I know a lot of Orthodox rabbis or Orthodox people many people would consider it a loophole. We don't necessarily consider it a loophole. We're not trying to outthink God, but like, what's an example? They'll use a Beyond Meat burger with cheese. Normally, we don't mix milk and meat for reasons. Basically, it goes into the Bible that the other nations were boiling a calf in its mother's milk, and we consider that to be something that we want to avoid at all costs. Not just a calf, but a goat calf. And so because of that, the interpretation has been you can't mix milk and meat. And it gets into, well, what about if it comes from a bird? Like, can you have cheese? And most rabbinical authorities say no, because we wouldn't want to have the look of milk and meat together. It gets into all that. I don't want to get into it right now. But the idea of Beyond Burgers, since Beyond Burgers are so well known now that no person walking by someone eating a cheeseburger would think that that is necessarily a prohibition. To the point where like my family loves like one of my favorite milk restaurants. It's called Milkig, is the Milky Way in LA, and they have it's owned by Steven Spielberg's mother of blessed memory, so he owns it now. A lot of people don't know Steven Spielberg owns a really small restaurant in LA, but he does, or his holding company does. And like my aunt loves the cheeseburger there. She's not a cheeseburger eater. That's not her thing. We avoid milk and meat within the Orthodox community. But if she wants to have a cheeseburger, she'll go there, and they have a Beyond Burger with cheese. And there's not meat in the entire restaurant. So I know other
Is Beyond Burger where it's actually like you take the cells of a chicken or whatever,
that's
entirely
that's lab grown meat. No, we're talking about usually it's like tofu and like
it's like some vegan
plant proteins. Yeah. So they're two separate worlds. And then there's the reverse of this. So you can have a meat burger, but you don't want to put cheese on it. So then we have something called pareve cheese, which is basically, pareve is Hebrew for neutral, and basically it means that you can eat it with anything. So you can eat it with milk stuff, you can eat it with meat stuff. And so it tastes like cheese. You can't tell, it has the cheese consistency, and it's basically a way that you can have a cheeseburger that way. And
do you think it tastes as good as regular cheese?
I think that if you put them in front of people, a lot of people couldn't tell the difference. And cheese gets messy with something called rennet, and also how it's produced generally. But most cheese, there's an argument to be made if it's under government supervision, a lot of it could be considered kosher, at least from a cow. Now, if you get into some weird stuff like camel cheese, that can run into issues. Some goat cheeses can run into issues, but the major issues come into the meat aspect of it. But in answer to your question, are you allowed to have lab-grown meat? It depends who you ask. And I'm much more progressive. And so if anybody ever saw my streams, they would recognize that I'm a futurist. I look forward to a day where no animals will die that we eat can be neutral. Like, we don't need animals. Like, basically, it's a type of veganism. And would I allow in my communities, would I take a stand for some of these things? Yeah, I would. But here's the thing. I don't have if I had a synagogue, I could not take these stands because I would be beholden on the donors of my shul who would recognize that this is avant-garde. I can tell you that there is a rabbi I won't name them, but basically who, I don't want to say was blacklisted, but sort of was blacklisted within the Or community for having some aggressive feelings. I believe it was on homosexuality and like the LGBTQ movement, and their shul, their synagogue, now community, they lost a lot of members because of that. And so being a rabbi,
are you as progressive as LGBTQ plus?
Yeah.
You're plus yourself.
Yeah, so I used to not be. I used to be very much, especially before the progressive movement, that men should be with women should be with men. That's how the Bible states. That's what I've always known. If you want to be gay, do so behind closed doors or whatever. Like, that's not within Judaism. Lesbianism is far less a prohibited activity than homosexuality. Twice within the Hebrew Bible, it says that if a man lies with a man, he should be stoned. And it's as clear as you'd ever want the Bible to state. So that's what I lived by. I was always confused why we didn't stone homosexuals, frankly. But the argument gets to you need two kosher witnesses, and unless you're going to have an Orthodox individual who witnesses two gay men have sex in front of him, actually two of them, two witnesses witness of two gay men having sex with each other, then they can't be brought before the basically the house of judgment. So no Orthodox man is going to put himself into a situation where there are two gay men having sex in front of him. So we just don't do the stoning anymore. It's basically a way to avoid the punishment that it says in the Bible. But my views on this changed when I learned about transhumanism, not transgenderism, but transhumanism. And what happens if I want to live to be 50,000 years old and I want to be a woman and get married to a man? All right, well, then that changes things. And I've also recognized that we're moving into a post-religion world. And I look forward to every single day. I pray for Mashiach, our Messiah, to come and clear up all of these matters. And when he comes, he's supposed to be a great political leader. He's supposed to be of the Davidic line. He's supposed to be a great leader. He's supposed to live for 1,000 years. He's supposed to bring world peace to the point where not even the animals fight anymore. Whether that's true or not, and it's not been a thing in Judaism. You won't read about a Messiah in the Hebrew Bible. It's not a thing. It's more of it's evolved over the course of the last 2,000 years or so. But when he comes, if he ever views my streams, I want him to say, I don't want to do anything that he would disagree with, like be pro-war or unfair to people or unrighteous or someone who would be closed-minded to the needs of other people. There's an understanding that all of the great riddles and issues within Judaism and within the world will be clarified when Mashiach comes here. So every day I pray for Mashiach. There's a thought that there could be a Mashiach in every generation. There's a thought that Mashiach could be, that anybody could be Mashiach. Any man or any Jewish man could be Mashiach. I don't know. What I think who Mashiach will be the man who rebuilds the temple in Jerusalem. There are other things he's supposed to do too, live 1,000 years and all the other stuff. But that person will be an important person within Judaism. And I don't want to do anything that they say that I think that they would have not wanted or that they won't want. So every day I live my life as best I can as a Jew while live streaming it. And the questions that evolve, like, is Beyond Meat allowed or is lab-grown meat allowed? Those will all be answered in the days of Mashiach. So I know I take really long time to answer your questions, but I want to give you some background on why we do the things that we do.
I find it interesting.
All right. Will you find it interesting if you come back in about 2.5 hours to get your ass whooped at anything you want? All right. So it's 5:13 right now. You want to come back at 7? Would that work for you?
I'm still awake.
Okay,
Yeah.
excellent. Thank you for your interest, and we'll see you then. Okay, Big Dog.
All right.
Peace out, guys.
Bye-bye.
What's going on, Brandon? Excellent. Are you watching it?
I think it's Mark. Yeah. You know what the score right now?
Okay.
What's the score?
Oh, I don't know. What's up, baby? Nobody knows for sure. What's up, babies? No one knows for sure. Everybody different Elohim Chaim, but this is the Missouri Live Line. Been doing this bitch 149 days. It is 8th of Sivan 5786, Sunday, May 24th, 2026. 3760, creation of the world, birth of Ani Chava, 3631, 137, son of Adam was born, 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth was born, 3436, 325, Kenan, son of Enosh was born, 3366, 395, Mahala, son of Kenan was born, 3301, 460, Yared, son of Mahala was born, 3139, 622, Chana, son of Yared was born. Okay, folks, you got to go through the book of verse twice because it sucks. Does it? Everything sucks, people. If you're watching this right now, I'm excited. Maybe I might be on 2 podcasts tomorrow. That's tight. On what, Rabbi? The paranormal. Oh, okay. It's whatever you want it to be, baby. I don't like that term at all. What would you call it? Science. What's this book? Oh man, it's about this bitch. She's a non-Jew. She's
Try Severia's new library assistant experimental. Discover and explore texts in the Severia library with our new AI-powered assistant. Route 1. 1. In the days when the chieftains ruled, there was a famine in the land, and a man from Bethlehem in Judah, with his wife and 2 sons, went to reside in the country of Moab. 2. A man's name was Elimelech, his wife's name was Naomi, and his 2 sons were named Mahlon and Chilion Ephrathites of Bethlehem in Judah. They came to the country of Moab and remained there. 3. Elimelech, Naomi's husband, died, and she was left with her 2 sons. 4. They married Moabite women, one named Orpah and the other Ruth, and they lived there about 10 years. 5. Then those 2 Mahlon and Chilion also died, so the woman was left without her 2 sons and without her husband. 6. She started out with her daughters-in-law to return from the country of Moab, for in the country of Moab she had heard that God had taken note of the people of Israel and given them food. 7. Accompanied by her 2 daughters-in-law, she left the place where she had been living, and they set out on the road back to the land of Judah. 8. But Naomi said to her 2 daughters-in-law, "Turn back, each of you to her mother's house. May God deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me." 9. May God grant that each of you find security in the house of a husband. And she kissed them farewell. They broke into weeping. 10. And said to her, "No, we will return with you to your people." 11. But Naomi replied, "Turn back, my daughters. Why should you go with me? Have I any more sons in my body who might be husbands for you?" 12. Turn back, my daughters, for I am too old to be married. Even if I thought there was hope for me, even if I were married tonight and I also bore sons. 13. Should you wait for them to grow up? Should you on their account divorce yourselves from marriage? Oh no, my daughters. My lot is far more bitter than yours, for God's hand has struck out against me. 14. They broke into weeping again, and Orpah kissed her mother-in-law farewell. But Ruth clung to her. 15. So she said, "See, your sister-in-law's returned to her people and her gods. Go follow your sister-in-law." 16. But Ruth replied, "Do not urge me to leave you, to turn back and not follow you. For wherever you go, I will go. Wherever you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God." 17. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. Thus and more may God do to me if anything but death parts me from you. 18. When Naomi saw how determined she was to go with her, she ceased to argue with her. 19. And the 2 went on until they reached Bethlehem. When they arrived in Bethlehem, the whole city buzzed with excitement over them. The women said, "Can this be Naomi?" 20. "Do not call me Naomi," she replied. "Call me Mara, for Shaddai has made my lot very bitter." 21. "I went away full, and God has brought me back empty. How can you call me Naomi, when God has dealt harshly with me, when Shaddai has brought misfortune upon me?" 22. Thus Naomi returned from the country of Moab. She returned with her daughter-in-law Ruth the Moabite. They arrived in Bethlehem at the beginning of the barley harvest. We use cookies to give you the best experience possible on our site. Click OK to continue using Severia. Learn more. Try Severia's new library assistant experimentally. Discover and explore texts in the Severia library with our new AI-powered assistant. Route 2:1. 1. Now Naomi had a kinsman on her husband's side, a man of substance, of the family of Elimelech, whose name was Boaz. 2. Ruth the Moabite said to Naomi, "I would like to go to the fields and glean among the ears of grain, behind someone who may show me kindness." "Yes, daughter, go," she replied. 3. And off she went. She came and gleaned in a field, behind the reapers, and, as luck would have it, it was the piece of land belonging to Boaz, who was of Elimelech's family. 4. Presently Boaz arrived from Bethlehem. He greeted the reapers, God be with you. And they responded, God bless you. 5. Boaz said to the servant who was in charge of the reapers, whose girl is that? 6. The servant in charge of the reapers replied, she is a Moabite who came back with Naomi from the country of Moab. 7. She said, please let me glean and gather among the sheaves behind the reapers. She has been on her feet ever since she came this morning. She has hardly rested at all in the hut. 8. Boaz said to Ruth, listen to me, daughter. Don't go to glean in another field. Don't go elsewhere, but stay here close to my maidservants. 9. Keep your eyes on the field they are reaping, and follow them. I have ordered the workers not to harass you. And when you are thirsty, go to the jars and drink some of the water that the workers have drawn. 10. She prostrated herself with her face to the ground, and said to him, why are you so kind as to single me out, when I am a foreigner? 11. Boaz said in reply, I have been told of all that you did for your mother-in-law after the death of your husband, how you left your father and mother and the land of your birth and came to a people you had not known before. 12. May God reward your deed. May you have a full recompense from the Eternal, the God of Israel, whose wings you have sought refuge. 13. She answered, you are most kind, my lord, to comfort me and to speak gently to your maidservant, though I am not so much as one of your maidservants. 14. At mealtime, Boaz said to her, come over here and partake of the meal, and dip your morsel in the vinegar. She sat down beside the reapers. He handed her parched grain, and she ate her fill and had some left over. 15. When she got up again to glean, Boaz gave orders to his workers, you are not only to let her glean among the sheaves, without interference. 16. But you must also pull some stalks out of the heaps and leave them for her to glean, and not scold her. 17. She gleaned in the field until evening. Then she beat out what she had gleaned, it was about an ephah of barley. 18. And carried it back with her to the town. When her mother-in-law saw what she had gleaned, and when she also took out and gave her what she had left over after eating her fill. 19. Her mother-in-law asked her, where did you glean today? Where did you work? Blessed be he who took such generous notice of you. So she told her mother-in-law whom she had worked with, saying, the name of the man with whom I work today is Boaz. 20. Naomi said to her daughter-in-law, blessed be he of God, who has not failed to show kindness to the living or to the dead. 4. Naomi explained to her daughter-in-law, the man is related to us, he is one of our redeeming kinsmen. 21. Ruth the Moabite said, he even told me, stay close by my workers until all my harvest is finished. 22. And Naomi answered her daughter-in-law Ruth, it is best, daughter, that you go out with his maidservants, and not be accosted in some other field. 23. So she stayed close to the maidservants of Boaz, and gleaned until the barley harvest and the wheat harvest were finished. Then she stayed at home with her mother-in-law. We use cookies to give you the best experience possible on our site. Click OK to continue using Safari. Learn more. Try Safari's new library assistant experimental. Discover and explore texts in the Safari library with our new AI-powered assistant. Route 2. 1. Now Naomi had a kinsman on her husband's side, a man of substance, of the family of Elimelech, whose name was Boaz. 2. Ruth the Moabite said to Naomi, I would like to go to the fields and glean among the ears of grain, behind someone who may show me kindness. Yes, daughter, go, she replied. 3. And off she went. She came and gleaned in a field, behind the reapers, and, as luck would have it, it was the piece of land belonging to Boaz, who was of Elimelech's family. 4. Presently Boaz arrived from Bethlehem. He greeted the reapers, God be with you. And they responded, God bless you. 5. Boaz said to the servant who was in charge of the reapers, whose girl is that? 6. The servant in charge of the reapers replied, she is a Moabite who came back with Naomi from the country of Moab. 7. She said, please let me glean and gather among the sheaves behind the reapers. She has been on her feet ever since she came this morning. She has hardly rested at all in the hut. 8. Boaz said to Ruth, listen to me, daughter. Don't go to glean in another field. Don't go elsewhere, but stay here close to my maidservants. 9. Keep your eyes on the field they are reaping, and follow them. I have ordered the workers not to harass you. And when you are thirsty, go to the jars and drink some of the water that the workers have drawn. 10. She prostrated herself with her face to the ground, and said to him, why are you so kind as to single me out, when I am a foreigner? 11. Boaz said in reply, I have been told of all that you did for your mother-in-law after the death of your husband, how you left your father and mother and the land of your birth and came to a people you had not known before. 12. May God reward your deeds. May you have a full recompense from the Eternal, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have sought refuge. 13. She answered, You are most kind, my lord, to comfort me and to speak gently to your maidservant, though I am not so much as one of your maidservants. 14. At mealtime, Boaz said to her, Come over here and partake of the meal, and dip your morsel in the vinegar. So she sat down beside the reapers. He handed her parched grain, and she ate her fill and had some left over. 15. When she got up again to glean, Boaz gave orders to his workers, You are not only to let her glean among the sheaves, without interference. 16. But you must also pull some stalks out of the heaps and leave them for her to glean, and not scold her. 17. She gleaned in the field until evening. Then she beat out what she had gleaned, it was about an ephah of barley. 18. And carried it back with her to the town. When her mother-in-law saw what she had gleaned, and when she also took out and gave her what she had left over after eating her fill. 19. Her mother-in-law asked her, Where did you glean today? Where did you work? Blessed be he who took such generous notice of you. So she told her mother-in-law whom she had worked with, saying, The name of the man with whom I work today is Boaz. 20. Naomi said to her daughter-in-law, Blessed be he of God, who has not failed to show kindness to the living or to the dead. 4. Naomi explained to her daughter-in-law, The man is related to us, he is one of our redeeming kinsmen. 21. Ruth the Moabite said, He even told me, Stay close by my workers until all my harvest is finished. 22. And Naomi answered her daughter-in-law Ruth, It is best, daughter, that you go out with his maidservants, and not be accosted in some other field. 23. So she stayed close to the maidservants of Boaz, and gleaned until the barley harvest and the wheat harvest were finished. Then she stayed at home with her mother-in-law. 1. Naomi, her mother-in-law, said to her, Daughter, I'm the home for you, where you may be. 2. Now there is our kinsman Boaz, whose girls you were close to. He will be winnowing barley on the threshing floor tonight. 3. So bathe, anoint yourself, dress up, and go down to the threshing floor. But do not disclose yourself to the man until he has finished eating and drinking. 4. When he lies down, note the place where he lies down, and go over and uncover his feet and lie down. He will tell you what you are to do. 5. She replied, I will do everything you tell me. 6. She went down to the threshing floor and did just as her mother-in-law had instructed her. 7. Boaz ate and drank, and in a cheerful mood went to lie down beside the grain pile. And she went over stealthily and uncovered his feet and lay down. 8. In the middle of the night, the man gave a start and pulled back. There was a woman lying at his feet. 9. Who are you? He asked. And she replied, I am your handmaid Ruth. Spread your robe over your handmaid, for you are a redeeming kinsman. 10. He exclaimed, Be blessed of God, daughter. Your latest deed of loyalty is greater than the first, in that you have not turned to younger men, whether poor or rich. 11. And now, daughter, have no fear. I will do on your behalf whatever you ask, for all the elders of my town know what a fine woman you are. 12. But while it is true I am a redeeming kinsman, there is another redeemer closer than I. 13. Stay for the night. Then in the morning, if he will act as a redeemer, good. Let him redeem. But if he does not want to act as redeemer for you, I will do so myself, as God lives. Lie down until morning. 14. So she lay at his feet until dawn. She rose before one person could distinguish another, for he thought, Let it not be known that the woman came to the threshing floor. 15. And he said, Hold out the shawl you are wearing. She held it while he measured out 6 measures of barley, and he put it on her back. When she got back to the town. 16. She came to her mother-in-law, who asked, How is it with you, daughter? She told her all that the man had done for her. 17. And she added, He gave me these 6 measures of barley, saying to me, Do not go back to your mother-in-law empty-handed. 18. And Naomi said, Stay here, daughter, till you learn how the matter turns out. For the man will not rest, but will settle the matter today. We use cookies to give you the best experience possible on our site. Click OK to continue using Severia. Learn more. Try Severia's new library assistant experimental. Discover and explore texts in the Severia library with our new AI-powered assistant. Group 3. 1. Naomi, her mother-in-law, said to her, Daughter, I must seek a home for you. Try Severia's new library assistant experimental. Discover and explore texts in the Severia library with our new AI-powered assistant. Group 4. 1. Meanwhile, Boaz had gone to the gate and sat down there. And now the Redeemer whom Boaz had mentioned passed by. He called, Come over and sit down here, so and so. And he came over and sat down. 2. And Boaz took 10 elders of the town and said, Be seated here, and they sat down. 3. He said to the Redeemer, Naomi, now returned from the country of Moab, must sell the piece of land that belonged to our kinsman Elimelech. 4. I thought I should disclose the matter to you and say, acquire it in the presence of those seated here and in the presence of the elders of my people. If you are willing to redeem it, redeem. But if you will not redeem, tell me, and I may know. For there is no one to redeem but you, and I come after you. I am willing to redeem it, he replied. 5. Boaz continued, when you acquire the property from Naomi and from Ruth the Moabite, you must also acquire the wife of the deceased, so as to perpetuate the name of the deceased upon his estate. 6. The Redeemer replied, Then I cannot redeem it for myself, lest I impair my own estate. You take over my right of redemption, for I am unable to exercise it. 7. Now this was formerly done in Israel in cases of redemption or exchange. To validate any transaction, one party would take off a sandal and hand it to the other. Such was the practice in Israel. 8. So when the Redeemer said to Boaz, Acquire for yourself, he drew off his sandal. 9. And Boaz said to the elders and to the rest of the people, You are witnesses today that I am acquiring from Naomi all that belonged to Elimelech and all that belonged to Chilion and Mahlon. 10. I am also acquiring Ruth the Moabite, the wife of Mahlon, as my wife, so as to perpetuate the name of the deceased upon his estate, that the name of the deceased may not disappear from among his kinsmen and from the gate of his hometown. You are witnesses today. 11. All the people at the gate and the elders answered, We are. May God make the woman who is coming into your house like Rachel and Leah, both of whom build up the house of Israel. Prosper in Ephraim and perpetuate your name in Bethlehem. 12. And may your house be like the house of Perez whom Tamar bore to Judah through the offspring that God will give you by this young woman. 13. So Boaz married Ruth, she became his wife, and he cohabited with her. God let her conceive, and she bore a son. 14. And the woman said to Naomi, Blessed be God, who has not withheld a redeemer from you today. May his name be perpetuated in Israel. 15. He will renew your life and sustain your old age, for he is born of your daughter-in-law, who loves you and is better to you than 7 sons. 16. Naomi took the child and held it to her bosom. She became its foster mother. 17. And the women neighbors gave him a name, saying, A son is born to Naomi. They named him Obed. He was the father of Jesse, father of David. 18. This is the line of Perez. Perez begot Hezron. 19. Hezron begot Ram. Ram begot Amminadab. 20. Amminadab begot Nahshon. Nahshon begot Salmon. 21. Salmon begot Boaz. Boaz begot Obed. 22. Obed begot Jesse, and Jesse begot David. We use cookies to give you the best experience possible on our site. Click OK to continue using Safari. Learn more. Join Safari's new Library Assistant Experimental. Discover and explore texts in the Safari library with our new AI-powered assistant. Route 1. 1. In the days when the chieftains ruled, there was a famine in the land, and a man from Bethlehem in Judah, with his wife and 2 sons, went to reside in the country of Moab. 2. The man's name was Elimelech, his wife's name was Naomi, and his 2 sons were named Mahlon and Chilion Ephrathites of Bethlehem in Judah. They came to the country of Moab and remained there. 3. Elimelech, Naomi's husband, died, and she was left with her 2 sons. 4. They married Moabite women, one named Orpah and the other Ruth, and they lived there about 10 years. 5. And those 2 Mahlon and Chilion also died, so the woman was left without her 2 sons and without her husband. 6. She started out with her daughters-in-law to return from the country of Moab, for in the country of Moab she had heard that God had taken note of the people of Israel and given them food. 7. Accompanied by her 2 daughters-in-law, she left the place where she had been living, and they set out on the road back to the land of Judah. 8. But Naomi said to her 2 daughters-in-law, Turn back, each of you to her mother's house. May God deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me. 9. May God grant that each of you find security in the house of a husband. And she kissed them farewell. They broke into weeping. 10. And said to her, No, we will return with you to your people. 11. But Naomi replied, Turn back, my daughters. Why should you go with me? Have I any more sons in my body who might be husbands for you? 12. Turn back, my daughters, for I am too old to be married. Even if I thought there was hope for me, even if I were married tonight and I also bore sons. 13. Should you wait for them to grow up? Should you on their account divorce yourselves from marriage? Oh no, my daughters. My lot is far more bitter than yours, for God's hand has struck out against me. 14. They broke into weeping again, and Orpah kissed her mother-in-law farewell. But Ruth clung to her. 15. So she said, See, your sister-in-law has returned to her people and her gods. Go follow your sister-in-law. 16. But Ruth replied, Do not urge me to leave you, to turn back and not follow you. For wherever you go, I will go. Wherever you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. 17. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. Thus and more may God do to me if anything but death parts me from you. 18. When Naomi saw how determined she was to go with her, she ceased to argue with her. 19. And the two went on until they reached Bethlehem. When they arrived in Bethlehem, the whole city buzzed with excitement over them. The women said, "Can this be Naomi?" 20. "Do not call me Naomi," she replied. "Call me Mara, for Shaddai has made my lot very good." Her daughter returned from the country. They arrived in Bethlehem and the cookies to give you the best experience possible on our site. Click OK to continue using Samaria. Learn more. Try Severia's new library assistant experimental. Discover and explore texts in the Severia library with our new AI-powered assistant. Route 2:1. 1. Now Naomi had a kinsman on her husband's side, a man of substance, of the family of Elimelech, whose name was Boaz. 2. Ruth the Moabite said to Naomi, "I would like to go to the fields and glean among the ears of grain, behind someone who may show me kindness." "Yes, daughter, go," she replied. 3. And off she went. She came and gleaned in a field, behind the reapers, and, as luck would have it, it was the piece of land belonging to Boaz, who was of Elimelech's family. 4. Presently Boaz arrived from Bethlehem. He greeted the reapers, "God be with you." And they responded, "God bless you." 5. Boaz said to the servant who was in charge of the reapers, "Whose girl is that?" 6. The servant in charge of the reapers replied, "She is a Moabite who came back with Naomi from the country of Moab." 7. She said, "Please let me glean and gather among the sheaves behind the reapers." She has been on her feet ever since she came this morning. She has hardly rested at all in the hut. 8. Boaz said to Ruth, "Listen to me, daughter. Don't go to glean in another field. Don't go elsewhere, but stay here close to my maidservants." 9. Keep your eyes on the field they are reaping, and follow them. I have ordered the workers not to harass you. And when you are thirsty, go to the jars and drink some of the water that the workers have drawn. 10. She prostrated herself with her face to the ground, and said to him, "Why are you so kind as to single me out, when I am a foreigner?" 11. Boaz said in reply, "I have been told of all that you did for your mother-in-law after the death of your husband, how you left your father and mother and the land of your birth and came to a people you had not known before." 12. May God reward your deeds. May you have a full recompense from the Eternal, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have sought refuge. 13. She answered, "You are most kind, my lord, to comfort me and to speak gently to your maidservant, though I am not so much as one of your maidservants." 14. At mealtime, Boaz said to her, "Come over here and partake of the meal, and dip your morsel in the vinegar." So she sat down beside the reapers. He handed her parched grain, and she ate her fill and had some left over. 15. When she got up again to glean, Boaz gave orders to his workers, "You are not only to let her glean among the sheaves, without interference." 16. But you must also pull some stalks out of the heaps and leave them for her to glean, and not scold her. 17. She gleaned in the field until evening. Then she beat out what she had gleaned and was about an ephah of barley. 18. And carried it back with her to the town. When her mother-in-law saw what she had gleaned, and when she also took out and gave her what she had left over after eating her fill. 19. Her mother-in-law asked her, "Where did you glean today? Where did you work? Blessed be he who took such generous notice of you." So she told her mother-in-law whom she had worked with, saying, "The name of the man with whom I work today is Boaz." 20. Naomi said to her daughter-in-law, "Blessed be he of God, who has not failed to show kindness to the living or to the dead." For, Naomi explained to her daughter-in-law, "The man is related to us, he is one of our redeeming kinsmen." 21. Ruth the Moabite said, "He even told me, 'Stay close by my workers until all my harvest is finished.'" 22. And Naomi answered her daughter-in-law Ruth, "It is best, daughter, that you go out with his maidservants, and not be accosted in some other field." 23. So she stayed close to the maidservants of Boaz, and gleaned until the barley harvest and the wheat harvest were finished. Then she stayed at home with her mother-in-law. We use cookies to give you the best experience possible on our site. Click OK to continue using Samaria. Learn more. Try Severia's new library assistant experimental. Discover and explore texts in the Severia library with our new AI-powered assistant. Route 3. 1. Naomi, her mother-in-law, said to her, "Daughter, I must seek a home for you, where you may be happy." 2. Now there is our kinsman Boaz, whose girls you were close to. He will be winnowing barley on the threshing floor tonight. 3. So babe, anoint yourself, dress up, and go down to the threshing floor. But do not disclose yourself to the man until he has finished eating and drinking. 4. When he lies down, note the place where he lies down, and go over and uncover his feet and lie down. He will tell you what you are to do. 5. She replied, "I will do everything you tell me." 6. She went down to the threshing floor and did just as her mother-in-law had instructed her. 7. Boaz ate and drank, and in a cheerful mood went to lie down beside the grain pile. Then she went over stealthily and uncovered his feet and lay down. 8. In the middle of the night, the man gave a start and pulled back. There was a woman lying at his feet. 9. "Who are you?" he asked. And she replied, "I am your handmaid Ruth. Spread your robe over your handmaid, for you are a redeeming kinsman." 10. He exclaimed, "Be blessed of God, daughter. Your latest deed of loyalty is greater than the first, in that you have not turned to younger men, whether poor or rich." 11. And now, daughter, have no fear. I will do in your behalf whatever you ask, for all the elders of my town know what a fine woman you are. 12. But while it is true I am a redeeming kinsman, there is another redeemer closer than I. 13. Stay for the night. Then in the morning, if he will act as a redeemer, good. Let him redeem. But if he does not want to act as redeemer for you, I will do so myself, as God lives. Lie down until morning. 14. So she lay at his feet until dawn. She rose before one person could distinguish another, for he thought, "Let it not be known that the woman came to the threshing floor." 15. And he said, "Hold out the shawl you are wearing." She held it while he measured out 6 measures of barley, and he put it on her back. When she got back to the town. 16. She came to her mother-in-law, who asked, "How is it with you, daughter?" She told her all that the man had done for her. 17. And she added, "He gave me these 6 measures of barley, saying to me, 'Do not go back to your mother-in-law empty-handed.'" 18. And Naomi said, "Stay here, daughter, till you learn how the matter turns out. For the man will not rest, but will settle the matter today. We use cookies to give you the best experience possible on our site. Click OK to continue using Severia. Learn more." Try Severia's new library assistant experimental. Discover and explore texts in the Severia library with our new AI-powered assistant. Route 4. 1. Meanwhile, Boaz had gone to the gate and sat down there. And now the redeemer whom Boaz had mentioned passed by. He called, "Come over and sit down here, so and so." And he came over and sat down. 2. Then Boaz took 10 elders of the town and said, "Be seated here," and they sat down. 3. He said to the redeemer, "Naomi, now returned from the country of Moab, must sell the piece of land that belonged to our kinsman Elimelech." 4. I thought I should disclose the matter to you and say, "Acquire it in the presence of those seated here and in the presence of the elders of my people. If you are willing to redeem it, redeem. But if you will not redeem, tell me, that I may know. For there is no one to redeem but you, and I come after you." "I am willing to redeem it," he replied. 5. Boaz continued, "When you acquire the property from Naomi and from Ruth the Moabite, you must also acquire the wife of the deceased, so as to perpetuate the name of the deceased upon his estate." 6. The redeemer replied, "Then I cannot redeem it for myself, lest I impair my own estate. You take over my right of redemption, for I am unable to exercise it." 7. Now this was formerly done in Israel in cases of redemption or exchange. To validate any transaction, one party would take off the sandal and hand it to the other. Such was the practice in Israel. 8. So when the redeemer said to Boaz, "Acquire for yourself," he drew off his sandal. 9. And Boaz said to the elders and to the rest of the people, "You are witnesses today that I am acquiring from Naomi all that belonged to Elimelech and all that belonged to Chilion and Mahlon." 10. I am also acquiring Ruth the Moabite, the wife of Mahlon, as my wife, so as to perpetuate the name of the deceased upon his estate, that the name of the deceased may not disappear from among his kinsmen and from the gate of his hometown. You are witnesses today. 11. All the people at the gate and the elders answered, "We are. May God make the woman who is coming into your house like Rachel and Leah, both of whom built up the house of Israel. Prosper in Ephraim and perpetuate your name in Bethlehem." 12. And may your house be like the house of Perez whom Tamar bore to Judah through the offspring that God will give you by this young woman. 13. So Boaz married Ruth, she became his wife, and he cohabited with her. God let her conceive, and she bore a son. 14. And the woman said to Naomi, "Blessed be God, who has not withheld a redeemer from you today. May his name be perpetuated in Israel." 15. You will renew your life and sustain your old age, for he is in law, who loves you and is better to you had 7 sons. 16. Naomi took the child and held it to her bosom. She became its foster mother. 17. And the women neighbors gave him a name, saying, a son is born to Naomi. They named him Obed. He was the father of Jesse, father of David. 18. This is the line of Perez. Perez begot Hezron. 19. Hezron begot Ram. Ram begot Amminadab. 20. Amminadab begot Nahshon. Nahshon begot Salmon. 21. Salmon begot Boaz. Boaz begot Obed. 22. Obed begot Jesse, and Jesse begot David. We use cookies to give you the best experience possible on our site. Click OK to continue using Safaria. Learn more.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection. And hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Well, I want to say welcome back this evening to the second part of our 10 session walk through Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And as we talked about last time, right, and Kabbalah, right, we're still 1,200 years away from Kabbalah. still way off in the distance. So we're still very much in the time period right around the turn of the Common Era. That is to say, around the year 0, right? But if you want to get an anchor of where we are. And just to recap a bit, right? Just to recap a little bit from last time to sort of see where we are in the lay of the land. We defined mysticism, at least for the purposes of this class, which doing things like defining mysticism makes it certain that everybody will disagree with you that studies this stuff. So I'm just basically, anytime I say, I'm going to define mysticism, it's like putting a target on my back. The way that I want to define it is as a non-rational mode in which one experiences or learns about fundamental reality, and also the traditions that accrue around those experiences. So I would call someone, for instance, that studies mysticism for the idea that those mystics learned fundamental truths, even though perhaps that person themselves didn't have those experiences. I would also consider that person a mystic. So I would say that there's also the idea that you lean on the mystics to learn what they learn, and that puts you in the tradition of folks who are, in fact, mystics. And there's an entire tradition of Judaism, what we'll call intellectual mystics. Those much later. And intellectual mystics are those that say, look, I never had this experience, but I trust that this person did, and I think that they're fundamentally right. So that's also, I think, another form of mysticism that actually doesn't involve mystical experiences. And as I mentioned last time, the first Jewish mystics weren't even Jewish. The first Jewish mystics were Israelites, which is a much broader category. Remember that the Jews received that name, the Yehudim received that name as being the descendants of one of the tribes that comprise the 12 tribes of Israel. And so Jewish mystics actually make up a minority of this. Many of the prophets we have in the Hebrew Bible are from all over. They're not necessarily Judahites. And we said that the two forms of mysticism that seem to have been prevalent in Israelite society at that time were folks who experienced theophany. That is to say, God showed up to them, God appeared to them. And on the other hand, for other people, God spoke to them. And if you speak on the behalf of God, that makes you a Navi, a prophet. Although sometimes those folks are referred to as Ro'eh, as seers. But the idea there is that we have the idea that either those folks can see the future or they hear something from God and they communicate that to other people. And those folks we typically refer to as the prophets. And the most important theophanies in the Hebrew Bible, historically speaking at least, we don't think that the theophany described in Exodus, where God showed up to the Israelites and to Moses, we're fairly confident that that's a mythological piece of information, not a historical one. But we are relatively confident, many scholars are relatively confident, that the prophets Isaiah and Ezekiel did have some kind of phenomenological encounter. In that encounter, they recorded in the literature of the book of Isaiah and the book of Ezekiel, respectively. Now, the idea that, now you might be wondering, right, how can you say that Moses didn't exist? Well, it's not about whether he did or didn't, it's about what we have evidence for. And we just don't have evidence, really, to believe that happened. But we have pretty good evidence to believe that the experiences of Isaiah and Ezekiel were, in fact, recorded. And as we talked about last time, prophecy is very well attested all over the ancient Near East, with the weird exception of Egypt. Egypt is kind of prophet-free, which, all things being equal, sounds great. I wouldn't want to live anywhere. I don't want any prophets in my neighborhood. I don't want any guy walking down my street screaming at people because they're like, woe to the disbelievers, Yahweh's going to kill you all. I'm like, I'm going to call the cops on you again. So I don't want to live anywhere near prophets. So Egypt seems like a pretty great place to be prophet-free. But at any rate, we saw last time that there are a great deal of prophets that live all through the ancient Near East, and especially in the Neo-Assyrian context, which tracks very carefully, very temporally to the ancient Israelite context. And so we actually know a good deal about those other ancient Near East prophets. You also know that one of the things that happened in the ancient Near Eastern world were prophetic duels. They just didn't take prophets' words for granted because they kind of seemed crazy. And if they seem crazy to you, they seem kind of crazy to people back then too, right? Just because you see Jesus in your toast doesn't mean Jesus is in your toast. It might be that you might need help. And so many people in Asia also thought, right, this guy's just drunk, right? And there's many cases in the Bible where people do prophecy and other people were like, you're drunk. And so this was an idea, and so we see other ancient Near East cultures engaging in prophecy and other mechanisms that wish to detect whether a prophecy is reliable or duels between prophets to establish which prophets are actually telling the truth. Prophetic duels needs to be a video game. Just saying. It's a fighting game with prophets. What brings prophecy to an end and what sets us up for our transition to tonight is that, as you may remember, part of what happens in the theophany literature of the Hebrew Bible is that the God of the Israelites, Yahweh, makes himself known by revealing a bunch of very inconvenient rules. And by revealing all these very inconvenient rules, the idea is that the Israelites are bound to follow those rules, and Yahweh will protect them and give them the land and provide for them to have large families and agricultural surplus. Well, what ends up happening is that for various reasons, the Israelite state is destroyed and the Judean state is destroyed. And as you might imagine, when your entire theology is founded on a vassal contract, right, and your vassal, the person who justifies your vassal relationship, gets defeated, well, that's the end of that. And so, again, it's like you're living in a house and your landlord gets bought out by, I don't know, some sketchy investment firm. Well, you got a new landlord. You have no longer a relationship with the old landlord. Well, now you've got to deal with other gods. And so the Israelites have some pretty complicated problems in their hands. And the pretty complicated problem on their hand is we've predicated an entire theology on one system, and it worked. Our God seems like either God is defeated or we're defeated, and what now? Right? What do you do now with the awkward relationship with your former landlord? And so what's going to happen is that prophecy, the idea that there are people speaking on behalf of Yahweh, what's going to happen is that's going to increasingly go away, right? And a new form of religiosity is going to emerge. And that new form of religiosity is going to emerge is going to be a new kind of mysticism. And that new kind of mysticism is what scholars typically refer to as the apocalyptic. All right. Tanakh pop quiz. I bet you know this is coming. So Tanakh pop quiz, and this is a trick question because, of course, it is. You're in a class about mysticism. Does anyone here know, and feel free to put it in the chat, where in the Tanakh are the events surrounding the Hanukkah story recorded? So I think Ashley say they're not. That's the answer that's the less wrong answer. You're certainly right, they're not recorded straightforwardly. Anyone know where the events of the Hanukkah story are actually depicted in the Tanakh? Not in the Apocrypha, like in the book of Maccabees, where they're literally described, but in Tanakh, in the Hebrew Bible, in the Old Testament, as you may know it. Everybody's like, why are you asking damn questions like this? I'm the one taking this class, right? So actually, you are right. It is not described transparently in Tanakh. It is, however, described encodedly in the book of Daniel. It is actually encoded in the book of Daniel. Now, the book of Daniel is probably the least read Jewish book in the Hebrew Bible. It's in some ways one of the most confusing. But historical scholars of the Hebrew Bible, scholars of the book of Daniel, are fairly confident that encoded in a very elaborate system of symbols, the story of the conquest of Syria, Judea by Alexander the Great, civil wars between his generals that led to the various empires like the Ptolemies and the Seleucids, also with the rise of the Romans and the period of the Maccabean Rebellion, are in fact described using coded language in the book of Daniel in chapters 7 through 12. I've never read the book of Daniel. It's a very weird book. And by the way, it's one of the few books in the Hebrew Bible that actually has extensive sections actually written in Aramaic. In chapters 7 through 12, there is a section that is encoded using a very elaborate system of symbols that describes all the things I just put out. Now, what's very interesting about this section of the book of Daniel is that the writer, whoever's writing it, is describing the very beginning of the Maccabean Rebellion, right? But they never describe the end of it. Now, that leaves an open question. Why don't they describe the eventual success of the Maccabeans? And they're very pro-Maccabean, at least. They kind of tempered on Maccabees, actually, which a lot of people were because they were terrifying to anyone that wasn't a religious zealot. Everybody in this class would be killed by the Maccabees, just FYI. Everybody. They would have gladly killed all of us for being, like, not them. Which is always weird about Hanukkah. Hanukkah's a complicated idea if you're a progressive, liberal-minded Jewish person. Because you're like, yeah, that's celebrating the very people that would have literally the Taliban. That was the Taliban of Judaism. At any rate, we don't know why they don't finish. We don't know. They may have just died. You know, it was a war, and the Maccabees didn't like people who could, I don't know, read. And so they may have just got killed. It may have just gotten killed. And so we don't see the end of it. But what's interesting about it is we now have a really good idea about when the book was written, at least those sections. They were written sometime after the Maccabean revolt began, but before it ended. So we know it began around 160 and it concluded around 167 BCE. So we have a good idea about where that section of Daniel, when it was written down. Now, why would people encode things in strange language? Why would people encode things in weird symbols? Well, because it's a new kind of literature emerging, a new kind of religiosity emerging in the aftermath of the demise of the prophetic period. And that new kind of religiosity is what we call apocalypticism. Also, by the way, describing current events as if they're taking place far in the future is what we call in the literature ex eventu prophecy. The vast majority of historical prophets did not predict the future. We'll talk more about the ones that tried and failed in a minute. But the vast majority of prophets who describe all kinds of weird things, and I'm sure folks have read some sections from the book of Daniel or the book of Revelations written by St. John or Nostradamus, right? If folks have read any Nostradamus, it's always weird stuff like an eagle comes from the east and attacks the great bear, and the bear follows the sun, and the sun turns to blood, and you're like, what in the hell are you talking about? They're not describing the future. They're actually describing the present using encoded language, right? It's this what we call ex eventu prophecy. They're describing things that have happened using codes. Why would they do that? Well, because it might be politically expedient to be a little cryptic, right? Because again, what is one of the things these people like to do? Criticize the standard order of things. And do you really want to be the person living in the Roman Empire being like, the Romans suck and I hate them and God's going to kill them all soon? You want to publish that? You don't want to publish that because they'll crucify you for it. So what do you write? Well, the Kittim, right, will arise from the sea and then blah, 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 right? You encode it. And the encoding mechanism is part of the apocalyptic literature. So what isn't apocalyptic? That's the first thing we need to do. I know, right, that when most people hear the word apocalypticism, they're thinking end of the world. All the crazy stuff happens at the end of the world. The Messiah's going to come, and there's going to be this and that, the Battle of Gog and Magog. There's going to be all this stuff that happens at the end of the world, the Battle of Megiddo, whatever. And so many people typically imagine that what apocalypticism is about the future, because the word apocalypticism has been filtered so heavily through Christianity, and Christianity does tend to think of the apocalypse as like something happening in the future, although early Christians thought it was going to happen pretty soon in their lifetime. Jesus kind of dragging his feet. But they really thought it was going to happen soon. But this idea that it's going to happen in the future is an idea really from Christianity that has sort of shadowed and flavored the way that we use this word. Most apocalyptic writers, most prophets for that matter, in the Hebrew Bible and the Jewish tradition, don't do much in the way of trying to predict the future. They just don't. In fact, the most famous case where anyone tried to predict the future in the Hebrew Bible is in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 26, where Ezekiel made what at the time was the single most predictable prediction that one could predict. That is, Nebuchadnezzar would destroy Tyre. Well, he predicted that because Nebuchadnezzar was destroying everything. Everything, right? It's just like predicting, right? It's like American imperialism will continue. Yep. It's going on, right? It's a completely normal thing to predict. And then they attacked Tyre and it didn't work. Nebuchadnezzar was repulsed. And so Ezekiel himself actually has to come back later. He actually comes back in the same book and says, well, what I meant was,
he has to reinterpret his own prophecy to explain the fact that he was wrong, even though it was a completely actually predictable thing. So making predictions, especially clear predictions, is a bad idea, right? Folks may know the very famous quote from Friedrich Nietzsche, right? It never hurts a prophet to be too vague, right? If you predict on Tuesday, March 22nd, 2029, that blah, 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 well, your prophetic career rests on that. And so most of the prophecies, they don't predict the future by and large, right? And in general, this thing. By the way, that whole Nebuchadnezzar thing for people who are biblical literates is a real pain in their lives because they have to go back and explain why the Bible, why a prophet got it wrong, and then why a prophet admits he got it wrong, and then how he put a spin on it to fix it, and then they further spin it to further fix it. And my favorite example is, yeah, it officially got conquered by Alexander the Great 400 years later. Somebody conquered it, so Ezekiel wasn't totally wrong. I'm like, really? That's the best you got? Okay. Most Jewish apocalyptic texts just don't have much interest in the end of the world. In fact, when they do describe the end of the world, they almost always lean on Hellenistic ideas. And those Hellenistic ideas, specifically the Stoic idea, was that basically God was going to trash everything at the end. That there was going to be some kind of global conflagration, that the world would be ended, would be destroyed by a giant fire. That's a very common idea in the ancient world. And so, in many ways, the predictions they do give about the end of the world are themselves just the popular ones. If you were to go to a Greek philosopher at the time and ask, what's going to happen at the end of the world? They say, the Logos, the fire, is going to consume the whole world. They're like, sounds reasonable. They went with that. So it's actually basically, it's not even really in some sense a Jewish idea as it is a Hellenistic idea. It's a Greek idea. So let's put some context on this, right? I'm going to say what the apocalyptic is in just a minute, but I want to put some context on this. What you have to understand about the rise of the apocalyptic is a time period in which it emerged, the political and theological upheavals that lasted from roughly about 586 BCE, when Judea was destroyed, the last independent Jewish state was destroyed, all the way up to around 135 of the Common Era, where the last attempt at an independence movement on the behalf of the indigenous people of Judea, Jews, against the Romans, led by Rothschild, was defeated, with hundreds of thousands of Jewish people being killed in the process. What's important to understand about this political and theological landscape is that there is a major breakdown, as I mentioned earlier, in the theology of the time. As I mentioned earlier, right, this entire theology is built on what is called the Deuteronomic theology, which is, again, the idea that Yahweh and Israel have a covenant, and that covenant works in the way that the Israelites perform religious duties, and Yahweh gives them stuff, right? So that is the way it's supposed to work. The prophets, the way that they understood themselves was as sort of a voice for God, telling the Israelites, you're doing wrong, you're breaking the contract, and if you persist in this, God's going to punish you. God's going to break the contract. Well, after everything comes completely apart, beginning in the 8th century BCE, but by the 6th century BCE, the entire Judahite state is completely destroyed. There's just a serious problem. And the serious problem is, if the prophets were right, and if every single Judahite was massacred, well, that would have brought the prophecy to conclusion, right? You broke the treaty, and everyone's dead. Done. Right? And that would have been a very neat, when I say neat, I mean not untidy, except for all the gore of everything massacred, but it would have been a very tidy story theologically. Well, what happened? The Babylonians didn't kill everybody. They took the entire Judean aristocratic section into exile in Judea. And they kept on keeping on. Not in the land, right? Not in their own land, but in Babylon. And not only that, they had a good time. We have extensive records of the Jewish population living in ancient Babylon. And we know they were living relatively well. They owned slaves. They had land. They had businesses, right? In fact, their life was so good in Babylon, in exile, that when the Jewish people were allowed to return to Israel, to Judea, by the Persians, many didn't want to go. They're like, why do I want to return to, like, sense. I can live here by these rivers, and we can like live in good. This is a great empire. They didn't want to go home, and so home, right? Because they weren't born there. They were diaspora Jews living in Babylon in comfort and security. Why go back to a wasteland to rebuild something, right? That isn't that great after all. It's like a rock in the middle of the Judean desert. And this was a big problem. In fact, there had to be Jewish people actually pressuring them to go back. So again, when we talk about the Babylonian exile and weeping by the rivers of the Euphrates or whatever, a lot of those Jews were not weeping by those rivers. They were very happy to be in exile in Babylon. And we know that because we have records of them living there. The problem, again, is a theological problem. They're still there. They still believe in Yahweh. What do you do when the prophecy meant that you're supposed to be destroyed and you weren't destroyed? So, does God make a new deal with us? Should we still believe in Yahweh? Like, the temple's been destroyed. What's going on with, what do we do with this Yahweh thing? The covenant doesn't make sense anymore. The covenantal theology doesn't make sense because there's a remainder that contradicts it. So, what do you do? What do you do? Well, there's a couple different options. You could try to maintain the old covenantal theology, and some people did try to do that. But you can see the logical problem of trying to maintain it. The covenant's been broken, the Judahite state's been destroyed, and its aristocracy moved to Babylon. They're still alive. What to do with that? That's a real problem. Well, what arises as a way of settling that problem, right? The way of settling that problem is by shifting your theology, right? Never let a good catastrophe go to waste. You simply innovate your theology. And what ends up emerging is a new kind of Judahite theology. In fact, I might even argue that Israelite religion went into exile, but Judaism came back. The religion that the ancient Israelites practiced would be unrecognizable to anyone here. Like killing animals and burning beer and grain to appease a sky god. No one here recognizes a religion like that. But what comes out of exile is a theologically renovated religion that is much more like the Judaism that we might recognize now. So what happens is that they innovate. They theologically innovate. They develop a new theology that maintains the trappings of the old covenantal theology, but radically philosophically changes what it all means. And so, what are those kinds of changes? The first big change is that Yahweh can't just be the God of Israel anymore. To make this work, Yahweh has to be a God of everything. Not just God of Israel and with the other gods existing out there in the world, like this is what we call henotheism, right? Your God exists, my God exists, but my God can beat up your God. That's what the Israelites basically believed. Now, the new shift is, not only can my God beat up your God's not real. There's just one God. Monotheism emerges in the aftermath of this catastrophe. So the God of the Israelites is now said to be the only God, and that God is responsible for everything. And not just responsible for everything, but responsible for everything forever. God has a plan for the entire cosmos. Right? This is going to be decisively important. God is planning everything. And everything that happens is according to that plan, no matter how bad it is, no matter how confusing it is. In fact, the worse it is evident for the fact that God is preparing something amazing. Right? So this kind of theology is going to be decisively important in this matter. So what also has to happen here, right, is that the Israelites, right, are going to have to begin to change the way they think about their relationship to this God. And the problem is, this God's going to have to tell them what in the world all this means. We're supposed to have this covenant, and it's supposed to do like this, and this is supposed to happen if we keep it, and this is supposed to happen if we don't. Well, we didn't, and we're still here. What's happening? Well, what ends up emerging is that new kinds of prophets emerge in which God shows them the plan. Right? Again, hear the language here, right? The older prophets heard God and communicated what God said. The new kind of prophecy sees what God's showing them,
right? It communicates what God shows them in literature. So this is a much more literary movement, and it's a much more visual movement. And it's so distinct that we now think of it as a distinct kind of religiosity. It's not prophecy. They're not speaking on behalf of God. They're describing what God has shown them, what God has revealed to them. And that is a completely different phenomenological mode of experiencing mysticism. Right? Very different kind of mysticism indeed. Now, what precipitates this? How do they get the ability to do this? The answer is really complicated, and the answer is we don't know. We don't know. Because we don't have good records about how this goes down. The best theory I've seen is that what ends up happening is that the Judahites go into exile and they come in contact with an up-and-coming important religion called Zoroastrianism. Now you have to understand that when the Judahite aristocracy goes into exile, the Judahite aristocracy is still a relatively, what's the right word to describe this here? The ancient Babylonians are like the New Yorkers of the ancient world. They're cosmopolitan, they're literate, they have an ancient culture that's been there for 1,000 years. They are wealthy, they have multiple giant temples, each of which is larger than the Israelite temple. It was a metropolis on an order of magnitude that the ancient Judahites could not have imagined. Ancient Jerusalem was a backwater. It was a tiny settlement of a few thousand people, right, with that little temple there that was, not much bigger than a basketball arena, right? You're talking about an aristocracy that is a relatively backwater people coming into contact with an incredibly old, incredibly literate, right? When the Judahites wanted to write diplomatic documents, they wrote it in the language of the Babylonians. Okay. When they arrived in Babylon, they must have been bowled over by the wolfmanhood of their existence compared to the Babylonians. Again, this is like the Mississippi aristocracy being conquered and then dragged off to New York, right? You can't imagine the shell shock of what must have happened. Furthermore, they're coming in contact with a very dynamic new religion called Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism is, of course, a reformed religion founded by the prophet Zoroaster, who we don't know much about. Even when he lived is not clear. But if I summarize Zoroastrianism to you, I bet it will sound immediately obvious what they believe. So, Zoroastrianism is a basically dualistic religion that claims that a good god and an evil god are locked into a kind of battle for the destiny of the world. The forces of good are represented by non-physical spiritual entities, and those non-physical spiritual entities are in combat with other non-physical spiritual entities that serve the bad guys. Angels and demons, right? That structure's there. Now, this good versus evil dualism is going to result in a titanic, catastrophic battle at the end of time. The forces of good will win. They will throw the forces of evil into a nether world, right? And not only that, there are even Zoroastrian prophets who are given tours of the underworld. Those tours of the underworld filtered their way up to Europe, and we're fairly confident that Dante Alighieri was influenced by it. The Divine Comedy is probably being influenced by these tours of hell of the Zoroastrian literature. Now, near the end of the world, there's going to be a savior figure, Saoshan, who will lead the forces of good against the forces of evil, and at the end of time, everyone will be resurrected bodily, they will be judged, right? And there is a massive set of literature, right, being composed by Zoroaster, and the idea is that your relationship to scripture is more important in many ways than doing sacrifice, like sacrificing animals. Those priests, by the way, are called Magi. You may recognize them from the Bible, right? Those are the guys that show up to adore the baby Jesus. At any rate, that should all sound pretty familiar to most of us. If you take a little Judaism and add a little Zoroastrianism to it, shake it up in your cocktail shaker, pour it in a glass, you have all the ingredients for a great cocktail called Christianity, or Islam, or apocalyptic Judaism. Now again, many people detest the idea that Judaism could be influenced, informed, changed by non-Jewish pagan people. I got news for you. When the Jewish people arrived in this area, they would have viewed the Zoroastrians as a completely intellectually superior people. And I can guarantee you they would have been influenced by them. So Zoroastrianism probably has a huge impact. In fact, many ways, Zoroastrianism has a huge impact on all religions in general. Also had a huge impact in music. You may know Freddie Mercury, the lead singer of Queen. He was a Zoroastrian. So thank God for Zoroastrians. They produced the least Freddie Mercury on the market. So sadly, it's a threatened religion now. It's a very tiny religion, primarily located in Iran, America, and in Iraq, or in India rather. But they're not doing that great, unfortunately. Pretty small. So we've now talked a little bit about the groundwork for apocalypticism. What is it, right? We call it a religious mode. And I use the word mode there for folks who have some background in philosophy, right? A mode of being. It's a way of doing religion. It's not a religion itself, but it's an articulation within a religion. It began to exist primarily in Judaism, but obviously it persisted in Christianity. In fact, Christianity is just, in many ways, apocalyptic Judaism perfected. It's when, in fact, apocalypticism becomes the religion, right? It's when the shift completely goes over to one side, and the apocalyptic is what really matters, and Judaism becomes an adjunct riding on the tails of the apocalypticism. One can imagine Christianity that way, but also in Islam. Islam is also largely an apocalyptic religion. Again, it's a religion based on a guy being shown things by an angel. It's fundamentally an apocalyptic religion. So what makes the apocalypse? Now, what's important to know about this is that no one sat down in Judea or in Babylon and said, I'm going to invent apocalypse. What they did was be religious, and they innovated. And the specific religious innovations that they developed, we now call apocalypse. Right? So it's very important to note here, this is a scholarly term applied to an ancient people. It's always important to note that when you do that, when you apply a schema to ancient people, it never fits perfectly. Right? Some things are left out, some things are left in, but it's such a stable kind of scheme that we do think that this is an important and decisive break with the prophetic religion of ancient Israel. So what makes apocalypse? The first thing is what I mentioned here at the last, but I'll mention it first, because the last will be first. Is the name apocalypticism, right? It comes from the word apocalypsis in Greek, which means to reveal or to uncover. And what's important about this in literature is that what tends to group it all together is the idea that God is revealing something fundamental to the person, to the apocalyptic prophet. God's not speaking to the apocalyptic prophet, telling them, go condemn, some king, there's like king, right? Go condemn those people being bad and being rich. That's the way the prophet like Amos worked. God spoke, and Amos went and said, all right, woe to you people, cows of Bashan. No, here we have God revealing various kinds of things to a human agent. And typically, that's being mediated by a divine, semi-divine being, typically an angel. So an angel shows up and says, let me show you something. And what do they show them? All kinds of things. What kinds of things? Typically things like cosmology. Apocalyptic Judaism is very interested in how the universe works. If you've ever read the Hebrew Bible, one of the things that is weirdly missing from the Hebrew Bible is any discussion of how the world is arranged, right? There's some vague discussions in the book of Genesis, but there's no real sense of like, what is the world exactly? Because they're not really interested in what is the world exactly, right? They're interested in what's going on in Judea with this king. So cosmology becomes very, very important in the apocalyptic mode of Judaism. Also, they're very interested in the past. This is sometimes ironic, considering that most people think of apocalypticism as primarily dealing with the future, but mostly the apocalypticists are interested in the past. So they're very interested in how did we get here? And the thing that they're very interested in is where did evil come from, right? Because if evil is in the world and it's out there, what kind of existence does it have? And they're very interested in where it came from. You'll never see much in the Hebrew Bible about discussing the origins of evil, right? Even the whole talking snake in the Garden of Eden, the writer of that story in the book of Genesis never says, and that's where all evil comes from. It names some things, right? You have to work for your bread, and women's child pain and the pain in having a child will increase. By the way, it says that the pain will increase. It never says it wasn't. It just went worse, right? So it never says, and that's where everything went off the rails, right? The apocalyptists will be very interested in this. Also, they're very interested in the use of symbolism, right? The Bible doesn't do much play of symbolism often, right? But the apocalypticists will be very interested in symbolism. They're in fact virtually encoding their writings. And also, again, as I mentioned earlier with the Exodus prophecy, they're going to be really interested in engaging in the same kind of social criticism that we saw in the historical Israelite prophets, but they're going to be doing it in a way that, in a literary form, in which they encode those criticisms by describing them as if they're happening in the future, right? So they describe presidents in an encoded way as if they're happening in the future. That's going to be a tip-off for an apocalyptic writer. Amos didn't encode anything. He called people cows for being rich. He's like, you people are bad because you're rich and God hates you. Like, he's not encoding anything. Like, he's not like, and the cows will eat and become fat of the land. No, he's like, I hate you people, God hates you too, right? That's not what these apocalyptic folks do. Also, what they're really interested in is oppression, right? They're very interested in oppression and tribulation. Specifically, why do bad things keep happening to us? If our God is the only God, and we have a special relationship with this God, why did the Greeks just like whip our ass? Like, that's a bad thing? Like, we just got whipped by the Romans. They just killed like a bunch of us. Like, what's going on, God? Right? That's a real important question to ask, right? I mean, we all ask the sort of like, why did bad things happen to good people question? It's like, why did we all get wiped out? Or most of us. They're very interested in why this tribulation's happening, right? And again, I say tribulation. The idea is it's real bad for a while, but for the apocalypticists, God has a plan. And not only that, the apocalypticists claim to know the plan, right? They claim to know the plan. They're also at some level interested in the end of the world. Right? Now, and I say end of the world, what they're really interested in is the righteous and the wicked being separated, and the righteous being rewarded, and the wicked being damned. There's no hint of that in Israelite religion. Everybody in Israelite religion wants the same underworld, Sheol. It doesn't matter if you're a good person or a bad person. You went to the same place, and it's something. Well, the apocalyptists say that's not fair. Bad people will get punished. This idea comes directly probably from Zoroastrianism, right? So bad people get punished, and the good people will get rewarded. That's the extent, really, of how things are going to go down in the future. And of course, right, why does that make sense? Well, it makes sense because a lot of good people, or at least people they thought they were good, were suffering enormously under foreign occupation. They're also interested in otherworldly journeys, right? They'll go on journeys of the various realms of heaven, or they'll go on journeys to the various parts of the afterlife. It's very dualistic. That is to say, the world in apocalyptic literature is very starkly divided between the good guys and the bad guys, right? And the good guys are going to win, the bad guys are going to lose. You don't see that in Israelite religion. In Israelite religion, the prophets are, you're doing bad, but if you do good, God will not punish you. In apocalypticism is, you are bad, and God is going to destroy you. It's a much more dualistic world. Which again, if you study history, in times of intense political crisis, right, dualism emerges. The good guys and the bad guys, right? Whether it's the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, right? Or whether it's the sons of light versus the sons of darkness, polarize the world, and that's often how you describe. And again, I think Marxism is a kind of apocalypse in many ways. He would hate that idea, but he can happily roll in his grave. Paying back some of that anti-Semitism on the Jewish question. So anyway, right? Also, what's really important about apocalypticism is someone's got to fix all this, right? Because clearly, if you look at the time period being conquered by the Greeks, being conquered by the Romans, being massacred by various people, it's pretty clear that we're not going to be the ones to fix this. And so what do they say? There's going to be some kind of savior figure who's going to enter into history and fix all this. And that, of course, as it ferments a little while, becomes a fine wine of messianism. That some person, or persons, by the way, early messianism never agreed about how many it would be. Many people thought it would be two messiahs. And one of those would die, right? And another one would become a military general and win. So ancient Judaism was never clear about there being just one Messiah. Many sections of Judaism actually believe there would be at least two. So, right? Now the Christians fix that by like having him die and come back later. They're just waiting on that last one. So they got rolled into one dude, which is pretty smart. Also, there's all kind of anti-Messiah characters, right? If you have a good guy fighting for the good guys, you're going to have a bad guy fighting for the bad guys. That's the Antichrist. And there are lots of different stories about the bad guys, right? Christianity really likes the bad guys too. And they make the good guys. The structure of heaven and hell is going to be a big part of the apocalyptic world. If they're going to describe to you where you're going to go when you die or when you get resurrected, they want you to know about it. And if there's really vivid depictions of the hellish worlds in the afterlife, it's pretty motivating. Like, I don't want to go there where they like boil you in excrement forever. That sounds bad. I don't want to go there. I'm going to be a good guy, right? So they're very interested in the structures of the various heavens and the hells, and they're also interested in the idea that behind the scenes of what's apparent to us, the world is actually being dominated by a vast majority of spiritual creatures that we now know them as angels and demons. And so, again, if you look at the Hebrew Bible, there are basically very little in terms of angels and demons. They kind of show up from time to time, right? But in the apocalyptic, they are everywhere. Angels and demons are literally all around you, engaging in titanic spiritual warfare for the destiny of the world. Right? And every country has its own angel, right? Michael's the angel of this country, Gabriel's the angel of this country, and every country has their own demon, etc. So the scale of things is also bigger. In Israelite literature, they kind of don't like the Egyptians, and they kind of don't like the Assyrians. But you never have a global analysis of the world, because they're kind of a parochial people. The apocalyptic writers are not parochial. They imagine the entire world divided into countries, and they explain political science in terms of this spiritual battles that are going on behind the scenes that we don't see. Their literature, which we'll talk about more in just a moment, is typically pseudo-anonymous, although they like to claim that very ancient people wrote them. So Enoch wrote this, or Abraham wrote this, or Shem, right, wrote this. So they like to allege ancient authorship. Because, if it's just like Menachem, the dude down the street wrote this, who cares, right? Like, man, he wrote a book about angels. Yeah, man, the guy that like fixed their shoes. Like, what the hell does he know, right? So, man, the shoe guy, man, the cop was like, Enoch wrote this, right? And so he puts Enoch's name on it, right? Patriarch who never died and was like, Noah's grandfather, whatever, or grandfather, Noah's father, like, yeah, Enoch, that dude, yeah, he was real. Let's read his book, right? So you throw a name like Abraham on there, people are willing to read your book. They're not going to read Manning's book about the end of the world. No one cares about what Manning thinks. So let's talk about this literature, right? Let's get into what makes this work, right? Why would anyone write all this stuff down? Well, the first is historical and psychological. You're living as Judahites in a world of theological and political turmoil, right? Now, I don't know about you. I don't like turmoil. And when my life is in turmoil, one of the things I try to figure out is, why is this happening to me? Right? Because we think, because we're stupid, that if we understand something, we get power over it. You don't. Right? You can be real smart, and they basically just like throw you into a jail or whatever, right? But if bad things are happening to you, you want to understand why. There's no person I don't think of, right? You can be as existentialist as the day is long, right? And you're still going to want to know what's going on. Why is it happening? Right? Why is this happening? Very few people are going to suffer through immense, like, physical and psychological turmoil and think to themselves, okay, guess that just happened. Right? Most people don't do that. So what do? They try to explain why it's happening. Further, right, not only do they want to explain why it's happening, they want to feel like it's not for no reason. No one likes the idea that you just went through a traumatic experience and it's meaningless. You're on a rock, free from the sun, in the middle of a void, and in 4 billion years, the sun's going to swallow this planet, and every bad thing that's ever happened to you is not going to be a memory. This Earth won't even exist. We don't want to, that doesn't make sense from a human perspective. We want to understand why our traumas are happening. We want our traumas to mean something. And so, What do they mean? Well, the overwhelming data we get from the apocalyptic literature is that God has planned every single thing that's happening in the world. So this is a very deterministic literature, and that your suffering is not random. It's part of a plan. And what's that plan? The end of the world, right? The world is going in a very specific direction, and God is going to make things right. Punishing the wicked, rewarding the righteous, this is all part of the plan. I think also quote Nietzsche a lot tonight. What's wrong with me? Right? I think Nietzsche said, right, that the person who has a why can endure any how. Right? The person that has a why can endure any how. Like, people can get through anything as long as they have a reason why it's happening to them. Right? I think I may have the backwards. Right? And so the idea here, right, is that basically what you get is you get a reason why it's happening to you. And what's the reason? It's all part of a plan. And the apocalypticist has been revealed that plan. Lastly, a big part of this entire whole drama is that no one likes being colonized. No one likes being oppressed. No one likes having their country destroyed by foreigners. No one likes foreigners moving into their country and taking all their stuff and enslaving them. No one's really about that. That's bad. And so you want to protest against it, right? You want to protest against it, right? In the Algeria, when the French come into Algeria and destroy that country, the Algerians are like, we ain't having it, right? And they protest against it. Now, there are a lot of different ways you can protest. One way of protesting is militarily trying to fight the Romans. You can try that. And people did. And they had very limited success. You can also write books about how they're bad, and God hates them, and God's going to judge them, and God's going to kill them eventually. Now, again, as I said earlier, you can't come out and just write that way, right? Boo the Romans. Tiberius sucks. God's going to kill them. And the Romans are going to be like, that's interesting. How would you like to be crucified? Right? So they're not going to do that. They're going to encode it. And if you know, you know, right? I'm a being, right? If you know, you know. And anyone who knew how to read this literature could read the code. They're like, yeah, the Romans, they're going to get their ass whooped by this God. It's like, what are you reading? Right? So that was a way of encoding this. Now, how does all this work? God has to tell you. God has to reveal to you the plan. You, the apocalyptic prophet. And that's what this literature is. It's the way the world is structured. God built the world. God structured the world. History itself is unfolding according to very set rules set down by God, and everything is part of the plan. Everything's part of the plan. And the apocalyptic literature is marked by that reveal, that uncovering. As you might imagine, in a world of turmoil, which I know Jewish people go through turmoil, right? Every once in a while, it's a little turmoil here and there, right? Little turmoil. You can imagine this was an incredibly persuasive form of religiosity. It explained why the world was the way it was, right? It described why bad things were happening. It told you where it all came from. It tells you how it's going to all end. And it tells you that the things that you're going through as a people, as an individual, are not random. And they're not punishment from God. Right? Also, by the old Israelite theology, every bad thing happening to you is punishment from Yahweh. Right? No. You're suffering because that's part of the plan in which Yahweh is secretly collaborating and is going to look these people. That idea, I don't know about you, right, is one of the most seductive ideas imaginable. And again, when I track this onto things like, folks may know, I wrote my dissertation on Marx. It's difficult to read much Marxist propaganda as anything other than repackaged apocalypse, right? It reads very much like an apocalyptic literature, right? Evil emerged with various modes of production, right? That's being driven forward by history, and eventually it's going to come to a cataclysmic battle, and after that everything's going to be great, right? Dictatorship, proletariat, or whatever. You're like, didn't we heard this already, right? But Marx is like, it's material now, son. It's not God doing it, it's history. So you can see how the influential this has been. The apocalyptic form of literature flourished for hundreds of years. One can even argue for 1,000 years, beginning roughly about 350 BCE and extending all the way through the Middle Ages, honestly, right? Because Jews with the turmoil, it continued. And so
the apocalyptic literature kept being produced. Christianity is in many ways an apocalyptic religion. It's a religion that more forcefully accepts the apocalyptic paradigm than any other form of Judaism, with the exceptions of the Essenes, those folks looking at Qumran, that wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls. They believed it so much, by the way, that when the Jews revolted against the Romans, the folks that lived at that site, if Josephus can be trusted to do anything other than make Josephus look good, they fought. They thought the world was about to come to its final end. They tried to organize a resistance to the Romans. They were massacred at 2 battles, and guess what? They stored all their scrolls in the caves near their buildings, and they never came back for them. Why? Because they were dead, because they thought this was all part of the plan. Lucky for us, the scrolls sat there more or less for a couple thousand years, and now we have them. And we can even see in the literature where they're planning for this battle, even describing the banners and horns they will be blowing and carrying in the battle. And I bet you, when that legion of Roman soldiers were like, why are they blowing horns and stuff, right? And they think that's going to work. And then the Romans massacred them, and they left scrolls there. It doesn't have a drum. I mean, like, when you literally believe God's going to enter your behalf at the very last moment to save you, if that's your battle plan, stay home, right? If that's your strategy, and that was their strategy, it seems. Many of the big books of the Hebrew Bible, Daniel is imbued with apocalypticism. The War Scroll, the Dead Sea Scrolls, is a very apocalyptic text. Perhaps the most famous apocalyptic text of all time is the Book of Enoch. The Book not included in either Christian or Jewish literature, but preserved, thank God, by the heroic people of Ethiopia, who have never been colonized, FYI, because they fought like the devil to have it not happen, and they're brilliant tacticians. But they preserve all these writings that are so important to Judaism. So anytime I think about what the Ethiopian people have done to preserve Jewish writings, I am in enormous thanks for what they've done. So what's going to also happen, and we'll get to this next time, is that apocalypticism is also going to give rise to a new form of mysticism called the Merkaba mysticism, which we'll be discussing next time. How do you get this vision? How do you go see what God has to show you, or what angels have to show you? Well, spiritual techniques were developed for this, and a new form of mysticism arose as a subset of apocalypticism in which mystics describe going into God's palaces and being shown this stuff. We'll get to them next week. It's scary. As you might imagine, that's what angels. Apocalyptic Judaism, right, and rabbinical Judaism, however, never quite saw eye to eye. The rabbis never fully embraced apocalypticism, right? Because the rabbis are all about the day-to-day keeping on of religious survival, not the titanic battle at the end, right? The rabbis are more like, how do we do Judaism now the temple's destroyed? How do we move the temple into our home? And the apocalyptic people out there being like, God's going to judge these people tomorrow, right? So, in many ways, apocalyptic Judaism was never quite meshed with rabbinical Judaism. And again, one famous quote from the Talmud, right? It says that for every time you try to calculate when the Messiah will come, God delays the coming of the Messiah the years that you calculated in the future. The rabbis don't like this, right? When Rabbi Akiva said, right, that Shimon Bar Kokhba, the Messiah, will save us all, the other rabbis made fun of him. They're like, grass will grow in your cheeks before the Messiah comes. Like, that's not going to happen. Unfortunately, grass didn't grow in his cheeks because he didn't get buried because he was burned alive, according to what book wrote that. So, sometimes history's mean, right? The apocalyptic is very, very dangerous. But it was incredibly popular. On the screen right now is a short list of all of the apocalyptic literature from this time period. If I were to grab my collection of apocalyptic literature off the shelf, it would be longer than the Hebrew Bible. An enormous amount of literature, right, was produced in the apocalyptic genre. Dozens of books that were very popular. For instance, at the Dead Sea Scrolls, there are more copies of the Book of Enoch than there are copies of Leviticus. That's Torah, folks. That's like the Torah. The Torah. There are more copies of the Book of Enoch there, right? They're more interested in Enoch. If we can take the amount of scrolls they had, right, as any indication. So the apocalyptic literature was incredibly important. And even with the rise of Christianity, it didn't stop being produced. We have dozens of Christian apocalyptic texts.
Gospels of John to others. You might be asking why. Well, Jesus had that pesky habit of not coming back soon enough. And Christians underwent turmoil too. They were being persecuted by the Roman Empire. They were being marginalized by the Jewish people that didn't really like them. They thought they were weird. They faced their own turmoil. Jesus wasn't coming back, and people started dying. Well, what do we do with people dying and Jesus not coming back? Year after year after year. Well, you invent further and further apocalyptic ideas about what's going on. And the persecutions are all part of the plan. Right? Martyrdom becomes a thing you should rush into because it's part of God's plan. Right? Part of God's plan. Of course, also in the Islamic literature, apocalypticism will also become enormously influential, and many apocalyptic Christian and Jewish ideas also make their appearance in the Quran. The Dajjal is a good example of a sort of antichrist character, the Battle of Gog and Magog, the main battle at the end of the world, which occurs in the book of Daniel and is translated into the book of the Battle of Megiddo in Christian literature. Even the return of Jesus and the resurrection of the dead, these are all apocalyptic ideas that also occur in Islam. So Islam is also deeply influenced, and in some sense, an apocalyptic religion in itself. Judaism is going to increasingly abandon apocalypticism. And the answer for that is the same answer why the book of Maccabees is not included in the Bible. The rabbis, right? And also, by the way, why the Hanukkah festival is not about the Maccabees, it's about a miracle. The reason why? Disastrous rebellion after disastrous rebellion. The rabbis didn't want any more Rambos. They were tired of that machismo, we're going to fight the Roman stuff, because it just got us killed. So they said, we're not doing that anymore, and we're not going to glorifize that. And so, as you can imagine, this apocalyptic literature really gears people up to do rather extreme things, right? Because again, they all think it's part of the plan, and God's going to intervene in history and do whatever. And it doesn't happen. Over and over and over again, it doesn't come to pass. But the rabbis don't like this, they think it's dangerous, and they marginalize it. And eventually rabbinical Judaism, right, moves past apocalyptic literature, and very little of it gets produced. Well, not so much. Very little gets produced in the aftermath of the 135 rebellion by Mark Kochba. But there is some, right? There are some texts that do get produced, like the Apocalypse and the 10 Signs, and Perkei Mashiach, and things like this. So the literature does survive. Just to wrap up for tonight, folks, needless to say, apocalypticism as a mode of religiosity, I would argue is the most enduring mode of religiosity in the world today. So enduring that apocalyptic ideas have entered even into things like Buddhism, right? Apocalyptic ideas flowing from this Om Shirinko, a good example of an apocalyptic Buddhist sect. You may remember them for having poisoned the subway system and with sarin gas in the 1990s as part of an apocalyptic agenda. To this day, in a 2012 poll, nearly 15% of people worldwide believe the world will end in their lifetime. That's millions of people, folks. That's hundreds of millions of people that believe the world's going to end in their lifetime. That's an apocalyptic idea, right? And apocalyptic sects are a huge part of American religiosity. One can think of the Branch Davidians out there in Waco, Texas, and other kinds of things. And again, of course, those folks, part of the reason what motivated them to stay in that building was an apocalyptic understanding of history. And of course, that probably led to them being massacred by the U.S. government. They had their own hand to play in it too, but I do think that was pretty significant mismanagement. At any rate. Well, rabbinical Judaism and Kabbalah are going to win the day over and against apocalypticism. Apocalypticism was enormously important over the course of about 500 years in Judaism specifically, and it has made an enormous impact on world religiosity. I might even argue, like I said earlier, that apocalypticism as a mode of religiosity is perhaps the dominant religious mode in the world today. Right? I would be willing to make that argument, I think. But what's going to emerge in terms of mysticism for the purposes of our learning together is that a form of apocalyptic, practical apocalypticism, that's to say, a mysticism in which mystics attempt to descend into the throne room of God, is going to emerge out of the apocalyptic literature. And that form of mysticism is going to be what we're tackling next week, called Merkabah mysticism, chariot mysticism. You also may know the word Merkabah because the Israelis have named a tank their equivalent of the M1 Abrams after the chariot of God, which just seems appropriate for a lot of reasons. But at any rate, what I want to put on the screen right now are just some recommended readings. If you want to grab these ISBNs, and I'm also going to share these slides with everybody for the class so you can have access to the slides later. But if you want a great apocalyptic literature reader, it's just a collection of apocalyptic literature. This is a really great text by Reddish. The large scholar of apocalypticism in the world now is John J. Collins. His book, The Apocalyptic Imagination, is the definitive study of apocalypse. It's the book, right? If you take a college level class on apocalypticism, you'd be reading Collins' book. If you're interested in Christian apocalypticism, Bernard McGinn, the leading scholar in Christian mysticism, has written a really great book about apocalyptic traditions in the Middle Ages. People like Joachim of Fior, who's nuts in the most amazing way possible. And of course, also John Reeves has published another text on trajectories in Near Eastern apocalypticism, and this actually covers Jewish apocalypticism through the Middle Ages, which doesn't get much play, mostly because a lot of it's not been translated. But Reeves provides a great introduction to that literature, which is also forms of apocalypticism that survived into Jewish apocalypse that survived into the Middle Ages. So, again, another form of mysticism that emerges from the breakdown of prophecy, but renovates prophecy to do a phenomenologically different task, to show rather than tell. And show what? The whole plan of the universe, and how you, as a Jew, right, or as a non-Jew, maybe as a Roman, how you fit into it, right? And that form of mysticism, I think, is just incredible insanity. I mean, we all see these Christian folks that are predicting the world or whatever. None of this is imaginable without the apocalyptic turn in Judaism during beginning in the 4th century BC. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work of providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, along with magic, hermetic philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane, history, philosophy, and religion.
story for a long time, and we'll tell you right up front that it's going to be hard to swallow at first.
In 1989, a soft-spoken scientist in Nevada went on local television and said something that would baffle the world for the next 3 decades. He said that he had worked at a secret government facility called S4, just south of Area 51 in the Nevada desert, where his actual job, was to
Trust in newtons or grams are you getting?
Well, we're still playing around at the hundreds of.
Jim, we come back out, everything's over.
Was there ever a moment where you were like, over 50%, I might get assassinated?
Yeah, because it's why I said we have to look under the car, see if there's something wired in there or a bomb. I mean, we're even afraid. The only thing that wasn't open, I think, was the hood where the engine was. So we were afraid to open that, and finally did, but looked over the car. But yeah, I was afraid there was a bomb in there or somebody wired it up. But as George said, I think they were just screwing with me.
And Mario talked a lot with him, and we really spent a lot of time, and it's hard to trick. He also kept saying it's really hard to explain and express what that worry was, because he said I was with Bob all the time, and we were scared that something was going to blow up. And he says I was so going through my hard times that I didn't care. I just told Bob, stay out and I'll try it, and he would start the car because he was like, fuck it, I'm going to do it. But you can sense that even from Mario's perspective, there was a real worry. And so, this is something that clearly was causing a lot of worry, not just for you, but for Mario as well. He's like, what the hell is going on? The doors are unlocked again, and why are they doing this? So clearly you think could go wrong. So whether they were trying to just intimidate or do something, whatever that was, it was happening according to these guys.
Did you get the sense that there were maybe mob ties? Like there was some, they talk about the UFO legacy programs sometimes like it's a cartel or like a mafia that exists outside of the state. Did you get the sense? Obviously, you're going back and forth from Vegas. Vegas is a hotspot for that sort of thing. Did you ever get that sense?
Not that it was the mob per se, but it was like these guys were disconnected from the government.
Yeah, they were like their own.
Yeah, they were their own.
You kind of get that, like even I feel like John Lear was like he had there's a picture with him and J. Gordon Liddy. You know who that is? It's like
I know the name. I don't remember the name.
He's this FBI agent who was this kind of agent provocateur who was very involved in Watergate and stuff. And you get the sense that whole world, like the people, the Mormons who were around Howard Hughes, and there was a lot of there's a lot of mob activity there, and it was like they were kind of like you could see a civilian government official calling them and then being like, "Look, home is the vibe."
Yeah, that's exactly.
We're doing our thing.
Yeah.
You think so? Yeah.
I'm 100%.
Yeah. I know you've also, because, you live in Montreal and there's stuff there, and I'm sure you've bumped into things, people.
I always talk about it when I hear about all these government organizations and government secrets and the intelligence community. And I think a lot of researchers and a lot of people researching this should also pay attention to what organized crime did back then. Back in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and how those organizations operated and what they did. Because it's a very similar way of keeping secrets. And, I think that there is some tie somewhere. I'm not saying that they're involved, that they're in charge of anything. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying there is clear motivation for somebody who's trying to keep a secret to have ties with, let's say, the mob, so that if ever something or somebody does start going to rogue, well, you can basically scare that person and say, well, these guys will come after you. And that'll scare somebody more than a lawyer will come after you.
That's right. Well, it seems like they were going after your marriage, and like it's all blackmail techniques. Like that's what it feels like. It's compromise systems, and you look at
they weren't taking the legal angle at all.
No. Which is really, if you want to enforce something, that's the way you do it. Which is pretty wild. I mean, you see this stuff with the Epstein thing too, where it's just they're just clearly is this distributed kind of compromise system, and it deals with spooky. So I don't know if you're tracking any of this stuff, but like
I started looking into it. It's really wild.
And then he says,
and it's so widespread.
It's widespread, and here's what's crazy. He's interviewed by Steve Bannon, and Epstein, and this is at the end of his life, and he goes, why did you put Zorro Ranch where you put it? And he goes, well, a bunch of Los Alamos physicists were retiring, and so, they were kind of aging out, and I wanted to speak with them.
Los Alamos is the high energy lab of Mexico. Was losing all its scientists. Large property in Mexico. You know that? Yes. The scientists were known. They cut the funding for high energy physics.
And you're like, oh my God, how lax is our DOE, Department of Energy Security? And then you realize, Bill Richardson was kind of under the Clintons, and he was the Secretary of Energy, and he's there, and he's just systematically siphoning American nuclear secrets. And then he goes, there's another email where he said, I killed pawns back in the day, or whatever. And he's talking about Pons and Fleischmann, who were claiming to get cold fusion results. And so it's like, what is Epstein dealing with cold fusion? And then he's hanging out at Harvard with the math department.
None of that makes any sense.
It's weird.
None of that makes any sense.
Really strange.
I used to drive by the ranch all the time. I lived really close to it when I lived in New Mexico.
Yeah.
And they always call it the Victoria's Secret Ranch because they always have models there. Yeah, everyone knew that as the Victoria's Secret Ranch.
So you would drive by Epstein's ranch and they would call it the Victoria's Secret Ranch.
I mean, not right by it, but as you drive by it, you can see it. Yeah.
Well, you know why they called it that? It's because he was close with Les Wexner, who was the CEO, founder of Victoria's Secret. Yeah. So you would drive by there and they would call it that.
And everybody called it that.
No way.
We drive up to Los Alamos to pick up alpha radiation probes that my company did, and we come back. But yeah, every time we drove out, we passed by it a couple of times.
That's so nuts. Damn. So what do you do? Because like, it's also for the people that are like disbelieve your stuff. It's like, look at all this bizarre. It's like this cabal is controlling science or something. It's so weird.
Yeah, it is really weird.
Yeah.
And it's again, I'll say it. It's just we're just talking about Epstein. That's one guy. It's one guy. It's not just one guy.
Clearly not.
No, it's not. It's not just one guy. Not at all. Yeah, it's just not. It's not. I mean, he might have been the ringleader, but there's a lot of people.
Or he might have been an extension of something.
Yeah, she could be.
But he was obsessed with the Casimir effect, and he would hold these gravity. Oh yeah. He would hold these gravity conferences, and then the very fact that he's saying,
do you know that for a fact?
Yeah, this is all in the emails. This is all fact. There's an old colleague of mine here, Weinstein, that talked about
Casimir effect.
Yeah. So this old colleague of mine here, Weinstein, has this theory of everything in physics where it involves gauging gravity instead of quantizing gravity, beyond my pay grade. But I find it interesting. And Epstein somehow knew about his theory before just about anybody else did. And so Weinstein's like, how is Epstein so tied in with the Harvard math department?
I think it was just his hobby or something, like science was his hobby, and he just had money, so he had the ability to connect to these.
I think you read his emails, and it's like there's somebody behind him who knew exactly what to look for, but he didn't know. He was like a low-level version of it. And so he'll say things like, you need to boost your physics. Time is much weirder than you think. It's actually just a function of the vibration of cesium atoms. And you're like, who's giving you this stuff? And then he's sort of like mining people for the info. It's weird.
I mean, did he said that?
He said that. Yeah. Which is true. It is kind of
atomic clock.
It's atomic clock.
It's just a vibrating CZR. So, yeah, I mean, it's true. I think that's what time is. But it's our perception of time.
Time is very weird. Wouldn't you say, just from a pure physics perspective, it's an anomaly. It's strange. Like it's the most used noun in the English language, but we can only define it with respect to the movement of macroscopic bodies or to oscillations on an electromagnetic wave. But it's not like it's a thing that we're like, it's almost like fish in a fishbowl where like the fish are trying to even describe what water is, but they can't because they're in it.
Yeah,
and we're in time.
Yeah, you have to be outside of it to describe it. I mean, that's it. You can't be outside it. It's just a concept that makes us happy. Is what time is.
Do you think that there's something about time being weird that might help explain some of the UFO stuff?
Yeah, I think there's definitely something.
Yeah, because if gravity's
gigantic chunks that are missing from physics, and I think some people have access to that.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I mean the cosmic redshift. The other thing that this guy Burkhard Heim says is that the cosmic redshift is the repulsive form of gravity. And if you look at dark energy, you can literally just look it up. It's like it's not one of the four fundamental forces, but it's just the universe is inflating.
Dark energy can really exist.
Right. Yeah. And dark matter.
I'm not really buying it.
Dark matter's never been detected, but it's just there to.
It's a placeholder
to justify gravity's weakness. Yeah.
And then, I mean, to me, I always viewed that's what gravitons were. That's why this caught my attention. Back on the graviton bandwagon.
Well, gravitons are interesting because as early as the 50s, there's all this like crazy hardcore anti-gravity research, and then it kind of disappears.
Yeah.
We had a bunch of people saying we're going to be gravitons right around the bend. There's a guy named George Trimble, who's a VP at Martin Corporation's RIAS Research for its Institute for Advanced Study, and he was this really wacky thinker, and he worked with Lewis Whitten and probably Townsend Brown, and they would say like it's going to take us the time that it took to build the atom bomb to basically beat gravity. And Stanley Gesser and Richard Arnowit, famous physicists at the time at Princeton, were talking
about
Mr.
Aquarius, are you ready?
Gravitons, and we know how to do this. The two things that come up for gravity, there's a lot of smoke, but no fire. One that you just talked about, extremely high electric field differentials, creating drills. And then the second thing is very fast rotating spinning superconductors. Those two things seem to have something.
Is that actually gravity?
So there's another force.
30 years has gone by, and I've kind of been doing my own research, and I'm just more convinced that I'm right.
And can you say anything about that? What do you think you're right about?
That there's another force, and it's not gravity.
And what is if you were to characterize that force as distinct from gravity? So gravity, clearly you'd have all these other byproduct effects.
That's bad.
What does this force do that's different? What does it look like?
Well, it's a
Come on, yeah.
I think it's something that works closer to the way you would think it is science fiction, where you can have gravity and anti-gravity, but you really can't. I think gravity is just an attractive force. I think this other force, you can, to make simplify it, push or pull. And I think it also affects the flow of time exactly like gravity does. I think it affects light. It does some of the observations you would have with gravity would also overlap in this other force, but I think it's a unique force.
Have you ever measured this force? Next question.
All right, yeah.
You have?
Yeah. All right, yeah.
How have you measured it?
No, there's no follow-up.
Okay. Fine. Is there anything kind of high level that you can say as far as the goal of your research, post the experience? Like,
Well, just to duplicate anything.
Just to duplicate anything. Okay.
I'm sure I can.
You think you can?
Yeah, I'm sure.
You feel
I'm going to.
Have you already gotten some interesting results?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm 100% confident. Yeah, the thing is just to scale stuff up.
Yeah. Okay. What do you hope your legacy is? So, like, 200 years from now, like,
no one's going to know who I am.
I don't think that's right, man. Think about it. Like, if there are these, this lineage of technology that is completely separate.
I'm going to be overwritten by people. Like, when there's other Bob Lazaras and things that are going to come on. Look what's happening to all the people that came out since then. There's going to be other people like me. Eventually, some more of this is going to come out. Like,
they're amazing people who've come out since you, first and foremost.
Yeah, and there's going to be bigger, more important ones that you just aren't going to look back to the 80s and think you're just going to focus on those guys.
I would put it the inverse. I would say if you have like an army of people coming out after you, the fact that you're the first makes it even more interesting. I think it's more likely to be forgotten. No one comes out after you. Do you hope to vindicate your own experience through scientific
Yeah, I do.
That's exciting. That's cool.
I have no idea what
Reload.
but I know exactly what not to do in this form. So that's actually a big leap forward.
And you saw one hanging up against the wall. Like it was sitting on the wall.
It was actually an error.
Yes,
It
ma'am.
has one hole in the measures that too. But yeah, there was just a hole with bent out, clearly bent out. As it was shot from the bottom, clearly bent out.
Why do you think? Oh, it looked like it was shot.
Yeah.
Interesting. So do you think it was shot with like a kinetic weapon? Wow. Do you think it was a human weapon that shot it?
It looks like something we would have done. Stand it up, shoot through, and see how we can penetrate the shoot through.
Wow. Have you ever heard anything about like electromagnetic pulses and UFOs and them taking out UFOs, taking them down, or anything?
Well, that was the other directive of the project. It was directed at Well, yeah, it depends what you're talking about. Our directive was duplicate the propulsion system at any cost is directive 1, and directive 2 was be able to disable the system at a distance at any cost.
Do you think
then, so that's somewhat directed energy, but then there's also Project Sidekick, which is a weapon. So that's also directed energy. So yeah, it kind of depends where you're going.
I guess, had you heard of any UFOs prior to that getting shot down with directed energy?
The only thing I've heard prior to that was stories about the Rothschild craft getting hit by lightning and crashing or something.
Are there any of these stories, like do you think that Roswell happened? Are there any of these stories you like credence to?
I don't know much about the Roswell crash or what I've heard, but it sure seems like they were working really hard to cover something up.
That's true.
The Roswell crash was not one. It was not in one
Nice
place.
It might have been around it too.
Yeah. I really think it was something that happened and there was like debris that was scattered all over McGrazel's ranch, and then there was the actual pod with the beams that was crashed. I think it was like 2 miles away where the hikers found it with the kids that were hiking, and so clearly it was 2 different places. And the bamboo, the pieces that looked like bamboo with the writing on it, that was at McGrazel with the memory metal, and then the pod. The only information we have of that is the bodies, and one of them was already being eaten by some animals.
No way.
Yeah, one of them was reading, and
at the time, one of them was obviously dead, and it was decaying. Like there was clearly some animals that got to it. So I haven't heard that. The only thing I remember about that was Jesse Marcel was the officer, right? And he said
you win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good job, Miss Aquarius. Thank you, madam. You too. Thank you.
And his son, who's an Air Force flight surgeon, said that he took the material home and he played with the material, which is crazy.
On the kitchen table with his wife,
And here's where stuff gets even crazier. In 1949, there is a contract between the Tell Memorial Institute and Wright Airfield, which turns into Wright-Patterson, which is where the Roswell wreckage, was rumored to be taken. And it's like around alloys, like different titanium alloys, and this titanium nickel alloy. And nitinol, as you know, is basically memory metal. And nitinol was classified, essentially, it showed up in a Navy lab in the 60s. And that's what Jesse Marcel describes the material as.
Yeah, because that's really indestructible stuff.
Yes.
And I remember him saying, we whacked that as hard as we could, right? And it didn't bend. And I tried to run it. They tried to cut into it.
And it just goes back into its original shape. And I just actually interviewed.
It's one of the. I mean, you can take that metal and flex it 1,000,000 times, and it doesn't crack. It's what they use that in artificial hearts because it can keep flexing and it just doesn't wear.
It's wild. And then you have Philip Corso saying that he helped dole out a lot of this material and it made it into the civil sector because of his position. He was, Pentagon's foreign technology desk or whatever chief. And so you have this contract from 49. Nobody knew what nitinol was. And then in the 60s, it appears in public randomly at a Navy lab. It's interesting.
That's really interesting.
And I just interviewed a guy who was a witness, actually, of the Varginha crash in the 1990s, 1996 in Brazil. And he says the same thing. He says he held the material in his hands, and he would kind of mess with it, and then it would go back into its original form. So, did you ever experience anything like that with material that would go back into its original form? Did you hear anything about that?
No, other than working with nitinol.
Yeah, but you did work with nitinol.
Myself.
But you didn't work with it?
No.
Okay. So you didn't hear anything around that there?
No.
Did you hear anything about any other materials?
No, that's material science. We're not allowed to know that stuff.
Oh, okay. So that was a whole other...
Yeah.
Interesting.
Really stupid.
And you saw a photo or photos of an alien autopsy, right?
Yeah, if in fact that was true.
Do you think
it was part of the briefing?
What did the photos look like?
I guess if you want to call it a gray, something small. It had a T cut in the chest, and there was one single organ removed from the chest.
Was that kind of a visceral experience for you? Was that kind of, gnarly, or were you like,
No, at this point I'm going, what am I looking through?
Yeah.
It was just kind of glancing through, right? So.
There were rumors that the program was going to maybe move to Indonesia or Southeast Asia when you were leaving.
No, they were anxious to move the project out of there completely. And ideally, they said they would have loved to go out to the South Pacific, maybe Kwajalein Island or something, but they said the expenses would have been so great, it's just impossible. But they just wanted to get away from ice. It's just too close to things.
If you had to guess, do you think that the program is completely out of Area 51 and in some foreign place now.
Yeah, I don't believe it's there.
That would make sense.
Yeah, I don't believe it's there.
Yeah.
I think that was way.
Yeah. And you discovered element 115, right?
It wasn't discovered. It's something Barry and I were working on.
Okay.
So, I mean, you can't really say I discovered it.
Okay.
You know.
Oh, I thought your contribution was that
Our contribution. It was what I was doing.
Okay.
So, yeah. But what I can't say it was just me.
What tech?
But it was the. God, what the hell was it that we were using? Oh, atomic absorption spectroscopy.
Atomic absorption spectroscopy.
Yeah.
And you did that.
Yeah. I mean, we had the equipment there. We also had something to do X-ray diffraction too. Yeah, it was. Barry was much more familiar with the equipment. But
but you don't know the exact isotope.
No.
Did you know it at one point? Like when you discovered it?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
But you forgot the...
Yeah, I have forgotten.
Because that would be...
Yeah, I know, it would really help.
It'd also be a Nobel Prize for you. It would be like, oh my God, they figured out like a new isotope at that level.
But I'd have to be able to produce it.
Sure.
You know.
Right. So it doesn't matter. Yeah.
I mean, but, the lab in Darmstadt, Germany produced, a few atoms of 115. So, I mean, they discovered 115.
Yes.
So, I mean, they made it. We recognized it.
Yeah.
So,
but if you...
I don't think it would help you because it's not like, the way we try to synthesize, new elements is, taking ions and smashing them together and it's kind of whatever comes out. It's not like you can go, we're going to make a specific isotope and make it all stick together. It's just like, it's the old smashing the Swiss watch against a concrete wall. Whoa, look what came out. That's it.
If you possibly took a little bit home, though, could you do some of those techniques again? Do it. You could, because you don't have
I can, yeah. You need the equipment. I mean, you need the equipment, like, accelerators and that's.
So you don't have
like that.
So you wouldn't have the stable isotope then? Or you do, or maybe.
Well, I don't have it at my house.
Okay.
But you're asking.
But didn't you at one point maybe take it?
Yeah.
But then.
Are we recording?
Yeah, but.
No. So no.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then can you figure out the isotope? If theoretically you did? Theoretically,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you could. All I'd have to do is have it again.
Okay. Oh, I see. That's a bummer. I hosted a debate between Eric Weinstein and Eric Davis. Eric Weinstein's this former colleague of mine who's a physicist, and then Eric Davis is this other guy in UFO world who focuses on exotic propulsion. Weinstein said that he was kind of exasperated. He was like, why are there no theoretical physicists on your program? When you talk about theoretical physicists on site at S4.
Oh, for sure. I think they were exhausted by it. And I think they kept going over that road and never got anywhere.
Interesting.
And they were looking for let's just do something out of left field and see what we can come up with. So, no, I don't know. Again, that's what made me think this isn't gravity at all. This is a new force entirely.
Yeah. And then, what I found interesting too is you said bismuth seemed to have come up. Like that was something.
There is something about bismuth.
You might be starting to notice a through line starting to emerge in this conversation, and it keeps leading back to the same place. To put it bluntly, Bob's work at S4 looks a whole lot like all of the documented knowledge we have on anti-gravity experiments done in the last 100 years. Now again, these claims don't lie in the realm of conventional proven science, but while there's no proverbial fire, there is a whole lot of smoke around them. I'm talking not only of the experiments of Townsend Brown, but of Eugene Plekhanov, Ning Li, and others. And one single element might tie all of these stories together. Bismuth. There's a reason why Bob Lazar kept hearing about it at S4. Here's why bismuth matters. We'll break down the science as clearly as we can. It starts with something called the K factor. A K factor, or dielectric constant, is simply a material's ability to store and discharge electric fields. Now, this has important implications for historical anti-gravity experiments. You see, the higher the K factor, the more thrust or propulsion you see in Townsend Brown's capacitor experiments. Brown spent his career searching for high K materials that can amplify the effect he'd discovered. Bismuth is one of them, and it's often mentioned in the context of his anti-gravity work. There's even an interview from this guy, Louis Whitten, who's at RIAS, which is Martin Corporation, pre-Lockheed merger. Their anti-gravity outfit, where they were studying sort of the most exotic propulsion modalities. And he says in this interview with the American Institute of Physics, there's a guy named Townsend who claims to have an isotope of bismuth that repelled instead of attracted. Material that works well for historical anti-gravity experiments comes up in the UFO reverse engineering program. Go figure, but it gets weirder. Bismuth and element 115, Muscovium, share the same number of valence electrons. Valence electrons are the electrons in the outermost shell of an atom, the ones that determine how an element bonds, reacts, and behaves chemically. Bismuth has 5. Muscovium, or element 115, has 5. They sit in the same column of the periodic table, group 15, which means they have essentially the same chemical personality, the same bonding geometry, the same family of crystal structures, the same tendency to form the layered compounds that produce the most exotic quantum behavior known to material science. Lazar described element 115 as the fuel source for the craft's propulsion system. Mind you, this was in 1989, before element 115 had ever been synthesized or named. When it finally was synthesized in 2003, it turned out to be a pnictogen, a group 15 element, the same chemical family as bismuth. And bismuth is basically the most electromagnetically bizarre stable element on Earth. That's either the most chemically literate lucky guess in history, or it isn't a guess at all. Now here's where the science gets genuinely strange. Bismuth is one of the most unusual elements on the periodic table. Most high K materials are passive. They sit there, holding charge, and do nothing else. Bismuth is different. It fights back. Expose bismuth to a magnetic field, and instead of being attracted the way iron pushes towards a magnet, it pushes away. This property is called diamagnetism, and bismuth has more of it than any other stable element on Earth. Not slightly more, dramatically, anomalously, inexplicably more. The reason lives inside the atom itself. Every electron does 2 things simultaneously. It orbits the nucleus like a planet around a star, and it spins on its own axis like a tiny top. In lighter elements, these 2 motions barely register each other, but bismuth sits near the bottom of the periodic table at element 83, one of the heaviest stable elements that exists. And in super heavy elements, something extraordinary happens. The electrons in the outer shell move so fast that they enter what physicists call the relativistic regime. They're traveling at a meaningful fraction of the speed of light, and when something moves that fast, the universe starts playing by different rules. At those speeds, Einstein's physics takes over from Newton's. One consequence is that these screaming, hurling outer electrons generate a powerful magnetic field just from their own motion, and that magnetic field slams into their own spin. This is a process called spin-orbit coupling, and in bismuth, it's ferociously strong. So strong that bismuth's electrons become, in a sense, magnetically self-aware, generating an opposing field in response to anything applied to them from the outside. So that's why bismuth has anomalous diamagnetism. The electrons aren't just passive, they're pushing back.
The most amazing thing is, leaning into it, putting all your force on that, nothing moves at all. When the reactor's up, you can easily stop it.
This also makes bismuth a natural topological dopant, meaning when you introduce it into certain crystalline materials, It induces what physicists call topologically protected quantum states. These are electron states so geometrically locked into the structure of the material that they can't be destroyed by disorder or impurities. They are, in a very real sense, protected by the shape of reality itself. Element 115, with the same outer electrons as bismuth, would have dramatically stronger relativistic effects, and it would theoretically be an even more powerful topological dopant, best hosted, physicists predict, in chalcogenide crystal structures, which happen to be the exact crystal family that bismuth-based topological insulators already prefer. Same column, same electrons, the dial just turned up to a level we've never engineered. Okay, I know what you're thinking. How do you get from this exotic chemistry jargon to UFO propulsion, or a force that bends space-time? Well, here's where the chemistry ends and something bigger begins. In Einstein's general relativity, energy and momentum in all forms, including the energy stored in fast-spinning relativistic electrons, technically curves space-time. Every electron is, in the most literal physical sense, warping the fabric of the universe around it. Now, for ordinary matter, this effect is so incomprehensibly tiny, it effectively doesn't exist. But a small group of serious physicists began asking dangerous questions in the 1990s. What if, instead of spinning randomly in all directions, their gravitational effects canceling each other into noise, you could align them into a single coherent state, all pointing in the same direction, all pushing together. This was the life's work of Dr. Ning Li, a physicist who dared to dabble in anti-gravity. More specifically, she worked in gravitomagnetic theory. Li was a woman who eventually left her position at the University of Alabama Huntsville to work full-time at Redstone Arsenal on research so sensitive it effectively vanished from public view. And the chair of her department at University of Alabama Huntsville, Larry Smalley, was so high conviction in her work that he left with her. Before she died, Li proposed that in superconductors, materials where electrons surrender their individual identities and merge into a collective quantum state, the gravitomagnetic effect of those electrons, normally washed away by thermal chaos, would suddenly snap into alignment. They'd become coherent, directional. She was trying to build a gravity engine in a laboratory. Let's compare that with Bob Lazar's work on UFOs in the 80s. Years before Ning Li's work ever became public, Lazar described 3 cylindrical emitters at the base of a craft. The emitters at the base of Lazar's craft didn't produce thrust in the traditional sense. They didn't push against air or expel mass. They generated a directed alteration of the gravitational field itself that the craft would then just fall into, not propulsion, geometry. The craft didn't move through space. It literally bent space, and space carried it. That description, organized field-generating devices producing a directional gravitational effect by aligning and focusing a force that normally cancels itself to zero, is structurally, almost precisely, what Ning Li was theorizing in a laboratory thousands of miles away, using completely different source material, arriving at exactly the same place years later.
The craft is in operation. There is a high voltage detectable on the skin of the craft.
And then there's the hull of the craft. Lazar said that he believed the craft's hull material was an electret, basically a material that permanently stores an electric field, the electrical equivalent of a permanent magnet.
I think the material the craft is made from is an electric. And so it always, just like a magnet always has a magnetic field to it, an electric always has an electrostatic field to it. Interesting. And I think that's certainly something important.
Again, bismuth titanate is one of the finest electric materials known, used in high-temperature sensor applications precisely because of its stability. Now, if you were designing a hull material for a craft that needed to interact with gravity wave emitters, maintain a permanent electric field, and respond to both electric and magnetic stimuli simultaneously, the material that checks every single box Is bismuth ferrite? That's right, again with the bismuth. It's a material that is simultaneously ferroelectric and magnetic, where the two properties talk to each other, where you can control one with the other. No other readily available material sits at the intersection of diamagnetism, topological insulator behavior, high K dielectrics, electric properties, and multiferroic coupling simultaneously, but bismuth does. And a theoretical stable version of element 115 might do all of those things on steroids. Bismuth sits right at the edge of where relativistic electron behavior begins to dominate everything. By the time you get to Moscovium, you might have full-fledged space-time engineering. And then what's really interesting is Gary Nolan has this magnesium bismuth piece in his lab at Stanford. You need some sort of motive to, when in certain cases heavier elements create isotope ratios that you just don't find. Or it doesn't make any sense. And then it also, the thing was found alongside an observed anomaly in the sky and a crash, and it was in the 50s or 60s. One of which was literally a beach in Brazil, Ubatuba. And the similarity between Brown and Bueller's anti-gravity and Lazar's sports model don't stop there. Brown would use DC pulsing and kind of high climb rates of the voltage. The voltage there'd be a steep climb rate where it would increase very, very sharply. The microseismic waveguides per terahertz. You could have very high frequency, energy going into the ground.
Yeah, there's something about bismuth, I think, that's undiscovered.
Yes.
And so much that we're unable to do because it's at the limit, of our technology.
Bismuth at S4. Bismuth in Townsend Brown's experiments. Bismuth's properties in Ningley's gravitomagnetic theory. Bismuth as an ideal hull material for a UFO exactly like the one Lazar described. Bismuth in the UFO samples that Stanford professor Gary Nolan is analyzing right now.
Are there some evidence now? Are there defensive many of these things? The data is real. There's no conclusions.
Yeah.
The data is real.
There's so much more than there was 40 years ago. Yeah. I mean, all these guys are at the cutting edge. All my information is so old and probably outdated. So who knows how the craft operate now, or what kind of crafts they're using, or if they're even manned. So I think everything I know is outdated. It's just interesting to look back at. I don't take any money from this stuff. And as far as attention, I hate fucking attention. I don't like being on shows. I just want to kind of hide in the corner and do my own thing. So I got enough things when I was a kid.
And do you feel like on the first Rogan episode, you had migraines? Do you feel like you've suffered, like your anxiety levels are higher than they would be?
I've had 5 heart attacks since I was on Rogan's, and my arteries are clear. It's all stress.
I'm sorry.
I just had shingles all through my face. Almost made me go blind again. It was from stress. It's this shit just wears you down over time.
I hope you know you're loved and appreciated, and you should be able to just zone out the world with where you're at in life right now and just enjoy the fruits of this.
That would be cool. I'm so hoping to be able to retire at some point where I don't have to deal with insane customers or I can just sit at home and read books like this.
I think that time is very, very soon, and I think it's the best use of your brain power too, because
I'd actually like to get back into this stuff.
That'd be amazing. Well, I'll send you interesting people.
I'll consume everything.
I love it. Oh yeah. Be careful what you wish for. Well, Bob Luigi, this was a total honor. You should be so proud because I know you were into this stuff. I feel very lucky when people say oh, like, you should feel vindicated. He'll say that to me. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking? I was like, I got very lucky with the timing of, like, when I got into this stuff. But truly, I speak to you, and I'm like, oh, like, there are people like yourself who've been into this stuff for decades. Totally thankless, like, not only thankless, but pleasantly ostracized, exiled,